On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support a teammate. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the smart assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the smart assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Help creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote, to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the Haunted Residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players beginners, it has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V 4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. I'm your host, FaZe Clan, and yesterday a tone has been set with high tensions, bold plays, and a reminder that in this league, nothing is guaranteed. Every single round is a tug of war, and every team showed their grit and strength. However, it would proven to be the Indonesia's dominance with Alter Ego Aries stunned the competition with an early lead. And not to mention the triple winner chicken dinner from VOIN Esports. Today, the spotlights shift. Group B will clash with Group C, which means that a new rivalries will spark and the leaderboards are waiting to be rewritten. Momentums can disappear in a heartbeat, and the underdogs are always ready to flip the script. The fight continues here on day 2 of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. So let's get started and introduce the team from Group B. Always a top contender in the shadow of every trophy. They never give up and ready to climb even higher than ever before. CELCOMDIGI Alliance. From PMNC Indonesia to PMSL Grand Finals on their first split, born from all over Indonesia's talents, they are here to prove what happens when creativity meets power to make it to the top. BLUG. Making a statement as the champions of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Preseason, they are here to be the champion on the main stage too. Team Flash. Vietnam's rising force, they are here to push their limits and climb to even greater heights. MGN, VIKINGS, Esports. Once champions, always contenders. With Tony K stepping away from the main roster, can the night still shine just as bright without its star? Vampire, Esports. A mix of experience and new players, they are rising to make a name for themselves in the big stage. Hell, Esports. Blended by Malaysia's seasoned veterans, they are ready to chase the top and carve a lasting legacy on the grand stage. AZ SLUMBER. Lastly, the egos that have soared high each season. They believe this is their season to snatch the title of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Champions. TALON! The stage is set, the squads are ready. Let the action start on the day 2 of 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage.
Sheesh, another day already, and today we have additional teams coming into the fray. Anyways, welcome everyone to PMSL SEA 2025. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Contra, your casters today. And yesterday we saw a triple chicken dinner coming in from VOIN, an Indonesia derby. 5 maps in a row before finally being taken over by Thailand. Will today sing the same tune? What do you think, Contra?
I think this is definitely going to sing a different rhythm this time around, where we have a lot of fresh faces coming in from Group B, and they're absolutely stacked. So, you know, that streak was being broken, and today we might even see some of the Malaysians trying to fight their way for their first ever chicken dinner, because they were starved out coming from yesterday's run. And in Group B, I think we've got some really good powerhouses like Team Flash from Vietnam and even many more. So, of course, we'll give you guys all the details as we will display to you not only your favorite teams out there, but also the schedule as well as the rule set for the entirety of this brand new season of PMSL. I think like what's been really interesting as well on the dynamic shifts as well as the brand new introduction of Rondo into this PMSL, it makes things a lot more interesting.
Yeah, speaking of interesting as well, the point system, same old with 10 points on the first place spot. Going all the way to the bottom, 7 to 8, 1 point, and finally 9 to 16th will be 0 points. So you are going to have to really be careful, figure out what exactly is objective as you go into the game, because the schedule is quite tight. We only have 2 weeks of the group stages plus 2 super weekends, including Smash Rule days. And finally, to be able to qualify to the grand finals on the 26th till the 28th, which is very, very soon.
That's right, it's only going to be a 3-day finals, and Smash Rule is going to be implemented not only in the finals as well, but on those weekends, on the Sunday runs is where these teams will get a taste of Smash Rules. So that being said, to qualify into the top 16 throughout the group stages will be the utmost important task for each respective teams to make the cut here, to really solidify their position, as there is the PMGC ticket on the line.
Yeah, that PMGC ticket is what everyone is eyeing for. It's the biggest international tournament that's happening this year. If you don't make it, it's basically the end of your season as well. So you have to really make sure that you can really clinch that ticket. Regardless, we have different group playing today as well. We are going to be looking at groups B and C. A will be taking a break. The introduction of Group B is going to be interesting. We have TALON, GLUE, CD Alliance, AZ, VPE, Hale, Flash, and MVKE coming in from day 1. So Group C is a little bit more warmed up, a little bit more, I would say, well-versed, especially when you have a team like VOIN that was completely dominating yesterday. My question is, with the addition of 2 more Malaysian teams, 2 more Indonesian, 2 more Thai, and 2 more Vietnamese, will this change the dynamics?
I definitely do think it will change a whole lot in the form of tempo as well as the kind of play style that we'll be getting, because we got super aggressive teams here coming in from Group B. But if we look back into what went on day 1, like you said, VOIN Donkey, they secured 3 chicken dinner and wowed us with their feat, but it was still those big numbers that Alter Egos earn in order to keep themselves at top 1.
You know, what's really interesting as well is the fact that yesterday, another team that's really surprised us, no chicken dinner, no problem, is Xavier. They were consistently collecting points throughout the entirety of the day. They were a little bit too soon, but they still managed to rake up, I think, a number of eliminations before they went down. The same story with Alter Ego. The only difference is Alter Ego had a chicken dinner, and Xavier was a little bit slow in the beginning. So I expect this team to still go a little bit more aggressive. But for the rest of the day, I say, I mean, you know, we were talking about Alter Ego, VOIN, and Xavier. I think 5-2 also had a share of the spotlight toward the end of the day.
Yeah, so it's the very tail end in Miramar where they've been able to finally clinch a top 4 position. But in majority of all these fights, it was really the Indonesians here really showing up their ace cards overall. There was VOIN Donkey, RRQ was also in the mix. Boom Esports have also got the last hurrah in Miramar as well. So we'll have to keep our eyes on what's the story later on, because in this respective group of B and C, VOIN Donkey is still involved. So there's still chances where they will just deny more chicken dinners, or will that even be the case later on?
I think I'm more interested in knowing how exactly the trajectory of today goes, especially since Ultra Ego has been a team that's super aggressive. They have a certain amount of time in the game. They got a little bit more active and aggressive. There was one map where they got a little bit too aggressive early and were knocked out early, but they recovered and changed back their style of play to what they did before. So now that you have a team that's not as aggressive as Ultra Ego, not the type of team that's going to rush up forward and just kill you, will it mean slower style plays? Will it mean that people are going to be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to gunfights, knowing that they're not going to go toe-to-toe with players such as Rosemary, right? And at on the same coin as well, you know, you look at the team, you see who's playing today. Rondo especially is the map that everyone is going to try and farm as many eliminations as possible. Who will be the king of that? Because yesterday Ultra Ego was the team that was super aggressive on there, getting, I believe, I think quite a high amount of eliminations and placement points. So is it going to be the same news, or is Rondo going to be a different style of play today?
I feel like now that a lot of teams have learned from what went on yesterday, so these teams will try to enact on what Alter Ego has been able to achieve. More than 26 points of kills that they've been able to garner from this map alone. So now with Group B's introduction, you got hard hitters like TALON, BLUG, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, AZ Slumber being the new kids on the block from PMSL Malaysia, Vampire Esports, Hill, Team Flash, and MVK. All of these teams are definitely all super well regarded for their firepower. So I think that they will give Group C a real hard time.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, I think that, you know, we talked a lot about how teams from Malaysia yesterday really struggled. Homebois struggled. I think 5-2 struggled as well. And, you know, they couldn't really find their footing. A lot of the Malaysian teams were rotating, crossing by each other as well. Now we have AZ and CD Alliance into the mix. Would we still see the same story? And speaking of same stories, it's the same maps as well, starting off with Rondo with 3 air angles and 2 Miramars. Yesterday, all 3 air angles were dominated by one team and one team only, which for me grants VOIN the title of the kings of air angle, at least for day number 1. Would love to see whether or not other, you know, Indonesian teams would rally back and say, okay, just because VOIN dominated off air angles doesn't mean that it's just a VOIN's map. It could be an Indonesian, you know, thing as well. Miramar going to Boom Esports and FaZe Clan, and on top of that as well, Rondo onto Ultra Ego. No Ultra Ego today means that there's gonna be another team claiming that chicken dinner, and also most importantly, the high amount of eliminations. I'm curious. And again, I am still so curious to see which player in each team is bringing in, you know, teammates back into the game.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot that we can touch on that notion. But before that, if you guys feel like your phone is lagging and you need to really go for a big upgrade, look no further than heading to your closest techno store, because they stop at nothing to give you the very best that they can offer, so you can meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It's engineered for those who refuse to slow down, and it offers you 6.6-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with 144 Hz display, where you can game all day with it being smooth like butter. So make sure you check that out. And with the firm battery life that can last you for hours long, you can play PUBG and score your chicken dinners all day long.
It's gonna be fire if you think about it when you have such a good phone. On top of that as well, if you guys didn't know, version 4.0 also something you guys need to look out for as well. So the only downside is you can't say that you died to lag, you can't say your phone overheated, because everything's good. So skill issue, I suppose. Skill issue. Regardless, as
skill
we
gap.
Skill gap. I mean, if you're losing, then it's 100% a skill gap. You cannot say anything else. But it's coming back to, you know, to what's on hand here. Rondo, it's been such an interesting map, right? It's been such an interesting day as well. You know, it's such a different dynamic. You have the pickaxes, which allows you to make those little craters for you to play around. You don't have to rely on those natural terrains. When push comes to shove, there's still a way out in those last few circles as well. Then you have also the addition of that stun gun as well. It's such a different dynamic, a lot more landmass as well. And I think yesterday, you know, despite the fact that Alter Ego got like a high amount of eliminations on that map, they were like farming, right? We didn't really see the aggressive start that I was expecting.
Yeah, and I think like today is where these teams are hoping to offer that level of aggression overall. So I'm absolutely keen on what they will actually bring to the table. So of course, we'll keep our eyes peeled out for that. So these are the list of names that I pulled up. I mean, other than D-Saber coming from yesterday's group, it's Team Flash as well as Vampire Esports. These guys are absolute stars, and I remember like last season or so, Team Flash, they also dropped these kind of huge bumps like how Alter Ego did. So I'm definitely looking at them to really score big here.
Real. Now, coming into this one, I think that CD Alliance, they are, I would say, out of all the Malaysian teams, are the #1 team for a good reason. They're consistent as heck. They know what they want, and I would say their chemistry is undeniable. For me, I feel like it's such a 50-50 because I don't really know what to expect from this team when they play on Rondo. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, CD Alliance can always be somewhat similar to what Boom Esports is right now. A slow cooker team, takes their time to figure things out, but once they figure out that Rubik's Cube, bam, suddenly you're hitting the ground running, they're clearing out kills, they're winning frags and getting chicken dinners. So I'm just hoping that game 1 is that catalyst to really propel them forward, because I don't want to wait till later. Anyways, whose birthday is this? Mix?
Oh,
happy birthday!
Wow, celebrating on his debut performance as well. This is absolutely exciting. I think that's a double celebration if they could actually score huge for today. I think AZ Slumber, this newly promoted team, they're not just new kids on the block. They have veteran members that have played for multiple teams before, so they are definitely an interesting bunch to watch for today.
Yeah, you know what? If AZ gets a chicken dinner or 2 today, I would 100% just say, hey, it's a birthday buff. You cannot blame it on anything else but the birthday buff. And if you don't get chicken dinners, then, well, I don't know what to say. But anyways, looking over here at VPE, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. I love these notes, they're so cute, but is it enough for them to bring themselves into the game? So let's see on map 1, Rondo.
Some great motivational speech coming from Vampire Esports, hoping to propel themselves ahead as they will be starting off with their very first game with the rest of Group B to also join along here in Day 2, the PUBG Global Super League Southeast Asia. As we take a cruise through the air, we're finally getting ourselves that double flight path, one coming in from Jadena City and another coming in from the north point of VOIN. So definitely this offers plenty of room for all these teams to be able to book their spots, and we're already seeing teams such as BLUG to be able to actually find a little bit more passage heading to Nam Chuan. They're going to be able to get themselves plenty of loot. Meanwhile, Jadena City, its TALON, and Vampire Esports is just across the river. So they'll be battling for a little bit of that space, and we're also seeing plenty of all the other teams actually opening up that space around Test Track. And I thought that perhaps these teams would actually contest for that spot where you get plenty of vehicles, but apparently not so here in the second map played out in Rondo.
You know, I said I wanted an early start. We're still not getting it, Contra. I'm very sad right now. I wanted to, for people to just, you know, in the air, drop down, you know, and then as soon as someone drops down, whoa, okay. Whoa, melee kill? For an opening? Fire, love.
Well, they heard you loud and clear.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, you remember a few seasons ago, there was this one part where everyone dropped in one spot, and then instead of looking for guns, this one team just started going around meleeing everyone. They got like 2 kills out of it.
Oh, I do remember.
That was what I wanted to see.
It's always pretty rowdy out there, especially when they are moving into garages. Meanwhile, we're having Ganyang dropping that grenade, hoping to find something in return, but not quite yet up against the rest of XSOPHERE. These teams, they're locked and loaded, prepared for battle ever since they've been able to, you know, get their debut performance yesterday. But now they want to settle the scores in close proximity. Lapar on that UMP, 35 bullets. Is already lowering down these members of XSP, but not quite really getting the clearance of the angles. So it's really down to Nikki to open up this account.
That is actually pretty long range as well. He was already anticipating that push. This is great for XSOPHERE, getting one pick off already so fairly early as well. You know, and I always forget how good Nikki is actually sometimes. He's not a very flashy player, right, compared to like RRQ. So, you know, it's such a great testament of how he is as a team. Lapart falls, and so will he go out of the lobby. But in this situation where you have these early fights, it's great, it's fine, so long as you have one player ready to go for that early revives. Regardless, here I think RRQ is preparing to go for that pickup. Oh man, XSOPHERE now find themselves in the receiving end. Nepeko, what a nade.
That was absolutely huge. And take a look at Secret's health bar. As much as he's trying to heal up, he does not get to do so because the Pekko is just pressuring him all throughout. Now he gets to clear out Lobby X. But Secret is still hanging by the corner, and the Pekko, one swing will do just the trick.
Oh, Secret, I was so sure that Secret was just going to stick it, but I don't think he wanted to risk that. Worth it, though. Get a nice little swing out with a spray, and the Pekko is out. So 3 eliminations for XSOPHERE. Great start to that. In this situation here, I'm not too sure how far away is the recall point. And it's most important because you only have one player left for RQ. You want to be able to safely go for that recall and that pickup. And, you know, again, I'm still surprised that no one's really camping that.
Yeah, that's definitely a good notion as well, because they could just opt to go in for those revive points. But if they do meet up at the same revive point, then that's going to be a problem, right? Like, you don't get to farm those big numbers. But instead, you need to ensure that you eliminate that said person before you get to pick up your teammates as well. Now we get that replay, the first blood secure with a beautiful slash coming from Dobbs.
I like these kind of kills, you know, like those funny kills where you run someone over, you melee them in the face. That's always very fun to watch. Thank you, production, for catching that. Sometimes we gotta remember that it's a video game. It doesn't have to always be serious, and that was definitely one of the more non-serious moments.
Yeah. And you did mention about the revive points, right?
Yeah.
And here we go again. RRQ bringing them back, and XSOPHERE is already 4 stacked as well. So they will have to really reroute with this flight, and also do take note that whenever they, of course, get recalled, they have to once again look for weapons. So this is still rather risky for both teams.
Ground zero, right? And you know what? We talked about early fights. These teams are the only 2 teams that went all in. With RRQ getting 2, XSOPHERE getting 3. Homebois, I think Homebois stole a pick kill away from CD Alliance, if I'm not mistaken. I think they both just traded each other out. Again, Malaysian teams crossing by each other and demolishing each other is a curse as old as time. You cannot convince me otherwise. Show me. They are never beating the allegations.
Yeah, and it's always the enemies that you know best from your region that you are confident enough to really go up against them, because they've probably played like, what, 100 scrims against each other, versus like maybe from time to time they play regionally to invite, you know, the fellow brothers from different nations to be tagging along as well. So I think like in that essence, like it also solidifies their stance that, hey, I'm the best team from Malaysia. Hey, I'm the best team from Indonesia. So there's always that kind of talking point as well. So at this moment, I think like no holds barred. It's Spoink Donkey that gets all the say right now. eArena kind of closely joining in the foray up against XSOPHERE as well. So this is interesting.
You know, what I loved about EA yesterday is the fact that you have players like Joker and Sakura that just love playing so close, very in your face. When they swing, they play at the very edges of the circle, rush out, spray you, and then just, you know, just fade away into the smokes once again. That is fun to watch. And I think that's why they're one of my favorite teams to see as well. They're so skirmishy, they're very, very messy, and that's the kind of fights that I enjoy watching in this game. Regardless, here, EA, they need to find a way to get into the area. Ryan is not safe anymore, especially with the blue zone, and I think they want to go hunting. I'm pretty sure they had been watching RQ and XSOPHERE fight for quite some time. That was very decisive. Walk up, shoot you in the face, Neki. Wow. I don't think Neki was expecting that at all.
Yeah, it was just one quick tap and then he's out. Like, he's not even able to respond to that level of swiftness coming in from the side of eArena. And now even Glue is getting involved as well. How many teams want to battle in Ryan? Is it because of that recall point that they're all looking for? But it doesn't seem to be the case. Everybody's gatekeeping each other. And I think like these teams, they know the drill. They just want to fight wherever it will be.
You know, I'm looking at the picture for Glue right now while we wait for these fights. Listen, Glue, if you're listening, if there's an interview, can you answer this question for us? What made you decide to swap out from your Power Rangers outfit last season to this,
I don't know if it's
I don't know,
guard,
security guard,
police?
traffic police. Yeah. Please enlighten me. I need to know the answer. You gave us the lore last season with the Power Rangers. Can you give us the lore this season about this one?
I'm not too sure. For a moment, I also thought that it looks like, you know, a delivery rider as well. So maybe they're looking
It's like a crop top a little bit, no?
Yeah, that's the thing. But it's so unusual, but I absolutely digging it.
It's fun. They're a very fun team. If you listen to the interviews, the owner as well, they're very funny. They're a very funny bunch. And speaking of funny bunches, that's EA. Going to be the funny. Look at the disrespect they do every time they throw out a throwable, right? It's like EA was just waiting for it. They can kind of, I don't know whether they see it or they time it. They see a utility hand. They're like, you know what? I don't care. Swing. Dead.
Yeah. And they just do it so cleanly, right? Like, they were already taking the best guess possible. Like, oh, this is the kind of trajectory. I've tried it 100 times in training mode. And just like that, eArena really strike gold by just eliminating these two targets out of Exosphere.
And it's just two players, right? Oh, spoke too soon. There we go. Glue got their revenge. good calls. Good calls. But the thing about eArena is that they're playing a 2-2. We saw only Joker and Sakura there. I'm not too sure where the other two were. So I'm wondering if they were doing this thing where they... Oh, good night. We're a lot of road rage today. It's a great day for me. I love this stuff. But anyways, it's a question like, you know, did eArena say, hey, it's Rondo. We can just revive one another. Let's go for a 2-2 formation and just go fight together? Because it looks great. It works out very well in their favor. Okay, Joker could just be the guy to avenge his teammate here. Especially since there's also that situation where HP is gonna go down. Ooh, what a shot to the head there. It was very, very good. Face spray. Joker falls. 2 more left. Nah, almost instant revive later for eArena. Oh, here's the EMP zone. We wanted to talk about it yesterday, right?
And that EMP zone, once again, for those who may not have spent too much time inside of Rondo, if you're going to be using any electric vehicles or even some attachment like the laser sight, it won't be functional so long as you're in the EMP zone. So if you're in the middle of a fight and you're trying to skirt off with those EVs, better luck because you're staying put for that time being. Well, we're taking a look at even Team Flash, who's about a member out of Homebois MAQNA. It doesn't seem like Brill has any form of backup. I'm wondering whether if that's going to be a separation coming in from these members. And looking at this situation, it's going to be Limboy that was caught out first and foremost. And it doesn't seem like they have too much cover. So this is a very tricky situation for the Malaysian squad.
I would love for Homeboys to be just a little bit more confident. You know, I think that they do have the capability to play a bit more aggressive. Oh my god, Mariel playing with fire here. I think he can make... Yeah, there go. That's the smokes I want to see. Should give him a bit of space to work with. Just really move his way forward. Should be able to meet up with his teammates right now. They do have a lot of space here. I'm not too sure what the plan is. Oh, okay. I kind of understand now here. They want to be able to bring back their teammates. It's 1, but they're sandwiched. This is a very dangerous situation. You do not want to go out as a 4. You want to have at least 1 person going in to that revival point. But I don't think that they're going to have access to it at all, especially since Bao is just going around, sniffing them out. Homeboys, they have to pray to God that someone decides to third party to them, or they need to be able to get a pick off and then swing and then just move away from the area.
Yeah, it's so problematic for Reels because as much as he wants to defend himself, there's realistically nowhere he could actually run towards because he's got no vehicles to really run for the kills at the very same time. So you got to give kudos to the rest of Team Flash because they've been positioning themselves all across the kill side to really lock him in this forward position that it is rather difficult for him to really find any form of angles to even trade back. So Real forced to actually hide right behind these tiny walls. And Bose, he's just really going to be hunting out for some of all these pickoffs. So good start so far coming in from the side of Team Flash. Despite it not being as flashy as what we saw over in North Point where eArena was just farming numbers, RRQ as well. These guys are all about the aura farming, I would say.
Good call. Yeah, I like that. Okay, here we go, VPE. This is interesting. I think one of the most curious things I want to know about VPE was how exactly are they gonna fare without Tony K? I think Tony K was like one of the faces, the cores for the team, right? With Tony K stepping away, Does it change the dynamic? Does it make them a little bit more less aggressive? And Flash, okay, Tops nearly falls there. I love this tag team formation here. Homeboys weren't able to do anything. I think they were in a stalemate for a while, but they said, you know what, let's just have me do a drive-by. And once, you know, they're just tunnel visioned on me, you just spray him from above. And I think it's great when it comes to teamwork. It's just these small micro situations that really makes a team a team.
Yeah, I really love that, you know, everybody plays their part in all these kind of battles, and how coordinated Team Flash actually looks in this kind of situations as well. It's just telling us really good signs about this current squad, and there's just barely any damage that's actually done towards them. Meanwhile, it's the Saber now looking to deal some blows up against the rest of Vampire Esports, just trying to move their way across. But ever since they heard those gunshots, they say, you know what, perhaps we could commit to this fight rather than the tail away from that situation. Meanwhile, back towards RQ as well as Blue, it seems like they've taken a while inside of the blue zone, but they've yet to fully sell the scores, and now this is a perfect opportunity for X's.
Nice nade forward here. Both Glue as well as EA are in trouble, but Moorman at the very least here gets the pickoff. I don't think the rest of eArena can actually go for the pickup for their teammates. I think they just have to go and pick him up at the recall point. A lot of teams still very much here in the blue zone. This is a slower rotation than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday I think we only had like 2-3 teams that were a little bit more late to the rotations. The rest were all very much middle. I'm wondering if it's a lot of respect coming through, or just the what's the word here? The lack of information on which team is already you know, rotated inside, and which team they're willing to take fights outside.
Yeah, I think the very sole reason why a lot of all these teams are spending time fighting in the cities that are located on the outskirts is because there's only limited recall points that they can actually go for inside city, while that brand new circle that just appeared is in no man's terrain. So they really have to farm those numbers on the outskirts and put themselves at risk by doing so. And RQ has been the biggest benefactor. 7 points already throughout the span of those skirmishes, and they still walk out with all 4 members intact. So that's great. I think they farmed just about enough. They can now play for a priority of the placements instead. XSOPHERE, they spend a little too long as they bleed out to the blue zone, while Sinboy is giving chase, but most likely than not, he's just trying to stay afloat with a couple of attacks over on his vehicle already.
City Alliance, oh god. I think they were just a little bit too overzealous, took too long here. They got super pressured. This brute force method getting into that circle is very high risk, and I really think that City Alliance is paying with their lives here. They got one knocked out already, the other one bleeding to death. I don't know if they're in a position to still go and pick up their teammates. How far away is that recall point is what I'm very, very curious to see. But over on the kill feed, we're seeing many players drop like flies, excuse me. We're seeing a lot of different fights and skirmishes happening all around that map as well. As now, nice nade comes onto Manzi as well. Tops will be on the receiving end this time, and Manzi, he's not gonna get away scot-free either. Quick trades abound by Team Flash.
Yeah, 1-for-1 at the very least. Ryan now trying to hold down the line. He's the last member standing, and the rest of them swarming in. And this is just not going to quite cut it for Ryan. Barely having enough cover. Those deflates are also flying really closely, just hoping to settle the scores right here, right now. Talon above the hill as well, where Team Flash are eyeing on 2 targets at once.
Xavier, we haven't really heard a lot from them. I was expecting to go a little bit more ham this game compared to yesterday, but I still think that they have a different style of play in mind here. Still, they are as a 3 with BTR on the other end with a 4. They are at a man disadvantage, but one thing that we know about Xavier is that their individual brilliance really propels them forward. I am really worried about if, say, Parajin manages to take out space, he's able to just quickly isolate fights. He's really sharp with those sprays as well, and I think BTR is very aware of that.
They definitely do, but now with 3-1 formation, it's going to be a very vital role for Razy to really hold down the line to get that first contact being done. And well, Lazarus, aka Schweppes, still back at it here, being one of the top fraggers of Thailand, and now he's charging upwards to really find a little bit more of that avenue up against the rest of MVKE, who's hugging by the corners of the hills. But they couldn't really find a clear glimpse on Superman. If there's anyone to really clutch it when dire situations, it's always been Superman. So they cannot afford to slip up against this Vietnamese roster as MVKE. They've been renowned to really turn fights around.
It's not the easiest terrain either to work with, if you ask me. And now they have to move forward into that circle. You have to climb the terrain or go around it. I think going around it is going to be a lot more annoying because it's such a longer rotation. If you go topside, you're able to hold on to it. At the very least, you can have, you know, a semblance of idea. People rotating in, you can go for those long-range pickoffs. But at the same time, if the circle shifts away one more time, getting off, also another problem to worry about.
It definitely is a very, very sticky area for them to really even look for certain spots to really plant themselves safely. As you can already tell, Vampire Esports are relying on some of all these flat grounds for at the very same time. At least they get a little bit more elevation as compared to Hill Esports, where they're sitting over the bottom end, and Gui is already getting tagged by the head. Looking a little worrisome. I mean, they also need to care about MVKE, who's still waiting around the corners. They have yet to make big decisions because you talked about that zone being a little further away. Hill Esports, they want out. They don't really want to fully commit to the battle. They go back on wheels as they try to ditch this vicinity. And Kazorix, against debuting this season, try to find a way to navigate across without getting caught. Richard X pulls down the line. But his vehicle's also getting burned up as well by doing so.
VOIN doing the most as they did yesterday here, as AZ is now in trouble. Their first game not going the way they really want to, running away with their lives. AZ doesn't have a single point yet in their hands. With only one player left here, it might just be elimination. He's barely alive right now, but somehow manages to book it away. What a goat, man. How is he able to do this? But he's not down out of the woods yet. Oh my god, spoke too soon. Potato had been marking him for quite some time. VOIN will be getting the elimination. They have 5 elims in the bag already. And most importantly, AZ going out of Rondo with no points is a heartbreaker.
Wow, Bella really making it work. Taking 2 members out to go. Vikings now down to 1 member only. Trang, he's hoping not to get spotted, but he's trying to fight back as well. Mela tries to retrieve a vehicle because the zone is already hurting them for a whole lot. BTR further commits to this fight up against the rest of these Savior. The nades are looking sublime towards the direction of Levi's, and it's gonna be Zuxi that does make claims. Parajin as well, Shin right now to try to defend. Zuxi soaks a lot of damage. It's gonna be a 1 for 2 instead. Now, Parajin for the cleanup. Can he actually call his shots here up against Crazy? Vexy is a little further away, and this push might just be something for the Savior.
Parajin manages to secure that first point here. I think that he's understanding that the other members of BTR are busy with that reset, so he's gonna be able to bring his teammate back into the game once more. Zuxi is still very low, so he's gonna play a little bit more further out. And now, D Xavier holding 2 different sides of this warehouse, and that's good. It allows them just crossfire off each other. It allows for a nice little double swing when it comes to the layers of aggression as well. And BTR, they understand this. They do not want to cross that meat grinder. So for now, they're gonna tuck themselves back, hope for D Xavier to peek out before they initiate anything.
Yeah, it's also very risky for BTR. It's for them to really set foot into the warehouse. If they go on open grounds, there is Talon across the corner holding the hillside, looking towards that direction as well. Big nades now towards the rest of Hill Esports. Team Flash so far playing superbly clean so far with 6 eliminations in the bag without even risking themselves all too much. Now the definitely sets in. The Molotov clipping onto Parajin. Not quite enough to take him down just yet, but Shin's holding the deep angle, which they will have to check when they dive right into the warehouse.
Oh no, the micro angle will be abused and Parajin will be in trouble. One more play to worry about right now. He's playing the corner to perfection, but these double swings a bit much as well. If they triple swing him, it is the end, and that's exactly what happened. The Xavier ending this game with no points at all. I am in shock.
Me as well. I mean, they were really taking that fight in good strides, but they kind of take a little too long, and they got themselves pretty much boxed up by the rest of BTR. While we go back to Vampire Esports as they clear out Talon by pushing up the hill. But there's still more fishes to fry. Hill Esports just across the corner, and it's gonna be Vexio robbing the scene. He's had enough. He's been tagged all along, and now he's sure to demolish the vampires in broad daylight.
It's traded though. Oh, that nade. Scary one for Zuxi. Probably had the scare of his life. Vampire Esports waiting for it as well. Gonna throw another one forward. This time around a bit too wide. Both teams lie in wait as the blue zone shifts. And it's a very, very hard zone because there's so many teams shifting from that southern side here. As everyone fighting for their lives to get into the area, this is going to be a big problem. As BTR just spraying and praying, Flash also taking it the brunt of that damage. Anything that moves, BTR shoots.
Wow, perfect timing with the emergency covers as well coming from Team Flash for them to protect themselves, but it is barely enough cover because the rest of BTR going in for the swing. BTR by Vitality right now gets the upper hand from the hillside. They get all the glimpse, but can they trade back? Razy right now going for that reload. They need to spot them out very swiftly. They managed to pin one down, but from the back! Oh, it's gonna win! That gets the trade done.
I love how Flash is playing this terrain. They have so many layers in terms of different elevations right now. Yeah, it's a disadvantage, but somehow they know when to push forward here. Win barely alive from the initial shot. And Vexy follows up. Huge stuff coming through, securing that pickoff. And VOIN will take away Glue, but the fight in front of us is not done yet because Baus is still putting in the damage. He rushed forward. Win, what the heck is that? You just rushed through. You are barely alive just now, but somehow you are the one to win it and clean up this fight.
It's just insane. 11 points already for Team Flash, and I don't remember a single moment they even went in for those recalls. And they just demolished them. They held down the line. You saw that high ground was just perfect for the side of BTR, but they leave themselves vulnerable because they go in one after another. And now it is going to be each side's now having a little bit of a reset. Finally, the dust has settled for a little bit more. VOIN still left with 3 members out there with 7 points. But right upon them is going to be the rest of eArena. Still having Joker as well as Tourniquet holding by the towers. Well, RRQ so far, they've been dominating from the north and now got a great hold in the zone.
Curious. With VOIN on 7, RRQ already on 9. I think RRQ yesterday was the team to start off Rondo huge, right? They were taking fights left, right, center, a lot of aggression coming in. But it's a little bit more, I wouldn't say it's reserved. I think it's a little bit more controlled today compared to yesterday. They want to make sure that they can actually clinch that chicken dinner because it was denied from them. As you look at Flash, like you mentioned there, Contra, you know, it's just so great seeing them. They didn't really bring in teams back in the game. They were just all guns blazing. Losing 2, it doesn't really matter because individual wise they're so confident in their own gunplay. They have a nice, I would say, chemistry going on here where you have, you know, say Baus being the guy to just take that first contact pick, distracting everyone, and Win coming in from the other end just being the backstabber. It's so fun seeing them. Look at their positions right now. They have a nice elevation to work with, but in this situation when you're only as a 2, you're sandwiched between 2 different teams, you gotta really think about how you want to approach these fights.
Yeah, and they really have to worry about getting in the zone as well. And CD Alliance is just holding them back ever so slightly. Jet Voss right now with a long-range shot connecting towards the members of VOIN Esports. Zeta only relying on those smokes for cover for the meantime. He's got a nifty AUG in hand, and here comes the charge coming from the rest of VOIN Esports onto Joker as well. 30K, the nades almost perfect, and it does flip. Somehow, Constant stays surviving.
eArena, you don't want to challenge their CQCs! And EA, it was their fight to lose. They did not have the advantage of surprise, but eArena, they had SOPs in place on how exactly to deal with teams that are just super aggressive rushing them as well. Regardless, they are in a very dangerous disadvantage. 1 man left standing, barely alive, is gonna be able to get those top ups, so he's gonna be able to go back into tip-top shape. My curiosity is more of like how RRQ is going to be dealing with this. They have all the advantage in the world. They have a lot of utilities to work with as well. And they decided to deal with Flash first. 1 member still very much alive. Bows out. And the other as well follow. And eArena here, Joker against the 4. It feels like formality, but Joker could make it at least a little bit more painful. Take away a point or 2 in the bag before you go down. Why not, right?
Yeah, and this is just going to be the last stand coming from Joker, and just like that with the Molotov, he should be able to secure it. Joker finding that perfect spot for him to stay cool for the moment. Now they're going for a 1v1.
What a
GANYANG with a
shot.
jump shot seals the deal for RRQ's first ever chicken dinner for this season's PMSL.
And this is what RRQ wanted yesterday. They were denied. And now, look at them coming into today saying, you know what? We're so upset. Look at the emoji there. Upset. They didn't get the chicken dinner on Rondo yesterday. And finally today, they did it. And regardless of whether or not they did get a chicken dinner yesterday, they were a team one of the teams that's just so consistent throughout the entirety of the day in terms of eliminations, in terms of placement points. I think we had a brief conversation yesterday as well about their performance this season. A little bit better when it comes to, making decisions, moving together as a squad, and most importantly, their communication. They wrote there, our communication is truly impressive, and I think this is what they really want to hold on to. But that shot from GANYANG, disgusting. I need a shower after seeing that, man.
Yeah, I mean, you were asking for fights from the get-go. It was RRQ that actually delivers that first fight, and they never stopped fighting. From the very start, we saw Lapart getting involved a whole lot, and then towards the late game, it's a lot more to do with Nepeko, GENOTH, as well as GANYANG. They all work in the perfect trifecta in order to really score all these big numbers, and my. We can also take a look at so many different teams like eArena, who's been impeccable with their grenade tosses, and on the other section as well, we've seen a whole lot going on. This is also BTR's best one so far, so things are looking really, really good for all the veteran teams that have been involved from day one, and now in day two's Group B, it's just got a whole lot more exciting.
GANYANG, my god, this guy, the new addition to the team, I don't know what it is about him, but he's giving a different kind of aggression. It's not the very reckless kind of aggression. It's not like a Rosemary kind of aggression where it's very dominating, but you could tell there's a lot of confidence coming from him. He ended the game just now, taking a nap. And you know what? Let the story tell you of what happened here in the highlights.
It was the King of Kings that delivered a royal fluster in Rondo, where they've been aura farming. They've been really giving us even those high jumps to be able to secure themselves their first win. And look at all the damage being done, not only by RQ, Team Flash, they look clean as ever. They didn't go for those revives, but they've been able to even top the high scores of the amount being set by RRQ, while eArena has been also trailing right behind RQ the entire time into the top 4 as well.
Man, it's great to see, Team Flash has come into today, guns blazing. I think you mentioned just now, I don't think they got a revive at all onto their teammates, right? They just went in even as a 2 all the way till the end. I'm wondering whether this was, they forgot, maybe it's because it's such a new mode, right? It's such a new map, excuse me, that, they just forgot that they're able to do that, or it was just too hectic. They decided, you know what, forget it, let's just go fight till the end. Whatever it is, it's just crazy stuff. But RQ here, GENOTH will be the guy to look out for with 6 eliminations and a 30% team contribution. I think that when you look at team contributions, it's really easy to say, like, what a player brings to the table. I think that everyone in RQ did their job very, very well. Surviving as a 4 all the way till the end is a very, very impressive feat. Yeah, they lost. I think it was pretty rough in the beginning. They lost 3 players, you know, barely even making it to that revive, that recall point. But hey, GenFoss rallied. GenFoss got all 4 back into the server, and all 4 said, okay, it's time to lock in now and just collect those eliminations. 15 is the collection of eliminations they got. You plus that up with the rank points, 25 points, just really propelled them forward. And I think all eyes are on that that benchmark that Alter Ego set yesterday.
Yeah, it was flying colors that they've been able to reap. It was like, 33 points, 36 points? I lost count, honestly, but of course, we can always check the bots for that. While RQ right now setting the benchmark here for day 2 is looking absolutely sublime. I think like what really matters for those who are playing from Group C is that they need those maximum results, because tomorrow onwards, they won't be involved in the group stages anymore. This being their very final day, these teams are absolutely pushing it till the very end. But as much as Alter Ego is not being involved today, their records have not been smashed just yet. But VOIN as well as RQ, they're trolling closer and closer. Especially VOIN, they should be able to do it within a span of 1 round or 2. Whereas RQ, this has been a big leapfrog for them. With 1 chicken dinner, they push all the way up to the 3rd spot.
And VOIN, despite all efforts, barely even making it, only 3 points away from overtaking Alter Ego. This is huge for them as well, I think, because, you know, when you look at Alter Ego, the amount of eliminations they have, it's really terrifying. Because for me personally, that tells a lot of the story on what the team is looking for. It's definitely not a chicken dinner. Yeah, placement points, but more on those kills. Now, looking over into the 16th place right now, NST at the very bottom of the overalls here with 52, still maintaining that 15th place spot. As the rest of the teams, I'm not surprised that we're seeing a lot of these teams dropping today, especially with addition of new teams coming into the game. But I think a lot of people are like wondering, okay, now that these new teams just dropped into the game, how far in can they really, you know, chase in terms of playing catch up? What's the mindset like? And for teams that are not playing today, this is gonna be an idea of what to expect tomorrow. And for groups that have played yesterday, how far do we have to go to really put ourselves over at the top? RQ, I think that they've done a phenomenal job keeping themselves at the top. But what about the rest? What about teams like 5-2, like HBME? You know, the teams that are, I would say, just struggling right now, that hasn't really been able to find that foothold.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot of all these questions to be answered, like you've just asked early on. And then when it comes down to especially Group C strugglers that you've just pointed out, 5-2, they need so much to be done alongside with Homebois, MAQNA, Esports in order to maybe find that qualification into that Super Weekend. And then you have Team Flash, you know, they've been able to just really beat their records within 1 span of a round. So this is already red alert for some of the Malaysian teams who have not gotten those big points from yesterday. But so far, things are looking very good for those coming in from the side of Group B. CD has got some big numbers. The only one struggling was AZ Slumber. Yet again, I guess this was pretty much the experience that was lacking for the side of AZ Slumber. This being their very first time playing inside Rondo, I think like they definitely need to make certain adjustments if possible. So I really hope that they will be able to at least feel a little bit more comfortable when they move back into this back-to-back rounds of rank.
You know what's really funny? Maybe they're still slumbering. Maybe they haven't woken up yet. You know, it's only map 1. It's their first game, you know, give them kind of some slack, right? Anyways, while we wait for AZ Slumber to wake up, we're gonna be talking a little bit more about what to expect on version 4.0. It's super smooth. So for you guys who are really struggling to have the game running properly, you guys saying your frame drops dropping, you're lagging, it's overheating, you know, batteries running out too fast. A lot of these problems have already been addressed in the latest patch. So if you guys are at home and you guys are wondering, okay, should I be updating the game? Yes, you should. You should absolutely be updating the game. And if you're not playing the game because your phone is a potato and can't run it, try again, because probably this patch would be the patch that allows you to play.
That's right. Finally, you'll be able to really run things smoother than ever. And if all else fails, you know what to do. Go upgrade your phone to the POVA 7 Ultra. Other than that, we do have the Spooky Soiree that's available in PUBG Mobile 4.0. So you can definitely check out all of these cool events as well as latest happenings inside of the client itself. All you really have to do hit that update and check out, brand new game modes, brand new maps involved, and, bring your friends along. Check out some of all these cool cosmetics as well, because there's so much being offered from September to October with 4.0.
Speaking of September, there's also something else happening this month. Yeah, a collaboration with G-Dragon homies, where the launch days are happening on PC September 10th, console 18, and mobile on the September of 19th. So for us, obviously, we're going to be checking it out on the 19th as well. We're not too sure what's going to be launched. I hope it's a song plus a really cool skin. Maybe a cool dance move emote. Who knows, right? But anyways, if you guys are going to be playing it soon and making content, hashtag PUBG XGDragon. PUBGM, excuse me, XGDragon is the hashtag to look out for. And who knows, we might just feature your content.
Yeah, I really do hope that, they give us a little bit of that Ubermensch kind of attire inside the game as well. I mean, hopefully that was what's going to be happen on top of all these cool stuff that G-Dragon's going to be providing to all of us out here, scoring chicken dinners and looking hella awesome, just like GD himself. So that aside, of course, I think other than GD looking good, all these teams today, they look fire. I mean, RRQ continuing their spree from yesterday's great runs inside Miramar is just really hauling all these massive points, which is what was required for them to make it into that super weekend. But would you dare say that their position has been solidified already?
RQ, I think they're pretty much safe. I mean, in that top 16. Remember, group stages in terms of positioning doesn't really mean anything. Your positions in the super weekend means a lot more. So long as you're in that top 16, you're pretty much safe. You make it to that super weekend, you try to get as many points as you can. And for you guys who don't know the super weekend, day 1 is where you collect points. Day 2, you get the same amount. There's the first place points plus 10, and then a chicken dinner means the end of the game. So you can go up to, I believe it's I think 8 maps, 10 maps, 9 maps. Around that ballpark.
8 maps.
Yeah, around that ballpark. And I think the first time last season when we saw Smash Rule, it was a maximum of 8, and all 8 maps were played. Games ended in the middle of the night. That was fire.
Yeah, and I really do want to see who will be the most consistent out of all the many names out there. I think VOIN Donkey has definitely proven themselves. I gotta get used to calling them VOIN Esports right now because, they rebranded again. So, yeah, it's just a roll off the tongue. But VOIN, I mean, these boys, last round, they still managed another top 4 performance despite, not scoring another big fat WWCD. I think it is understandable that they've done just about enough from those couple of all these rounds that they did play out. So hopefully, other teams can catch up.
I mean, yesterday, VOIN did do a shuffle in the roster last map, where you got to see a really big change in dynamic on Miramar as well. I think for them, at this point, when you're already that far ahead, and also points don't really matter unless your teams that really want to, solidify your number 1 spot, just really be the kings of the group stages. Sure, why not, right? But in this situation, when you've solidified yourself, this is where you want to get your 5th player or 6th player to come into the game, get a bit more of that tier 1 experience as well. Maybe even become the spoil spot for the lower ranked teams. I'm more curious about that one because for Group C, I believe it's their last day today. So the ones at the top 3, I think they're fine. I'm more curious about the number 16 till number 12, which is going to be very competitive because one group is day 1 and another group is not playing.
Yeah, and now that you actually brought that up, I think the only signs of life coming from the PMC teams, it was from Thailand. XSOPHERE, they were also getting themselves involved in all those early fights. Getting that reset was absolutely vital for them to even try to score a little bit more of all these eliminations altogether. So they were actually getting themselves a healthy margin. So they do have a very solid chance as compared to 5-2, as compared to what we saw coming from Homebois, which clearly seemed to have struggled because they weren't really fully confident in fights. And for Homebois' part, they were fully locked out by Team Flash that it wasn't even easy for them to even squeeze any space to run away into a point where they could just bring their teammates alive. So that being said, I hope that, they make those kind of adjustments now that, they don't have to worry about, going for some of all these callbacks of all your teammates, because now going back to Wrangle is going to be something that everybody's going to be familiar with. But now with all the other fresh faces coming from Group B, that's where, you know, they had to make another shift of plans, because whatever went well or went bad coming from day one, it might not even apply hitting this day two.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a team that dominating VOIN, that all three air angles you have dominated, I think a lot of teams definitely put a mark on their backs, like a target, right? I'm not saying they're going to eliminate them, but they are definitely going to be pulling up the VODs, keeping a close eye on where they're rotating, and figuring out whether or not they want to do the same rotations to where VOIN is. Regardless, for me personally, I think that because they are getting heavily scrutinized, that's why I'm not putting them into my top 3 teams to focus. Hale, I would say historically does pretty well on this map. The Xavier still hasn't got a chicken dinner, and RQ started off really strong today.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, RQ, they just won that chicken dinner, right? And on my list as well, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have been traditionally big winners in the map of Erangel as well. So I'm kind of eyeing on to them to be able to really deliver results. Earlier in the past map, they were also in top 5. And I'm really glad that you brought out Hale, because, you know, there were seasons that they missed and they once again make a return this time around.
Yeah, and I think that when you are away from the scene for a while, yeah, I mean, you're playing on other stages as well, but you really get to just kind of like simmer down, kind of like, what's the word? Not melodramatic. What's the word when you had to marinate? There you go. You have to marinate a little bit, really figure out what you want to do, rebrand, restructure. And now there's question marks, right? Come into the game and no one knows what to expect from you. This is when you really want to strike. This is where you can catch a lot of teams off guard. And for Hale, this could be the best time to do so. XSOPHERE, you mentioned this is one of the teams that came in from tier 2, and I have to say, XSOPHERE is doing a phenomenal job. I mean, granted, they have played in the bigger stages before. The experience they've gotten, you can really tell that they've really taken whatever they've learned, honed it, made it into a very sharp blade, and they're actually rallying back against the bigger teams.
Yeah, they absolutely are doing so. It's just that day one, they were looking for a little bit more of that tempo as well. And I think finally they've been able to do so in that past round of Rondo, which is absolutely huge. And Dingoes were on the other side of the spectrum, because we last saw they were onto something when they tried to strike down BTR, but they kind of lost that altercation instead. So now that they move into Pachinki, always Pachinki, they should have a certain leeway moving around the map. And this being the final day for D-Savior, a lot of pressure are on them once more for D-Savior to really, truly claim that they are the very best of Vietnam.
They're so bright.
Wow.
Every time they're on the screen.
I love that he's here as yellow as well.
Oh, they're construction workers. I figured it out, guys. They wrote there, if you need to build a house, call us. I will call you, Glue. I need you to build me a house made of chicken dinners. That's what I want to see.
Chicken dinners?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that attract like a lot of carnivores to really...
And they will fight them. They will fight them. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Ah, now I understand where you're coming from with that sentiment. Now, I want to see, can they build their way to a win now that we're moving into Wrangle for round 2?
Ooh, this is gonna be fun, especially since VOIN was the team to completely dominate all 3 air angles yesterday. And on top of that, right, I'm calling it domination because they survived as a 3-man to 4-man at the end. So in terms of their playstyle, their rotation, they definitely know this map, front, left, front, right, and center. But at the same time, VODs are around, guys. They're probably getting heavily scrutinized here. I wouldn't be surprised if teams said, you know what, let's not cross paths with VOIN. Let's leave them alone and meet them at the very end. Or maybe, if you are that confident, a hot drop to just knock them out early, just really cripple them early so they don't go super aggressive later, also could be super fun.
Yeah, it could potentially be the case, but I think more often than not, a lot of teams from SEA, they've already settled some of all these location disputes through scrims already, so they'll be a little bit more mindful, a little bit more respectful at the very same time. Whereas, when you take a look at the islands, I mean, Boing Donkey, who else will they be joined by? It's going to be TALON Esports that's somewhere in between both Novo as well as the Millibay, so... I guess like it's a even spread, so TALON could actually plot something up, and wow! It's a complete opposite of where the flight path is. That circle goes all the way up north that nobody really benefits. So BLUG, we talked about them trying to build something. I'm a little disappointed that none of them are named Bob in that essence, but regardless of the situation, they are in for this fight, and Madsen goes in for the trade, gets the first knock onto the members of BLUG.
Oh, it's aggressive as ever here. 5-2, trying to rally back. Manzi, bare life. This guy, right, Manzi, he's been doing a big splash in that first game. Right now, nice straightforward alongside Ryan. Ryan as well, another stellar player from the team. And being able to take down GLUG this early, this is a big W for them. Because in terms of points, they are lacking. And you can tell that they're really looking to play catch up. Still, Hexa still very much up here. Noel needs to be picked up. So they need to make something happen and fast. All four alive and running. Ryan rallies together. And Hazard also will fall. Helton dropping down right at the nick of time. And GLUG, they're going to be going out without any points.
I guess we hyped them a little too much. And 5-2, they absolutely made it rain from above. Speaking of making it rain, it's going to be Hale hurling those grenades over the top side. We see multiple members of AZ Slumber being lowered down. But now is it going to be a full push, though? Richard X to actually pave a passage while Brian holds down the stairwells. This is not going to be an easy task for them to really make a clean entry because all four members of AZ stacked all the way up there by the addicts.
Hale can just, you know, make it a hail of pain. Throw the util up there. Bounce some nades, mollies as well, just to really flush them out. I think Brian is anticipating this, rushes forward. This is not the right play, but he swings and he wins his. But Hale, you can always rely on them to trade back quickly. His teammates were just not close enough to play spoil sport. As Pazorix is gonna meet the full force of the team. But his teammates make the inside of this compound a meat grinder. You can see how excited they were to be able to win this one. They're smiling so huge right now.
Yeah, they rightfully should be smiling, grinning widely with that massive win. I mean, you can see that some of the AZ Slumber members have been able to put some dent towards their squad as well. 2 dropping super low and 1 being absolutely deteriorated from getting a further journey into this battle. So it was a respectable finish at the very least for AZ Slumber to still walk away with a point intact. Whereas for 5-2 Esports, they barely have any meds after winning that scuffle over onto the course of Gatka and now hoping to score themselves a little bit of loot by traversing into Rozak. But you know who's inside Rozak right now? It is BIGETRON by Vitality. So I don't think this is going to be an easy
don't
task.
do it!
Helton,
Helton, don't do it! Helton, turn away! Don't do this! I'm like, just, you know, supporting, excited for the underdogs, man. I am still so shocked that they survived as a 4. My God! They're limping, they're barely alive, but all 4 intact in that scuffle? That's crazy!
Very, very crazy. And hopefully there's still a couple of first aids that's not being looted by BTR for them to be able to, you know, lick up their wounds for the moment. I think BTR, in essence, they weren't exactly looking for a fight as well. They were getting themselves a better location all the way forward up towards the shooting range as well, which FaZe is being tasked to scout out ahead. Now, taking a look at the rest of the field as well, MBK so far playing very steadily, and this was that explosive fight, and Richard, he got that perfect funnel, and he, with that beautiful swing, they just went roaring straight across to the faces of AZ Slumber.
But honestly, that fight between GLUG and AZ could have gone anyway. It was just barely by the skin of the teeth, their wins. And, you know, I feel like, you know, of course, emotions going to run high, especially when you're out of the game this early into the game, right? I mean, for AZ, this is their 2nd time getting knocked out early today as well. I mean, granted, they still have another, you know, another 4 maps today and another 6 tomorrow. So they're not necessarily out of time. But in terms of morale, you're coming onto the big stage. There are expectations. I feel like, you know, I hope that they're not taking this too hard on themselves. It's okay to take your time to just really learn from it and just move on and get a bit more stronger, because you did mention before, Contra, that AZ is a team with such high potential.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show, right, on that previous fight, which they have almost won. So it is still no egos being bruised overall. I mean, sure, they will be soaking in this current moment where they've made a couple of mistakes that they will have to make certain adjustments. So at least there's plenty of time before they actually move into the next game. So that could be a reprieve. Meanwhile, taking a look at the rest of the field, though, VOIN Donkey, since they started off inside of the middle base, of course, they are highlighted in the blue zone, alongside with Talon to also opt to wander around for a little bit longer than to actually rush into the mainland instead. So, not too sure if they will be bridge camping or so, but if there's going to be any bridge camp, it will be Talon to have that kind of priority. XSOPHERE, out of all the PMSL teams so far, they have been the ones thriving above the rest. As much as I say, I put the word thriving, they're still somewhere in the middle pack, 11th spot with 23 points. They've completed 6 rounds from yesterday, last round being the 7th. I still think that there's still much more to be done here.
This is a very hard circle as well. It's northern side circle on top of that as well, and the flight path was all the way southern side, which means there's going to be a lot of, late rotators. You can see the amount of teams still hanging around in that blue. Oh no, Malaysian team curse strikes again as Ryan falls. That'll be 1 point for Homebois there. It's Helton and Munzi so far apart. Kido as well. Helton is just buying some time here as Meryl is quite low. So there is going to be that red alert sound, right? Meryl takes the full force of that nade, barely alive as well, decides to play together as a team as Helton and Manzi will rendezvous with one another. This is huge because they have a 2-man hold onto one compound, and Kido, if he's able to stay a little bit more hidden and quiet, could potentially find a nice big angle to work with if his teammates can pull away the attention.
Yeah, and this fight means a whole lot more towards 5-2. They are still leaps and bounds below Homebois. About 10 points in particular for this moment, while Helton holding himself fine inside of all these shacks. They're kind of segregated though, which is a little worrisome, but they do have a little bit of that zone to work around 70. So this fight will continue on all the way up north as they have yet to really break open this form of switcheroo that they're going up and about. So Shamils is also getting deeper involved, and that nade was what was necessary for them to go in for the flood.
Homebois, this is their fight to win. They want to be able to secure it all the way till the end. Helton just buys a lot of time. Gonna just slowly make his way upwards. Did not drop down quite yet. Trying to find a big opening for Kido, but Kido, I'm pretty sure that he's already been spotted off over at yellow. So if anything, he's in trouble. Yep, knocked down already as the rest of the team just follows through here. An unfortunate situation for 5-2 because it was a good start for them, but it's definitely not how they wanted it to end this early.
At least they walk away with 4 points altogether in this round itself, so they will still be able to really carry a little bit more of that fighting spirit altogether. Now, them sitting at 15 spots, still very uncomfortable, especially with the rest of Group B, who is putting those big numbers today. Vampire Esports, they will be looking to take this as a great opportunity for them to leapfrog all the way up towards that 14 spot or potentially catching up to 15. Well, eArena, they've got themselves into a really nice area, but sharing that location with them is MBKE. I don't think that they've been able to spot each other out fully, or else it will just be a full-on fight going on between the two. RQ, now moving right in, has already spotted out Kim on the outskirts. And it seems like Homebois don't even get to really get a good reset out of that previous fight that they've enrolled in. And Lapar is looking to secure the number right at this moment.
Such an unfortunate situation here. Kim has bought a lot of time. Lapar couldn't really find him quite yet. I think he's trying to see whether or not his teammate can actually come back and go for that pickup. The nade comes through here. I think Kim has actually moved himself away. No, that nade should clip. Yep, it does. It's one free kill for GENOTH there. As Limboy, he attempted, but in Malay say niat ada, but couldn't go through with it as well. So Homebois is gonna have to move forward with a 3. Now this circle is interesting because you do have a body of water right through the southern side of the area here, just separating Rozhok and the northern side. So teams have to choose whether or not they want to hang out on the northern side of the area or hang out around Rozhok or school. And I think it's such a 50-50 kind of like mix. I think, if anything, Xavier just planted themselves over on Rozhok. BTR just a bit more northern off that area from that Rozhok across that river as well. So if push comes to shove, if you want to go for that quick rotation, yeah, you can do so fairly quickly. BTR and DX are being very careful about it. With Flash as well, taking care of that bridge. It's a shift to the right now, which means that Flash, this is prime location for them.
Yeah, this is a perfect spot for them. Those couple of compounds that they've been able to seize is going to give them so much control. Whether if they're cutting in from Yasnap Pollyanna or even from the side of Rozhok, they got it all covered. So rather risky for teams to be able to even consider traversing through that highway, because that is going to be a big setup by Team Flash. That part Esports to make a call. I mean, they come in for the very far west. A lot of all these areas that are secluded, and right now DX they go charging up against the rest of CD Alliance. TODAK Luke alone inside of this bunker, and it doesn't seem like they've been able to trade back, even spotting out Jimmy from afar. That's 2 in a row for the Savior as they finally drop blood since they had a dismal run in Rondo.
Yeah, a lot of heartbreaks from them yesterday. They looked super stressed, especially when they hit the last few games, coming so close, never really getting the chicken dinner. But one thing's for sure though, when you go against a team, they're super sharp. It was so quick the way they eliminated the player of CD Alliance. They couldn't even shoot back. And this situation here, just now we saw that EA was just side by side with MVKE as well as VPE here. The circle has shifted. Both teams fighting for their right to be inside the area as MVKE waits for the team that's limping into the circle to just eat them up.
Wow, they're showing so much aggression coming out of eArena despite them being so far away. I mean, that goes to show that they're a team not to be messed with as well. RRQ right now getting the trade done, takes one member out of the side of Homebois MAQNA. Lapart now dropping a couple of these nades over onto the side of Limboy, and Rill also getting taxed as well. It's a 2-prong engagement coming in from the side of RRQ, and they're looking to wrap this one up. I believe they should be able to have a couple of deflates to throw right through. Not quite clipping just yet. Calling the entire cavalry to get this one sorted out. Ganyang soaking a lot of damage right there, but he still gets the knockdown. Comes a little bit of a switcheroo, and Rill will still be brought down. Skillful footwork out of RRQ, but the troubles are not ending just yet. It's gonna be TALON moving right across to challenge the rest of Team Flash, but they will be brought down to the knees. Axel still staying afloat, and the rest of Team Flash are absolutely battered. Tops looking to bail out as they know that this is a lost cause. TALON Esports, they go in swinging, and they absolutely want out the trade.
Oh man, what the heck was that fight here? I have to say, despite everything, they're still not out of the woods. I think that there's a lot of teams still keeping an eye out on them as well. But regardless of everything, the circle will go centralized. And look at the amount of teams on that southwestern area. VPE is there, EA is there, BTR is still becoming the gatekeepers. This 3-way fight is about to be joined by Xavier as well. The amount of map control on the southern side is huge. VOIN, northern side, they're looking for control. And you know what? They said, you know, we don't want northern side control. We want middle of the area. This is a wide open area. The only thing covering them is this tree line. I have to say, this is a very, very ballsy move in terms of positioning. But you know what? I think they're understanding how dangerous it is. They decided to take a fight onto Flash because why not, right? When you're so good, so aggressive, know how to play off each other like that, being able to swarm, why not just go in for this kill?
Yeah, they managed to also spot a clear angle as well. Potato now ring around the Rosie on his buggy as he's looking to see if there's going to be any other members of Team Flash. I mean, Tops is puffer fishing because he's acting like there is a full squad on his back, but they're not fools after all. VOIN Esports, they will take this fight. 2 members coming in, but he still gets the job done. But there's still 3 more to go. Can they actually pull a miraculous comeback? But that's not going to be the case. Seta, he found the angle through the window pane.
That's a crazy crossfade from inside the house and that corner as well. Disgusted. And I do realize that VOIN is still maintaining their sub into this game as well, which is why I would say it's great seeing them play this week, because they're trying to really hone that with their teammate. What a nade coming in. So knocked down Wunti. And for MVKE, they're stuck. What are you gonna do here? Break could make something happen. Lapar tries to go a bit more aggressive, but Break falls. It's a tag team situation for RRQ here. One hit goes up and the other just trades. And Lapar is always quick on that as well. Yeah, MVKE tried to do a bit more damage. Merpeko does go down, but they still managed to survive as a 3, which is, I think, the most important thing.
Wow, that was absolutely scary. You saw that last hand coming from Superman. He managed to actually get the double knocks right through. And now with the rival eArena, they capitalize on the situation. They get a knock out to Lepar and fall by the Pekko at the very same time. Beautiful maneuver out of eArena to send out the victors of Rondo.
Vampire Esports. This was a team that I was super curious about what the dynamic is going to be without Tony K. Yeah, their core mostly remains the same, but sometimes when you have a player that's just been like one of the core, the pillars of the team, I think it should shake their style of play just a little bit more than usual. Tiger outside, trying to move away from the hail of utility coming in, but Richard somehow accidentally nades his own teammate. And through those smokes, they rush forward here. VPE, they look ferocious right now. A very similar aggressive style play that we saw on eArena. But one thing's for sure though, for them, it's less about the surprise factor and more about how dominant they can be.
Yeah, it was an absolute dominating streak coming in for the rest of Vampire Esports, but the fight is not over yet with the rival of the Saber from the outskirts, trying to push up the hillside, but D-Saber knows the risk very well. They've played this 100 times before. They've just barely make it out of the blue zone, and now with the zone shifting further into VOIN's direction, they got better things to do than to actually pick up a fight. So they are having Lambo to really open up a little bit more of that wiggle room into zone. Ripple being caught out, and that is by BTR coming in from the other side of the compound.
Very patient here, BTR. This is a great compound just to be the gatekeepers. You have cover, you have micro angles to work with as well. And VPE here probably bitten off too much they can chew. They were dominant just now, but they can't seem to break into these defenses and aggression set out by BTR. As VPE, I think they're just gonna say, meow, I'm sorry, we can't pick you up here. We can buy some time, put some smokes on you, but I don't think we can pick you up. Stolen away from Eternity K, sorry, excuse me. As there's some VPE just waiting in the wings. I think what they're gonna do here is just wait for that blue zone to shift and try to explode into the circle, brute force their way in.
Yeah, beautiful caps coming from the side of XSOPHERE to really single out Mormon. With a single little toss of nade that will settle it just nicely. Well, Sakura's on the far end, eArena further being occupied early on as they try to make their entry right into the zone, and we're driving very closely. This is going to put him in a very risky position, but Lobby spots it very clear, like the skies out here in Wrangell, and it doesn't seem like he's been able to get that perfect track over onto the recalls of the M4, but he will try again regardless of the situation. XSOPHERE, they understand this north point very well, that there is that open terrain that is going to be fully exposed from the south, but they are really willing to run that risk. While Sakura going prone, getting himself covered with that buggy that's still intact. XSOPHERE can afford to play a little bit more aggressively if they want to, since they do have the hovercraft, and another team goes aggressive. It's going to be D-Saber now leading charge, and Levi's immediately dropped by Axel.
Axel was just so patient, played that corner to perfection here. Parajin is the one to save his life. Have to be aware that Boo Slayer is inside as well. Catches him! No! The reaction time coming in from this guy is phenomenal. D-Xavier in a very difficult situation. Two of the members and high impact members as well now downed. What's the play here? Against TALON on top of that, they were surviving as a 3, excuse me. And they were the ones to be able to get the upper hand in this fight. As Shin tries to put a bit of damage tracking, not quite there. TALON understanding that if they stay, they won't be able to make it out alive. They gotta know when to leave the area. Lambor marking them for quite a while here. It's a knock finally onto Boo Slayer. Disgusting shots. Look at how nicely accurate, excuse me, those sprays are.
Yeah, that was perfectly positioned right out there. Lambo Also really hard to catch since he's going proning as well. Boboho, aka Boo Slayer right now, joined Talon in this very season as the in-game leader as well to really shift the kind of pacing that Talon's currently playing so far, and they are making it into the top 7. Should be able to squeeze even more points, but they want to ensure that their safety comes first. There's still plenty of all these lurkers all across the field, and Razy's gonna be able to find one and punishes D-Saver as Lambo was too fixated on catching those members earlier out of Talon Esports.
VOIN. I mean, they've been making a big splash throughout the entirety of this game, but because they're in the middle of the circle, they don't feel the need that they have to go in for these forced fights compared to the other teams who are on the outer side here. BTR, they have a nice 2-1 formation with Vexy being the sole player just moving around that southern side trying to see whether or not he can get some pickoffs. I'm pretty sure they got the information that one of the compounds there has already been vacated, so they can come in from southern side, maybe take a fight against VPE, find Shin, the final member for D-Savior, or they could just try to rush forward, pass by VPE, play the middle side where there's barely enemy space to work with. Okay, there we go. That was pretty quick. Shin couldn't even survive that.
Yeah, they're just situated themselves in the middle of the fork road, so it is just rather tough for DX to even find any form of cover, being absolutely exposed to the rest of BIGETRON by Vitality. Just like that, 2 points acquired from the side of BTR. eArena now taking things a little slowly since there is a wall of Exosphere right across them as well. Now, BTR decides to lob a flurry of nades towards the side of Gui. Somehow he stays afloat, still being absolutely elusive in that shroud of smoke that he's provided for himself. But how much more can he actually take? As there's going to be more than 4 grenades tossed towards his direction. And somehow, happy feet, he stays afloat for just a couple more seconds before the final few manage to tag him out.
The rest of BTR right now getting mad active. It felt like that blue zone was the activator for their aggression. And Talon, yeah, they have access to this area. The smokes can only keep them at bay for the time being because everyone just spraying at them left, right, and center. That cover from the tower gives nothing as well as XSOPHERE with full control of the northern side of the circle, completely taking out the members of EA who are supposed to be comfortable and happy in the middle side.
Yeah, they were really looking for that cover. That is the gas station, but it is being preoccupied by VOIN, and they're stuck in between, allowing the rest of XSOPHERE to capitalize, and that grenade seals the deal. eArena, they bow out. Top 5, not quite enough for them to really bank in for more. But the journey continues on. VOIN Esports once again thrive, looking for another dinner, but now with them boxed right in, this is rather difficult to do, especially with the presence of BTR.
You can start to see the motivation come in from the teams that played yesterday. I could say momentum is still very much in their hands here as BTR getting active. They were the ones stuck outside the circle for quite some time, but they just activated, brute forced their way into the circle, and somehow they're just side by VOIN. Now the circle shifted northwards, both Indonesian teams out of that circle, and they're in a very, I would say they're a little bit more advantageous. They have a high ground, they have some terrains to work with compared to Talon right now, who's not only in the circle at the southern side, they're at the bottom side of the terrain and sandwiched between 3 different teams. And I think BTR realizes this and they want to try and go for this hunt. But if you want to go for this hunt, you better be ready for the onslaught of players and shots coming in from XSOPHERE from the northern side.
Yeah, they're feeling rather confident that they can actually seal the deal. It's only down to a chill. The trade somehow happens right there. Circle now favors XSOPHERE. They might be the first PNNC team to be able to secure a chicken dinner, but we have to hold that top for now. And that nade was absolutely pixel perfect. It depletes the entirety of what?
Wait, I think it's Talons. I think they may have accidentally overcooked the nade. Or maybe they bounced it the wrong way. Regardless, BTR tried to retake that space left behind by Talon, and it puts them in such a very vulnerable position. The amount of control XSOPHERE has on this northern side, the layers that are coming in as well, a nice 2-2 formation, 2-1-1, excuse me, makes it so hard for both its Indonesian teams to rotate northwards. XSOPHERE, putting in pressure for both these teams. Zeta is feeling it, Potato definitely feeling it as well, and they don't have the numbers advantage. BTR with only one man left standing, VOIN, one player bleeding to death, and for XSOPHERE, they're activated. They're trying to get a little bit more active and aggressive. These smokes doesn't matter, shoots through. I'm not too sure if they noticed where the teammates are. No, they do know. He was trying to use his teammate to just really bait out more players to come forward. I don't think they care, because Lobby is happy to take their life away if you're not going to rush forward for your friend.
Lobby's already secured 4, and there's definitely a whole lot more for him, as there is only BTR members left across the tower, and they've already been tagging him from all along. So they have that confidence to really send forward KNS to try to settle the scores. Or is he going proning? He's hoping to put a little bit more damage towards those members that's being weakened onto the tree sides. But the nades are coming right through. KNS toss it a little too short. One chipping on the health bars on Ray-Z. BTR barely have enough space. It's about time. And the PMNC team finally secures it. And this could very well be the second chicken dinner from a Thai team. And yes, they will bring glory back to Bangkok, Thailand. XSOPHERE takes the win here in Wrangle Map 2.
Honestly, it's great. I think they had a few early fights as well that they were able to win. But most importantly, I think is that positioning. I thought it was going to be a little bit more hard for them. Granted that a lot of the stronger teams are southern side, but they were incredibly patient, understanding that they have control of the northern side. Slowly but surely, because everyone is just so fixated with the fights happening southern side, that they were able to just quickly take over the terrain, kind of like just play off the other teams on the southern side. And if a team fights on southern side, all they have to do is react, steal away a kill, and just dwindle down the numbers. They were able to just really clip the wings of so many different teams, and just like that in the end, it's just about overwhelming.
Absolutely true on what you just mentioned out there. And on top of it all, I mean, their understanding of the entire terrain up north was astounding, right? They know that, you know, if they could actually book that very far corner going unnoticed, on top of it having a bird's eye view onto everybody else, they would be able to really farm all these big elimination points. And just like that, how many teams were picked off from BTR to VOIN, and the list goes on and on. This is XSOPHERE at their very peak, and Lobby X, he just looks so good leading the charge in every fight.
You know, when you think about impact, right, it's always been Lobby and Secret. But you can always also rely on Neki for this really so surprise shots, just really, you know, swing out, get someone off guard. KNS has been really good, just really provide that support from a mid to long range situation. If say that it's Lobby and Secret are a little bit too busy, KNS comes in at the last minute, gets 1 to 2 picks, is able to just really bring the team back into the game as well. Fun stuff coming in from this team. Like you mentioned, this is also a team that came in for PMNC, which even makes it super exciting as well. A lot more young bloods to come into the scene, and I think that XSOPHERE really proves that there's a lot more talent to be discovered. Coming into this game too, I'm glad to say that, you know, compared to yesterday where it's just like a full-on Indonesian day for Game 1 and Game 2, today started off with Indonesia RRQ, but XSOPHERE just saying, okay, that's enough from Indonesia. You guys had your time to shine. Let's add a Thai flag up there. But that also means that there's only 2 nations that's been able, to really, raise their flags, Indonesia and Thailand. When will the other nations rise up? That is the question.
XSOPHERE revitalized their hope into qualifying for the Super Weekend with this massive win that was well-deserved on how well they've been able to position themselves in that very final few moments. TALON Esports also showing some great struts across the field, rushing towards Team Flash, overwhelming them, and then planted themselves towards the tower, which they had to play literally tower defense, but they eventually were cracked by the likes of BTR and also eArena in the top 4. So it was quite the situation that these teams were enrolled into. But man, that kind of sets the tone of what Erangel is all about.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that we're not seeing another, 3-team back-to-back. I don't know, it could happen, right? It's only map 1 for now. The rotations for this map was actually kind of hard. Was all the way to the wayside there. I would say that it was one of the harder maps to play. 43% team contribution coming in from lobby, which means that almost half the contributions is coming from this guy. At this point, I'm not surprised. There's so many hero moments that's come from this guy for many, many seasons now. I cannot imagine a world where that role and style of play changes. This guy just has way too much confidence.
Yeah, it really goes to show, right, where he is willing to really put his body on the line, and he puts full trust on his teammates when he tries to go in for a rush towards any form of enemies in front of him. And Lobby, I mean, you probably have remembered him back in the days of Temp Entertainment, who has also won championships before. So he is the one with the wealth of experience to really lead this really young roster. And that is a hefty 20 points being earned with this chicken leader with that 10 relation points acquired in this round. But followed by that, this is so far the best performance out of TALON, this being only their second game, and they managed to deliver a top tier result with those 11 points secured.
Okay, coming into this one, honestly, I'm quite surprised at GLUE. I mean, when you see the fight with GLUE, right, you wouldn't have expected GLUE to go down that way. But again, that fight was just, barely by the skin of their teeth. MVKE as well, I felt like, they were in a position to win it. But I think that many of these teams that were at the very bottom here, getting knocked out fairly early, I think it's just a situation where they're just not expecting teams to play as aggressively as they did. Regardless, in overall rankings right now, Alter Ego finally overtaken by VOIN. It took 2 maps for them to be able to overtake Alter Ego here, and I don't expect the points to stop anytime soon. Honestly, this is a great number. 44 eliminations with 44 rank points, 4 being the number of death. So watch out, gang. And also with 88 points, 88 means Ong, by the way, or wealth, at least for the cultures here. So watch out, guys.
Wow, they really are prospering right there, sitting at the top of the table. Meanwhile, in the midfield, though, I mean, some of the teams are not fully playing, so Vampire Esports, they trailblaze their way all the way into that 15th position. This being only their second game, are delivering massive results already. So that's definitely good news for the Thai fans who are watching their home soil teams right now, getting some great prospects. While TALON Esports, within 2 games, they are just by the borderline of crossing into the Super Weekend slots as well. So we'll keep our eyes out if TALON can maintain this kind of pace. It's an average of 7 points per round so far.
Oh, yeah.
So they are looking very, very good.
They're looking way better than the teams that actually played yesterday as well. So, but the thing is, we already knew that TALON would bring this kind of performance to the table, right? I think historically, they're not at the top side of the pack, but they are historically known to just make it and just be one of the most constant team all the way till the end. No chicken dinner, no problem. Very similar to what Xavier brings. But now we still have another 2 Erangels to go. You know what would be really funny? If today, all 3 Erangels dominated by Thailand. They would go like, oh, day 2 is Erangels are the king, dominated by Thailand, right?
Yeah, it would be absolutely wild if those 3 chicken dinners were actually coming from XSOPHERE. Then I would be absolutely for with that. But you know what? You guys can enjoy super smooth graphics in this brand new version 4.0. If you guys have not logged in for a while, tell you what, if you log in now and update your game, you can enjoy more frame rate options up to a total of 120 frames. So, of course, if you guys had that phone that has been, you thought that it was always lag. I mean, now you get to really fully capitalize on the frame rates where you could hit your shots a whole lot better. I mean, options are plenty, even down to 40 FPS if your phone's an absolute potato.
Yeah, but anyways, you don't need to have a potato phone because, Techno is the phone you want to look out for. There's a reason why this phone has been a sponsor for this tournament for quite some time. Because this phone, in a world where, you have speed, you have power, you have style, this phone covers it all. You got the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. You have a 6.67-inch display. That's a huge phone, by the way. A 1.5K AMOLED display. 144 Hz refresh rate, perfect for FPS. So, you know what? Not only is it smooth, long battery life as well. 6,000 milliamp battery. 70-watt ultra charger, because the charge is going to be super fast. And 30-watt wireless charging if that's your thing as well. So, yeah, in this situation, get this phone. Don't, and start being the best, or else just got skill gaps. Anyways, I need to stop that joke. It's getting pretty stale. Let's talk a little bit more about what to expect. We talked a little bit about what we can expect, right? How we really, really wanted to see another, three-peat of a chicken dinner like what, VOIN did yesterday, but this time from Thailand. My question is for day 2, I think we've seen a very, very different tempo on day 2 compared to day 1 Contra. It's a lot more slower, it's a lot more, I would say, careful compared to day 1, where Alter Ego was a little bit more reckless and aggressive, and it worked out very well in their favor. But what do you think about today? Do you think that it's going to change now that they've already played one Erangel game?
Well, I think that there's reasons as to why the tempo kind of shifted a little bit. I think there's a lot more battles in the mid game compared to the late game because many of them didn't manage to survive the cut to even traverse all the way for north. So that's the very reason why, we have a couple of teams left. They are squirming for a little bit of that space. One good example as to why this happens is like, just take a look at Xavier. I mean, they're a good team. They were really trying to look for that spot, but where can they actually camp? In the middle of the road. They got absolutely dumpstered by the teams coming from the high ground. So it is a very difficult round, I must say, for all these teams out there. So I would definitely give them a little bit more of a, pass in that sense. But look at the rest of the field who's been able to really adapt to, from a fast tempo of Rondo into Erangel that is pretty decent. I think that they're feeling a little bit more versatile on what kind of tempo is required for them to really go in for certain executions out there. So if it's going to be a fair circle, let's say somewhere in the central ground, then maybe you'll see a little bit more going towards the tail end.
I was kind of hoping for teams to be a little bit more patient. Sometimes it just feels like some teams were just too focused on trying to make something happen. And I think that was also one of their downfalls. Regardless, that was a very, very difficult circle. Anyways, my prediction, AZ needs to wake up. That's why I predicted them. Please, I need you guys to wake up and show us that we're up here. No bias. Yes, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to embrace it. Absolutely biased. Malaysia, where you at?
Yeah, so far they have not won a single chicken dinner. But first and foremost, AZ Slumber, now that they're being contested, they need to win out that trade first and foremost. But the last we saw, that was still a very close fight. The last time we saw them, it was like at least 2 knocks. So maybe just a little bit more effort could fully convert it for the side of AZ Slumber. The other team that has been able to do well was CD Alliance. That was only back in Rondo. Last game, I don't really feel the presence of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So yeah, I'm also waiting for that win coming in from the side of Malaysia. But hopefully it comes into this round itself. Well, Hill Esports, they look promising. But still, they're not at the same level of XSOPHERE kind of promising throughout the last round.
There's a lot of questions I have here. Success not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to go back! I haven't finished reading!
I need to know what's the final few words, or else I can't really go to bed easy tonight, But
cameraman's hurting my soul, man.
Yeah, I kind of wish we could actually rewind some of all these bots from our side, but hey, it is what it is. Teamwork is truly impressive. Indeed, these teams absolutely are looking hella good right now, especially RRQ. Rondo win 20-30 over points in that round itself, and they're still bringing very big numbers every round that they play out. Whereas Homebois, you can see a lot of stress as well as tension on their shoulders as they're just fully focused on this upcoming game because they need to score big in the final 4 maps to be played out for this group itself.
Okay. What is your expectation here? I mean, we've seen one team get the chicken dinner from PMNC. But do you think that other teams can rally back as well? What do you think, Contra? Give me a bit of lore here, especially for the newer teams.
Well, when we take a look at, all the other new teams or even newer names out there, TALON, as much as their old names, now with Bobo who leading the pack, they look better than ever. So there's just so much to talk about here. But first and foremost, let's take a look at the flight that we're taking as we dive into match 3. We're kicking things off from the side of the Stalbert Hills, heading into the southern island of the Millet Base once again. And once more, this is a very skewed flight path. So if it goes all the way west, this is still going to be a rather difficult match. Now, back to what you were asking me about, all these newer teams. I think what they really have to do right now is really find that kind of confidence. Sometimes when they get promoted into this big leagues, they kind of lose a little bit more of the grasp. Oh, we've seen all these superstars that played so many seasons, but
yeah,
are we able to match up to them? I mean, if they can't dumpster teams back in PNC, I'm sure they should be able to do exactly the same. But it's just the kind of level of confidence that's holding them back for the moment.
I love that analogy you gave, but at the same time, right? I think a lot of teams, the ones especially that like to just build a roster and quickly, immediately change teams. Oh, wait. Oh, I like this. No, go back. No, go back. There we go. Thank you. Okay, waiting in the corner here. Hale, nice shot coming through here. Tiger with a great opening here as well. Wants to try and peek out the door. Perfect shot to the back as well. Mormon cannot even rally. As EA now in shambles, 2 members gone already. First blood already pulled out here. At the very least, they get 1 to the name, a 2-for-1 touch, barely alive right now. And for EA, they gotta stay alive. Gotta stay alive to bring their 3rd back into the game. And they gotta try and see whether or not they can overcome Hale. Hale barely breathing here. They're a bit low. No time to go for resets either. Fazorek securing that pickoff. Huge stuff coming in here. And these fights, these pickoffs early, are massive, massive points for them to be able to play catch up. As on the other tail end, we have another team that's been watching. It's going to be WIN, who's keeping a close eye out on Joker.
Yeah, I mean, it's as always, Team Flash has always booked that spot inside of Snap Pollyanna. And eArena, they got sandwiched in between. They were unfortunate because they could not really get the loots done. And the only member that did manage to pick up the weapon was Sakura. And what did he pick up? A VSS. There's only 10 bullets in the VSS. And yeah, you could just go for a couple of attacks and that's about it. And look at the rest of Hale Esports. They are looking to check those corners. And they do suspect that it's going to be around this check. But little do they know, it's an absolute different team in the form of Team Flash. So Joker, he's just got to buy time. He's got an M16 though. Waiting for his moment. And I think it's just rather...
I am a bush. I am a bush and you do not see me.
It's gonna be silent.
I am not. I am a sentient being. Yeah, they fell for it. Nice.
Okay, that's perfect. Now, the dust settles, and he will be able to carry the banner for the rest of eArena for a while longer. Now, this seems to be a similar sort of pattern coming in for the zone as well. So, if they wanted to commit to the fight, they could have actually done so. But I think that overall, Joker has been able to really pull a good job just keeping the peace. And
he is a bush. Look at that. Look at that flower crown. It says a lot about
beautiful.
What he is as a person, you know? A bush.
No wonder he's so zen about that situation as well. I mean... For me, I could never, honestly. Like, you put me in that lobby, I'll just tap out. I was like, okay.
No.
Grab my gear.
You do this, Contra. You're a bush. You let go of the phone. You don't touch it.
Okay.
And just pray.
Produce carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Oxygen, and just be part of the greeneries. Meanwhile, Halo Esports. One thing that I was kind of interested
Iftar's
on was...
playing.
Oh, okay. Anyways, back to my point. I felt like they know that there's one person left somewhere out of that eArena fight, but they didn't really go in for the full chase. And I was just kind of curious as to why did they not do so.
CD Alliance. Okay, I am curious though about that player change. I mean, it's just a second air angle, right? Why the player change? Is it because of a tilt? Because, you know, because they're just gonna try and cycle through the players here? I'm more curious about CD Lions because, you know, it's been like, what, 2 maps? And throughout the entirety of the day, you know, I was expecting a bit more from them. I guess my expectations were a little bit higher, especially from their previous performances. But they've only managed to secure 8. But at the same time, I also am contradicting myself. It's only been the first 2 maps. They take some time to really activate here, so... You see, if I were having a debate, I would be the one debating myself.
Yeah, I guess like from a coach perspective as well, you kind of want to shake a little bit more clarity to the players. Like, if you're not going to be able to deliver results, I'm going to try to get someone who will. So that really puts a lot more perspective on the player that gets substituted. I mean, I'll just say that you're calling your whichever player that's really underperforming, but you got to give them a little bit of a shake to really know the magnitude of not getting big results. I mean, CD Alliance, they are a big team. I mean, they've been the best of Malaysia for quite a while now, and 8 points for 2 rounds. This is barely cutting it even anywhere close to, you know, their past couple of seasons' performances. But then again, you know, like you said, I guess they could cut some slack, but then again, perhaps you could also make certain ideology of, okay, fielding 2 games for certain sets of players and just keep things fresh as they go. That could also be a sort of approach for a team to really manage their resources, their energy level all throughout.
MVKE, oh, this is interesting, right? I mean, MVKE, they're known as also a pretty hard-hitting team as well. They're also another team that seems to haven't really figured out how exactly to get into the groove of the game. As we look at Ryzy in trouble here, it feels like for Flash and... That's sad. Tops. That's mean.
He just gave him a little boop.
Yeah, just a little boop to death. Back to the lobby you go here. The very least for BTR, they do answer back. You're not going to get it for free. As Baus will be the one to take the brunt edge of his teammates' avenge.
Ooh. And the other shot's coming from Nepeko as well. So RQ's also getting involved. It's a 3-way warfare between all these teams.
There's a lot of fights happening as well. A lot of teams have already... This is I think, fairly fast rotation since it's quite... I wouldn't say it's centralized, but it's still a little bit more northern side. So a lot of teams are like choosing their alliances. Are you team northern? Erangel or southern? So everyone's just kind of rallying around that Rozhok area, around that you know, that river area. And I think the team that's choosing wrong leader, oh man, that's gonna be rough just trying to cross over here.
Yeah, it will be absolutely punishing, especially when you saw what went down onto that past game. The teams that rotate rather late, they all get bunched up over the south side to the point that it becomes a meat grinder of whoever gatekeeps inside the zone gets to reap the rewards. And BTR, out that round, they've been able to farm so much points. Remember BTR yesterday? They were loitering around the bottom end. And today they've been able to really play catch up, now sitting at number 6. So they've been rather consistent. I think it's about time eventually that BTR can actually deliver big results. But as much as I say so, BTR, we saw that trade happening across that Rozhok River. That kind of put them to a damn... Oh my goodness. I mean, I just got this worry for all these teams planted inside of this area because they need to make quick decisions, and literally now it's a 50-50.
It's even worse! And look at how many teams are still alive. Despite everything, we don't have like a full team still out. This is one of those games where everyone is just like, okay, we'll just do some pickoffs, no full team fights. And everyone's still surviving all the way to the end. And I was so sure that we were going to get at least one team wiped out in that great migration. And now there's a majority of teams are rotating in from that southern side, from that western side as well. And I think because school area in Rozak has a lot of buildings, that's the reason why we're seeing a lot less of these fights as well. Everyone's pretty much isolated in those compounds, those buildings. There's some terrain as well, so you don't really feel the need that you need to force these fights because of long-range pickoffs. So if anything, I think that maybe Circle 4. I would give it to Circle 4 to just really kick things off in a more aggressive manner.
Yeah, I would say even stage 3, you might actually see more of all these fights happening as well, because right now they can still rely on all these open terrains on top of urban settings inside of Rozak to be able to hold firm for now, which is what eSaber as well as 52 is currently doing. But once they're being forced, once you finally get that confirmation if it's north or if it's south or if it's further in between the lakes of Yasnaya, then they will be squeezed into unfavorable positions where it's really do or die in those matter of seconds. So right now it's about really plotting all the next checkpoints for the rest of these teams, which is why it's going to take a while before they actually get involved in more of all these altercation. Blue doing exactly the same as they did last round. They tried to rotate over onto the far west yet again. And perhaps this time they will have more protocols to be set up to really check the high hills as well as the further end. And the coast seems to be clear. BLUG should be able to really find a little bit more of that opening. Last game, 0 points. A little unacceptable. I mean, we've raved about them. We love their new attire. Every season, they always come with a brand new kit that up to today, I don't know how could I actually lay my hands on those merch. I mean, they look sick.
Yeah. Okay, finally hearing this gun sounds of the gun. D Xavier, okay. Let's do a bet, Contra. Today, D Xavier gets a chicken dinner.
Oh, okay, that's a bold call. Well, I feel like today BTR would be scoring one as well. I think that they've been really pushing hard. It was just unfortunate that that was like a three-way battle. They didn't expect the RQ to be around, so now they lose two. I feel like the chances of winning this one is a little harder. Maybe Miramar, I don't know. I'm thinking BTR.
You're thinking BTR. Okay, let's shake on it. Yep. Okay, loser buys the other a coffee. Fire. Okay, now looking back into this game. I love the positioning coming in from 5-2. Rozak is fully in their control right now. If the circle still goes toward them, I think that they have a high chance of making it into the top 4. We saw that happen yesterday. There was a spark of, potential coming in, right? And here comes the moment that we've been waiting for. The swimming, the fishing. Where's the fishing? Hasn't happened quite yet. RQ choosing to just move away. I don't think they want anything to do with this fight. BTR, this is a very, very nasty angle. If anyone crosses by, they don't check under that bridge. It's a free kill, basically. As speaking of kills and fights there, oh no, Tiger knocked down already. That is a very far fight that he was able to get a knock onto. On top of that as well, through the window. That is nasty stuff.
Oh, wow. Somehow Gui's coming in with an alternate angle.
Hello?
Supplying some help towards Hill Esports. I don't even know where Vampire Esports is in the map, but somehow they're making it work. Throwing off the kind of tempo that these teams were hoping to really get crashed into the scene. Team Flash, they have to hold back tops. Forced to give way in that sense, and the rest of Team Flash, they retreat back into the same kind of shacks that they hold in the previous game.
All right, here we go. Flash just now. Hale, I think they were able to, they were able to just bring the teams back into the game. And this is rough for them because VPE is here. Flash somewhere close as well. Yeah, they have cover. And they're also taking a fight against VOIN. They peek out the window. There's like 2 or 3 different eyes just, staring right at them here. And there's so many angles to cover. I do not envy that position at all. Yeah, they have the compound. But in that situation where so many eyes are on you, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, they could just really turtle in because they are still within the zone. Whereas, I don't know how long could they actually hold on. They really have to thank other teams as well because they were the focal point of the attention to the point that Vampire Esports is also eliminating those members of Team Flash, or else I think that if both were left unkept, he could have actually done a number onto those members of Hill. Meanwhile, the winner of last round, XSOPHERE, tries to pull another highs of a chicken dinner, this time around the lakes of Yasnaya. Bunch all around. They don't really have a good spot to hold. Secret getting knocked down. And it's a full shot coming from Lazarus. They're holding over onto multiple split angles. Vampire Esports just by the footfield of Stalber tries to find the conversion, but they're also getting back on wheels. Mela now getting shot at. AZ Slumber comes in from the far north, and this time it is the Vampires that's being sandwiched.
And this circle is just being more and more unrelenting. There's still a body of water going through it. It's a hardship to the right, where barely any teams have parked themselves in there. I feel like BTR have a nice area camping that bridge. This is huge. If someone does decide to go beneath the bridge, they can just really catch them as they swim over. They can become the trolls as fighting them on top of the bridge as well. But a majority of teams are migrating for that northern bridge. So for teams such as MVKE, my question is, are you actually going to park yourselves here and actually beat the spoil sport for anyone who's trying to cross? Because XSOPHERE already has an idea on how to do that as well. They've decided to keep the beginning, the western side of the area. So teams such as Hale, such as AZ, they're gonna be in trouble. They're gonna potentially be gate capped out of the area.
Yeah, that could potentially happen in a matter of moments. Speaking of getting caught out as well, 5-2, they get a catch over on to BLUG, as we've been mentioning about this kind of possibilities of these teams getting crushed over onto the far corners of the map. At the very least, they do get a reset. It's not going to be a full push coming from the rest of 5-2 just yet. VOIN Esports, excuse me. Still holding on to the far end. Choosing not to be fully involved, but they'll keep a firm look towards this direction.
Oh, what a shot!
Tap! Oh my god, Xbox!
Oh, it's Zeta.
That was...
Yeah, it was Zeta.
Wow.
From the other end. Oh my god.
That's still nasty though.
It was a very, very quick one. And on top of that as well, these, they're being sandwiched when you cross through. 5-2, Ryan all alone here. Low ground is the only thing he has to play for cover. But they bring out the shotgun in hand. But Ryan, what is this confidence to be able to move out, pop your head out, and get that pick off? But VOIN, again, when Zeta is close, you're always gonna get that trade. You're always gonna get that backup. Manzi's still very much here, trying his best to secure that pickoff and not allowing Potato. They actually throw their body forward to protect their teammate. If I had teammates, I want teammates like VOIN.
Yeah, they just waterfall into that quarter, just knowing that the rest of 5-2 is on the approach as well. And just like that, they've been able to dwindle them down to size. Only Barretown left over far corner, hoping to try a trade. Unfortunately, he's going to bow out to the blue zone. Unable to find any form of conversion, and the rest of VOIN is now drawing another fight, but it's Constant getting caught out. Straight towards the crosshairs of Hexus, and this is just going to be a very easy pickup coming from the side of BLUG, looking for a whole lot more, but Hill arriving from the back, and now they are caught in the middle.
This is a rough spot right now as the blue zone comes through. Voxy barely alive, only half HP left. The play zone does claim Potato, and even Consulate that goes down to Xbox. Glue doing a great job of gatekeeping, and every point is precious to them right now because they have to play catch up. It's 2 maps down already, and with only 4 points, they need so much more to be able to make it to the top 16. Regardless here, VOIN still has 2 members still alive, and I think if we look at history, yesterday, a majority of these last few circles that VOIN were able to win, they won as a 3 or as a 4. So my question is, how do they fare as a 2 toward the end of the game? And in terms of positioning right now, a majority of teams are just hunkered down on the northern side here. That bridge area is just so populated.
It is, and on top of that, there is just about enough cover over onto the rivers as well as right across the top side of the bridge as well. So they are kind of sharing those kind of spots despite not really getting the best kind of angles to really find a trade, which is why this is just going to be a long gridlock for these teams out there. TALON now trading over onto the opposite side of the north corners, trying to find those members of the XSOPHERE. As much as XSOPHERE was hoping for a similar ending, it was never ever the case here in the round 2 of Wrangle. And now it's just easy pickings for TALON from their position. They get that control over the lake. They can also be able to secure so much ground control on the fields of Yasnaya at the very same time. Break, meanwhile, finds that grenade, connects it towards a member out of BPE. tries to formulate an exchange. Yui now needs to go in for the pickup, but MVKE, will they be able to land another beautiful blow? It seems like they're not drawing out their grenades just yet. Hildo running right through, and they're trying to find those members of Blue. Again, that jump shot was beautiful out of KF.
Nice stuff coming in from Glue. The Seikomi Saber Hail. No, what is that? Game sense. They're just so locked in. Every fight, they have a fight. You know, they have their eyes on it as well. Stealing away these long-range kills. ZARQ now find themselves on a very dangerous predicament. Gen falls. Another member of RQ tried to be brought back into the game. They're getting pressured so hard right now by the Blue, by CD Alliance, by D Xavier as well. And surprise, surprise, here comes Parajin. Aggression is the name of the game, and the spray to the face is what you gain. Nepeko so low right now. Parajin wants to be able to secure more kills as well. With Lapar taking a more aggressive approach here, they can go in the vehicle together. They have already healed up. Go for a longer rotation away from this busy area. Maybe jump into the water with the vehicles, just give them a little bit of a leeway in terms of space. But no, I don't think they want to do that. Just gonna try and walk by the side of this river here. They've managed to just juke their way along the area, dodging everything. And no one's really reacted to them quite yet. Nope, here we go. Straight into the Hornets. Don't do that, RQ! Not like this! And 1T swimming away from his life. Everyone just sitting ducks right now.
Oh, they managed to actually squeeze a little bit of space. 1T forced to move back into the waters as well. From the pad to the far they go. RQ somehow stays afloat for the meantime. And just side by side to MVKE being a little bit more of a quiet neighbor for the moment, as they could not look towards the other side of the bridge. See the Alliance now clearing out the corners as the Saber are just soaking in the damage for the Blue Zone. But the train comes in. They get the drop on the Blue, but it's not enough for the Saber. Only walking away with 1 point again. And the nades are falling true. And now here comes the Homebois.
No way.
And they full set it. 1 nade to clear everyone else. And Homebois, they finally get the big grand highs.
That was a perfect, they just really clear out the entirety of the team. And in fact, Homebois this time around, not only they are surviving a lot longer, they are surviving as a 4. As both these teams here, VOIN falls. Glue, you can really tell that they finally found that groove, that momentum to really put them in this game. Looking so great right now as well. I think in this game itself, they already have, what, 4 points? 6 eliminations. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. Especially since they do have a bit of space on the western side. It's open areas. The only team they have to worry about right now is in front of them, which is going to be VPE, which is a ways away. Maybe Vexy could pose as a surprise since he has bunkered down a little bit outside of the circle. But I'm not sure how exactly is Vexy going to try and win this as a solo player.
We'll have to find out in a moment, though. And like you said, Glue right now dominates the entirety of the West, while all these teams are just trying to aim at each other from right across the bridge, and they have yet to really settle the dispute. I mean, you can take a look at all these kind of creases that they're hiding at. Yoru finding the pick off onto Brian, but it's still not quite clear yet to eliminate the rest of AC Slumber. And now here comes the charge. Homebois, they're looking for a whole lot more, but it's getting exchanged. Joker with another massive grenade to connect. Can he go in for the pickup? It seems to be perfect timing for him. Kim also looking for the angles on the opposite side. It's going to be Team Flash or RQ. Somehow, still have those 2 members intact.
You know, when we saw EA in trouble earlier, I'm still quite surprised. Oh my god! How Joker's able to survive this long and get a pick-off still. I think they're going to try and trade him. This is his special. Look at that! Oh no, not able to secure that last one, but an attempt has been made. And I see that attempt, Joker. Oh my god, what a goat. And now for AZ, they're definitely a lot more awake this time around here. They lost 2 members, but still trying their best to not only survive and get those placement points, but they're still trying to go a little bit more active when it comes to getting these fights. Seeing Talon crossover means that they put in the damage and put in the pressure. And suddenly Talon now in trouble, but it's RRQ that steals away these points.
Yeah, they have to take a desperate attempt to go in for the dive, but little do they know, RQ has been camping there all along. 2 versus 4, and they just got absolutely obliterated. And now AZ makes the call to rush right forward up against the rest of MBK as they're trying to target the backs of RRQ, but they could not really find the angles. They're just right below. Birthday boy miss, this is your time to shine, and yes, he will. He gets the drop, but he's quickly turned back. Now down to Calamity. Calamity, 1 versus 2. He got the high ground right now. No angles left whatsoever from the side of MDK. He drops to the hands of RRQ yet again.
Oh my god, RRQ, what is that positioning and what is that play? They're barely in the edge of that circle. Oh my god, this circle is great for Glue. Just shifted all the way to them, and look at how much space they have. Could also work very well in Vexi's favor. But for the 4 teams on the top side here, including Homebois, who is on the other side of that river, well, rotating in is gonna be a hell of a ride.
It's been so wild. It took stage 7 for them to get the confirmation that it's all the way right across the bridge over the northern portion. And Glue, because of all the fights that they've been able to win, now they reap the rewards. But it's still unclear. We have to see who's the big victor coming in from the southeast. And RQ does it again! Relentless. And now, as much as
this guy doing it alone? How is this guy doing it alone? How is he that untouchable? And now he's gonna go in, spray as well. He's stolen, I think, a few kills already. Every time MVKE or even the same teams like Homebois try to make something happen, he just steals them away. And Glue will get that final point there onto Homebois. A much better look for this team compared to yesterday here. And now MVKE, they want to go fishing. Where the heck is Lapar, guys? And while they're fishing, here comes Meow.
Oh, they're really trying to catch him in the river, but it is not quite enough of this delays to be able to connect precisely inside the waters. Lapar, can he actually make the deal done? And Lamella, he gets that 1 blow and 2 taps. Vampire Esports will send out the rest of MVKE, and they know that they've been hunting for Lapar for a long time, but instead, they got clipped from above. Blue, they finally make a return into the scene as they look to close up this fight. And now the only other team remains is BTR and Vexi. He's got to create that space. Blue, he'll be out there on the hunt.
Okay, here we go. Here, BTR. You know what's insane about BTR? Vexi. We talked about him for quite some time. We stared at him. I think teams were not aware of his position outside of that circle. And he's able to just survive because no one was expecting him to be that far south. And now he's here, out living, out surviving all the other teams right now, as Blue knows exactly where he is. I'm not too sure if him showing his hand super early was the play here, but he's actually gonna try his best to try and isolate these fights. Has to worry about the high ground, has to worry about the long range pickups as well. That nade's gonna come through. Misses him. Sets out a smoke for success as well. Moving on the area, walks into 3-2 nades. That tree barely finds him. Still has a lot of meds, bandages to work with. But the pressure coming in from different areas is too much to deal with. And Glue, you need to build a house, call us. And they definitely built a win that they can be proud of.
Break by break, they've been able to secure themselves a great ground to call home here in Bangkok, Thailand, as they secure their first ever chicken dinner in this brand new season. Another one in the books for Indonesia as well.
I love seeing this from them. Honestly, you know, coming into the game, I think we were just questioning, right, how Glue was kind of struggling that first 2 maps. They couldn't really find that group. This game was just great. It's still a very difficult circle to traverse as well when you see how they've been playing. But this team is great at catching people in the midst of rotations. Xbox especially, the amount of damage he put in is testament to how sharp he is with that gun. The M416 is what he's been using. He's so good with the sprays as well. So if anyone were to cross, it's a really good tracking coming from this guy as well. The same could be said about KFQ as well. Noah and Hexas, great work. I think Hexas was a little bit unlucky early this particular game, so he wasn't really able to play with the team as much as he wanted here. But when those shoes, for Hexas are emptied, someone needs to step up. Xbox KFQ can do that. Noel, great with the support.
Yeah, I really do love the addition of KF into this roster. The member that has been playing for Prestigia EVOS in the past just gels so quickly into this roster. And it just seemed to be the case where this team just needs a form of activation. The moment that they subscribed to that first fight and won that duel, they immediately look for more and more of all these just hugging by the edges and traded out all these other squads to the point that I think they were enrolled in about, 4 battles against all these teams out there. And once that northern point was opened up, it was their game to take once that circle finally confirms it that is swerving towards the direction.
Okay, here we go. Top 4 teams here. GLUE making their way to the top side of the charts here. I think out of the last few games, the only 2 teams that we've seen from the newer group playing today has been GLUE as well as TALON on that top 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless, it's still dominance from yesterday, and honestly at this point I'm not surprised. A lot of the teams, VPE as well, obviously, coming into today as well, I'm not surprised that this happened. A lot of the majority of the teams did play yesterday as well, but GLUE and VPE here, I honestly was curious to see what exactly VPE had to offer. But I feel like, whatever it is that they had problems with from last season has been mostly fixed. I think it looks a lot more cohesive when it comes to this team. It didn't take too long for them to really, find their groove back into the game. So that's great stuff. But GLUE as well, new outfit, new uniform, new chicken dinners. Love to see it. The 45% team contribution and 6 eliminations here. Xbox can do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and now that we actually get to see that uniform as well, I like that there's also the name tag right below their logo at the very same time. So that's a really nice touch on top of it. So, of course, that being said, though, Xbox, he was so pivotal on his position where he's been able to really make the commands happen to really direct all these kind of stage to be set for him to really control all this fight to the point that he's been able to come up with 700 over damage in that span of a round. But what really baffled me in that round was RQ. Remember, there was only 2 members under that bridge, and look how much points that they farmed. 6 eliminations despite of all the circumstances they were put right through.
Yeah. BTR as well, playing a survival game. I think Vexy did a great job of just really outliving the rest of the teams here, just really taking his time to get into that circle. It gave him 6 rank points, despite the fact that most of his team members actually got knocked out fairly early as well. VPE not too shabby with a 10 pointer with 4 and a 6 as well. I'm more curious about the second half here. Oh my gosh, this is great. Homebois with 7 already, finally finding their way into the game. And in this situation as well, VOIN is not able to find the success they saw yesterday. So I think think whatever that we suspected, Contra, that VOIN is being heavily scrutinized is probably true. But at the bottom of the barrel, once again, 5-2 is still trying to find a team identity, trying to find the momentum. Today has not been so great for them. I mean, there was a point, you know, just flashes of brilliance coming from this team, but they haven't been able to consistently replicate that. I'm really hoping for more for them as well. But the same could be said about CD Alliance. That's been fairly quiet. And another thing that's really surprised me at the very bottom here is EA and D Xavier.
Yeah, they got caught out rather early in the mix of the rotations where they wanted to book the northern point and they absolutely got deterred when they were sandwiched in between certain areas. And I guess as much as there is that inconsistency involved for some of the big names out there, they are still remaining somewhere on that first list alongside with DX, still holding on to that number 5 spot. And we've also seen big improvements with BLUG winning out that chicken dinner. They now join the ranks of the ones listed in the middle of the pack, immediately jumping into 13th spot and Vampire Esports, this being the third game as well. Look at Group B. They're absolutely thriving on their debut.
Yeah, Group B is doing so well right now. Teams are getting knocked down. Includes, say, Sem9. Sem9 is going to have to play a lot of catch-up tomorrow, especially if they're going to be ending the day on 16th place, because you really want to make sure that you can really secure that top 16 to get into that super weekend. Right now, I think that a lot of teams are still struggling. CD Alliance is one of those teams as well. But, you know, again, CD Alliance is a team that thrives on pressure, thrives on that last-minute comeback. So I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly they do a lot better in the second half of the day or even tomorrow. But for now, we're seeing 5-2 drop down to 18, but it's a lot better than what we expected yesterday in terms of survivability. And we're already here at the halfway mark already. I cannot believe it. It's been quite fast. I mean, yeah, I say it's a little slower momentum, but the games have been fairly interesting. I think 2 out of the 3 games, the circle has been very, very relentless.
Yeah, I mean, when we're so laser focused on our craft as well, we tend to see, you know, all these small little stuff that, hey, time passes maybe a little slowly in that sense, but hey, 3 more rounds to go and 1 final map of a rank goal for the teams that does favor this map. They gotta make it count, especially for those coming in from Group C. They can't afford to go into a deep slumber, like, you know, a team that's being named as such. But hey, even AZ Slumber is doing pretty well. Meanwhile, I think like there's definitely a couple of all these teams coming from even Group B. As much as I say majority of them are thriving, some are absolutely not. Like CD Alliance is definitely one team that hasn't really found any form of rhythm throughout this round. So this break is going to do them justice, where they can actually really dissect what actually went wrong or what is it that they weren't doing. So that, I guess we take a couple of minutes and we'll do come back. We'll see the rest of the field now step up to the pace of the rest. So make sure you guys don't go too far off, because we'll be joining you back in another 20 minutes from now. Catch you there.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain: Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has two main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the smart assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the smart assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Back to PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here at Day 2, and what a suspenseful 3 matches it has been. Now I'm joined by eArena's one and only Zhao Ge, as well as our translator Peggy. Welcome on board. All right then, so let's head right into our interviews questions here. Obviously, as I've mentioned, it has been quite a suspenseful matches, very intense competitions here. As the defending champions from the last seasons, do you think your team is performing up to expectations so far, in your opinion?
คำถามแรกนะคะในฐานะที่เราจำเป็นจะต้องป้องกันแชมป์จาก PMSL Season ก่อนเนี่ยเราคิดว่าตามความคาดหวังแล้วเราทำได้ดีไหมคะตามความคิดของเราเลยค่ะเจ้าเกอร์
ก็จริงๆเรายังขาดความสม่ำเสมอครับยังไม่ค่อยเข้าที่เข้าทางในฟอร์มตอนนี้ครับ
less consistency as we expected at the very first place right now we are trying
I see. Well, that's what you have also been mentioning in the our PMGC tier list video as well, right? But as you also mentioned, as soon as you get into the rhythm, you get into the right positionings, you can manage to strive, right?
ก็จากที่ก่อนหน้านี้นะคะมีเกมให้จัด tier list ที่ทีมที่จะไป PMGC นะคะเจ้าเกอร์เราก็ได้ให้สัมภาษณ์ในวิดีโอว่าความสม่ำเสมอเนี่ยก็เป็นปัจจัยหลักสำคัญของเราเลยแล้วก็คิดว่าเราจะทำได้ดีขึ้นจนกระทั่งไป PMGC ได้นะ
ก็จริงๆถ้ามันเป็นอย่างที่แบบตามฟอร์มจริงๆเราก็เป็นทีมที่เต็งๆกับท็อปแชมป์ทีมแชมป์มานะครับ
we count ourselves our team as the top tier teams already so let's keep your eyes on us everyone
I see. That's the defending champions here. Well, the next question here. Competing in your hometown of Thailand, of course, we're here in Bangkok, Thailand. Does that add extra pressure or motivation to you?
ในฐานะที่เราได้มาเข้าแข่งนะคะ PMSL ซีซั่นนี้ในบ้านของตัวเองค่ะการแข่งขันในบ้านเนี่ยประเทศไทยของเราถือว่าเป็นการสร้างแรงกดดันหรือสร้างแรงผลักดันมากกว่ากันค่ะ
จริงๆเราได้แรงผลักดันมากกว่าครับจริงๆเราอยากได้แชมป์ในบ้านที่ไทยเองมากกว่าครับ
We would love to say that this is such a great motivation to us so far as our hometown as well and we would like to have this championship in our hometown Thailand
Of course, to have that home crowd buff the home turf, right? Of course, that is going to be for the Thailand's eArenas.
โอเคค่ะก็นะคะถือว่ามีทั้งแรงเชียร์ในประเทศแล้วก็มาจากแรงใจของทีมพวกเราเองเยี่ยมไปเลยค่ะ
Alright then, so back to the PMGC video which I've already mentioned before. The prediction video, you and few other teams ranked Team Flash at the very top. And by top, I'm not just talking about the rank number S, right? You put them right at the very top of the cardboard. So what makes you think they are currently the strongest team in Southeast Asia?
โอเคค่ะก็กลับไปที่เรื่องวิดีโอตอนจัด ranking top tier ของเรานะคะที่จะไป PMGC เนาะเห็นว่าเราจัดทีม Flash เนี่ยไว้ลำดับบนๆเลยค่ะคิดว่าปัจจัยอะไรนะคะหรือเหตุผลอะไรทำให้ทีม Flash เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นทีมผู้เล่นที่ strong มากๆเลยนะคะแทบจะ strong ที่สุดใน SEA เลยค่ะ
ก็ถ้าดูจากฟอร์ม Pre-season นะครับที่แข่งมาก็คือเขามีความสามัคคีแล้วก็การเข้าขากันในทีมมากครับแล้วรู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่หลายทีมรับมือยากครับ
ก็ as what we mentioned earlier Team Flash is counted as the strongest team in SEA and that's because of their chemistry and also they united as a team so that team playing skill quite hard to challenge everyone
I see. Definitely no one is counting out Team Flash, obviously. So, right now we are going to head right into our final question soon enough. With that being said, Alter Ego Aries have Rosemary, like he was very strong player on day one with 23 kills. But why did you put Boom as the rival in our interactive bot in the players booth? You think Alter Ego Aries would be your rival if he plays today as well?
ก็คำถามสุดท้ายนะคะโจ๊กเกอร์ก็เห็นว่าเราในฐานะที่เราเห็นละจากไลฟ์เนาะ AE Rosemary เนี่ยจัดไปเลย23 elims เมื่อวานใน week 1 day 1ของเรานะคะแล้วก็วันนี้นะคะเห็นที่บอร์ดที่บูธของเราเองเนี่ยเราจัดให้บูมเป็นศัตรูของเราเลสเซว่าวันนี้ถ้าเราได้เล่นกับ AE เราจะจัดเขาอยู่ในบอร์ดและเป็นศัตรูของเราด้วยไหมคะ
แน่นอนครับว่าเขาเป็นศัตรูของเราในการแย่งแชมป์ของเราครับ
Of course everyone because they're in the queue that will snatch the championship from us so we have to defend at our best
I see. Well, of course, that's such a champion's mindset here from our defending champions, eArena Joker as well. So, would that be all for our team? I would like to also wish you a good luck on the rest 3 match of today's day as well.
ก็ขอให้โชคดีกับการแข่งขันนะคะเจ้าเกอร์แล้วก็ขอให้ EA นะคะสู้ๆค่ะ
ครับ
Alright then, so that would be it for our interviews here very much. So thank you to eArena's Joker as well as Peggy. And let's get right back into our competitions.
we go back into the grind with Group B as well as Group C to complete their run for tonight. And that was such an interesting perspective coming out of eArena's very own Joker, where they're still trying to find their form into retaining the championship. And they definitely made a list of names that they really want to achieve or to target in some of all these rounds, with Team Flash being the top one pick. It's been really hot on the trails throughout the past couple of matches.
Yeah, honestly, I think that most of the games today have been quite relentless. I mean, it's hard. The circles have been really hard. I think even in today as well, many of these teams, especially Group B, who still hasn't played, I'm not surprised at the outcome, right? Saying that, oh, we're still trying to find our form, we're still trying to find our group. It's so hard for you to get warm, but once you find it, it's like a snap. We saw that happen in VOIN yesterday after map 2. We saw it happen to Alter Ego as well, waiting for the rest of the team to happen as well. But for many of the Group Bs, they're still trying to find the momentum. But it's understandable and okay for them to take a little bit of time. I mean, granted, tomorrow is 6 maps, and the other 3 means they have a little bit more, about 9 maps to go. But at the same time, they have a lot more wiggle room to go compared to Group C, right? They only have 3 left in the barrel to really play catch up.
Yeah, and it is of utmost importance for teams like eArena as well as the rest who have been playing the previous day in order to book their run in this very week's Super Weekend. That being said, though, take a look at the strats. I mean, eArena, they are master throwables, which we saw so many epic nades that has been connected by Joker on top of all these smokes being used as they top the charts with 118. And the ones that come close definitely are no strangers into the field, that VOIN Donkey, Alter Ego, as well as RQ. They've been able to achieve a lot of all these great finishes, all thanks to their great planning and strategy.
You know what's really insane? Alter Ego has only played 1 day. They didn't play day 2, but yeah, they're still the top 4. That's crazy.
Yeah, and now that you've actually mentioned it, the stats itself is quite absurd that, they've already played like half another round from some of all these players from Group C, and they have not been able to really hit too much of the threshold that is being set so high by Alter Ego so far. But if we take a look at the past couple of results so far, we got 2 wins coming from Indonesia, 1 coming out of XSP for our very first round of Wrangle. So now it's only 1 more round of Wrangle before we hit right into the double matches of Miramar.
Yeah, but before that, pause. Let's remind you guys one more time to update your game, because version 4.0 comes with the super smooth graphics, where we have something that is stabilizing our frame rates in PUBG Mobile for smoother combat. Now you're gonna have better textures, better textures to simulate terrain, reduces the game's performance load as well as a better experience during intense battle. So if you do check your phone right now, doesn't matter if it's a potato phone or not, we have about 30% to 50% less lag. And this is across all devices by 10 to 30%. So if you thought your phone can't run the game before or wasn't as smooth, I do get it, because if it's an FPS game, every single frame matters. Now is the time for you to check out the new update.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna enable you to start fragging a whole lot better, and you know what? It even amplifies your performance. Get your hands on the POVA Ultra 7. The people behind Techno has been great in supporting the PMSL for so many seasons now, as they stop at nothing to provide you the very best that a smartphone can offer in a world where speed, power, as well as style define winners. That's where you want a smartphone to really conquer the field. So this is definitely something for you if you're looking for smooth display with a 1.5K AMOLED as well as 144 hertz refresh rate. The game says 120. They absolutely top it with a 144. It's just as good as those PC monitors already. I think that they're definitely hitting some of all these crazy results out there with their technology. So look no further than Techno. Get your hands on it in the store near you or order it online.
Yep. Now let's talk a little bit more about this final Erangel. We've played 2 already. You know, clearly VOIN has not been having the greatest of day. Yesterday they were on cloud 9. They were riding on a high at the very top to be top of the world in the first, I think, in the 3 Erangels, and on top of that, making it top 4 throughout the entirety of the first 5 maps. But we haven't consistently seen that today at all. So this is going to be their final chance to be able to do so. But at the same time, pause. They are playing with their with their sub, and I think that it's really good that they're doing able to. So I think for them, they already knew that they're already clutching the top 16. They realized that now is the time for them to put in those reps, the hours and time as well. So I think for those of you guys who are trying to figure out if VOIN will still be in that top ranking position, maybe not, but are they still performing well? Yes, absolutely. And I think they're doing a great job of keeping the team back in the game. Now, when you look at the rest of the team today, I think that it's really important to talk about Flash. I feel like Flash really hit the ground running coming into game number 1. We're seeing a lot of flashes, a lot of flashes of inspiration and also brilliance coming in from this team as well. Seeing from Bo, seeing from Tops as well. Very, very aggressive in the way they play. They're actually challenging some of the bigger names, just as eArena, and it's really, really fun to watch them as well. So that's also something that I really want to talk about. I think for me, you know, those teams that really hit the ground running, you go into game number 1 already, you know, thriving, especially since you're already 1 day behind, is really, really cool. I think that for Team Flash, I wouldn't say it's more about doing homework or positioning either. I think it just comes down to the individual brilliance. Their chemistry also cannot be denied. They're different in terms of how they play. We're just not seeing a double swing or anything. It's more of like different angles played together, but they mark it all from different plays and sites. So it's very fun to see how they play. I would love to see it. Anyone at home, if you guys are doing a breakdown of how Flash plays, I would love to see it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on when you mentioned about all the approaches that Team Flash has been able to put that makes them such a formidable team, so much so that Joker himself was actually talking about Team Flash being the #1 in the cards to actually book maybe a potential PMGC spot. So this is why they are not feeling the most confident in their current performance, because you got Titans like them who's been really working as a unit. Their chemistry is second to none right now, where, you know, back in game 1, we were looking at teams, you know, going for all these skirmishes and needing to look for some of all these recall points. Team Flash, they never needed it, and they still secured those double digits. That goes to show that they have such a strong modus operandi on top of that synergy that was unmatched, that they say, you know what? We can just play it just like how we used to do. We don't really need to switch our approach, just so that, you know, things are just as comfortable and they are still hitting all these great marks. So Team Flash generally is a team that, even if they don't secure a chicken dinner, they don't have a problem, because every other round, it's a minimum of 5 to 6 points of elimination on their back.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of teams need to really figure this out as well. I think that a majority of teams, some teams such as 5-2, you have certain rounds where you make it to the top 4. Like, it's just like one round and then suddenly you're suddenly irrelevant once more. We're seeing too many zeros when it comes to these rounds. And it's so important that you at least leave the game with 5 to 6 points. It's enough to really just keep you in that game, keep you in the middle of that pack. Because so long as you're collecting points, you are still ahead of everyone else, especially if you already built that lead. But in this situation, I feel like a lot of teams such as AZ, such as 5-2, the inexperience really shows, especially since it's their first time on that big well. Yeah, we saw the potential, and I think that's the reason why they made it here to tier 1, absolutely. But at the same time, with how short the season is, you don't really have that point to experiment. Granted, at the same time, you know, being able to play on this big stage is already experience in itself. I think give it like 2 seasons perhaps to play catch up would be really good for them. I do also hope that Oryx decide to go for a long-term nurturing situation rather than a pickup for 1 season and drop in the next. I feel like teams that really swap rosters a lot are a team that really struggles to find chemistry and rely a lot on individual brilliance. And you can collect as many good players as you want from the entirety of Southeast Asia, but if they do not have chemistry, you can kiss the ticket to PMGC goodbye, because at the end of the day, it is a 4-man squad coming into the Battle Royale.
Yeah, and I'm actually seconding your opinion as well, because we take a look at how all these meta has involved, that it does not really allow a lot of all these teams to really fully have, you know, that one man to stop multiple teams. Maybe in the past, you still have these kind of opportunities to really come in with some of all these snoopy plays. But then again, you saw every other region have been able to really up the ante little by little. And right now, even, you know, XSOPHERE, that's been out of the scene for quite a while, is already showing up that, hey, this team can actually secure a chicken dinner. And I'm pretty sure that if you're going to look at the rest of the regions as well, when it comes down to Indonesia, the PNMCs of Malaysia, they have something to prove, where even the 5-2, we have definitely had certain scrutiny. But back in Miramar, that's where they shine the brightest. AZ Slumber also had their moments. We've also seen quite a number of other names coming into the list that's been able to really put on a very strong, firm stance, even being challenged by some of the veteran members. So it's always great to actually see all these new prodigies at work, as well as you did mention about, you know, bringing in like individual players that's been super strong. I think that's currently what's being faced by BTR once again, because they have gone through a lot of overhaul of rosters throughout each respective seasons, that now they bring back a familiar face together alongside with Red Face, who is joining BTR for the first time. He's been playing for many seasons in the PMSL, but I think like he's trying to get into the DNA of BTR as well, which I think eventually he will fit right in. But the last few rounds convinced me that, hey, they are still a top fragging team nonetheless.
Yeah. Okay, now we're coming into the last 3 games right now. I think for Group C, this would be, I think, the last 3 for the week before that super weekend happens. This is where things get super exciting, right? Because we're looking at Group C. Let me just bring this up so that I can see which teams are playing here. VOIN, BTR, Homebois, MAQNA Esports, 5-2, EA, XSOPHERE, DX, and RQ right now. Which team do you think needs to play catch up? Which team do you think is currently in a very, very unstable position that needs to really step out to the plate?
Yeah, other than some of the suspects that we've mentioned earlier on, like 5-2 Homebois, I think like they're definitely in the danger zone, that I don't think that they have been able to really shake off the rust that they've had. And this is the nature of the league. If you're not just going to snooze for one full day, your chances of winning out tournament itself is already so low that now you're looking at a group stage qualification into the Super Weekend. The only form of reprieve that they have is that there is a second week. So missing out on the first week means that they need to do even more homework if they are going to be sitting out on those 2 days. And on top of that, when you don't want to leave it to week 2, because if you can actually secure yourself that spot into the weekend, it also does not fully guarantee that you reap that amount of points. So they need to, once again, look for what feels the most comfortable for them in order to execute their plans much better.
There we go. Anyways, looking over to our Preds right now, I would love to see TALON really make it to the top. I think they definitely have, you know, what it takes for them to be up there to the, to just really get that chicken in there. But at the same time, you know, I'm giving this all to the secondary page teams, just because I feel like, you know, second half of the day is the day that I think most of these would have already warmed up. It is also the last air angle as well. So yeah.
I absolutely am also going in for a similar notion, which is why you're looking at, you know, I put Blue out there. Maybe I was 1 game late. They've been able to manage a chicken dinner over the past round. But in that list, I did list out AZ Slumber. I believe in the prowess of, you know, the birthday boy himself, Miss, who's currently celebrating in Bangkok, Thailand, by playing PUBG Mobile with the rest of his team. And on top of that, having familiar names such as Brian, who's been touted as one of the quickest APM players when it comes down to his mechanics itself. So I want to see more being done, but the only thing is that they don't really show very clean fights overall. So that's what I want to see them improve on. Whereas, of course, we go back to the camps of the players after having, you know, that short break. It really feels like they've been able to really calm down a whole lot more. GLHF, straightforward and beautiful words coming from Homebois MAQNA Esports.
Honestly, Homebois MAQNA Esports, I think they can make it. I think they can. I think last game especially, it felt like they were coming together as a team really well. They're playing cohesively. We're seeing a lot of, I think, good team plays. Yeah, they lose one players or two, but I think it's one of the longest they've survived in their run. So for me, I think that, yeah, it's the second half of the day. You spent a lot of time struggling yesterday at the beginning of the day, but perhaps now is the time, now that you can just wake up a little bit more and think, okay, we survived a lot more. Now it's time for us to be able to take it a little bit more further.
That's right, and Vampire Esports won the list of votes coming from you yourself. I mean, this is a team that we've talked about, previous iterations, too many superstars does not mean that you will always win it out. This time, they are bringing some of all these teams as well as players coming from across Thailand to form a brand new look for VPE. And I'm kind of liking it with Red Bull joining in from Asia. We'll see whether if the home ground team can secure another one for TH.
All right, exciting stuff. Let's have a look here as we go into match 4 of the day. Also, the last Erangel that's being played for Group C. If Group C, if this is one of your best maps, this is when you want to rally. This is when you want to wake the heck up. This is when you want to really push your way all the way till the end. Because as we know, Miramar can be a lot more unforgiving compared to this one. Anyways, Flight Path coming in from SLUMBER all the way to the southern side of Hospital. Great stuff coming through here. I think it's a pretty good divide for where you want to drop. So most teams, except for those near SMB, shouldn't have too much of a problem.
Yeah, and we're already looking at a shift coming from Boing Donkey because they don't have the access into the middle base, so they opt to move into Severity. Does that mean that they're going to be challenged? Doesn't seem to be the case because we're looking at a very segregated split coming from XSOPHERE to occupy Stauber as well as the outskirts of the Astana Lake at the very same time. Whereas, when we take a look at the far end of Georgia Pool, there's a flock of crowd going in there. Hill Esports and a couple more notable names such as eArena is about to share those grounds. Perhaps eArena is going to be considering Hospital to get a little bit more vantage point. And oh, another road kill! And oh, not quite there just yet. Lucky for Razy, or is that Zuxi that's been able to dodge that? And he's just gonna be looking to book himself a spot inside of the compound. Can he make the cut though? He's running further up, and he's just gonna be gunned down by the rest of our RQ.
My god, RQ on a rampage. And you know what? I thought they would slow down a little bit, especially since they are in the more, safer situations. But yeah, they're just saying, let's just play every game like it's our last.
Yeah, I really do love the kind of spirit that they've been having for the entirety of the day. RRQ, that last round when they only had 2 players, but they continued to rally, bringing in like 5 to 6 elimination points, and now getting a free buy up against BTR, the nemesis of Indonesia. This is just going to be a great hit start for them to really ramp things up once again.
Yep. Now, eArena, this is fine. I don't think we've seen NC2 play quite yet, unless I'm tripping. Forgive me if I'm wrong.
I believe he played yesterday as well, but it's a little like the second half of the day, so they kind of like to keep him fresh.
Yeah, I think it's good that they're just going through this, because NC2 as well, if I'm not mistaken, also a big impact play. I think that every single member coming in from eArena is capable of just really not only just fragging out, but also bringing big impact. I'm talking about survivability, rotations when push comes to shove. If you have a bit of space that your teammate is not able to hold on to, what are you going to do to just really band-aid the situation? Everyone's able to do that. Now, coming into CD Alliance here, this is exciting because we're going to see Olio be replaced by Leons. I think Leons as well, last year, he was also a high impact player for the team as well. This is, I think that in terms of dynamics, I would love to see more of him being played because I think that Olio is in the main roster as well, but they are going to be swapping him out throughout the entirety of the day regardless. But more of him would be really good. Okay, early fights already happening here. Yoru with that pickoff onto 4 as Naxel will be the one to get knocked down quickly. Narpeko, you gotta give it to this guy. He's always quick at that follow-up. So both teams taking heavy losses, 1-1. But RQ now on the back foot. They have to go and really come together to go and pick up their fallen teammate. Not gonna be the easiest as well.
It's just so interesting watching them at work. I mean, they've been in the business of two separate teams, and right now, going toe-to-toe on a 1v1 format. Yoru does lob in the nade, but it's even quicker coming from Bobo Ho. Boo Slayer with an off-angle pickoff makes it easy for Yoru to secure it. But then again, the rest of RQ is not within the sight of Milta, so they could not afford to really dive deep into the city to lend him a hand. Genfos now have to play it all alone, despite, we've sung praises for RQ. This time, they're going to struggle a whole lot more despite walking with those early 2 points.
Okay, looking at positioning right now, since it's a very, very centralized circle, I think we're going to go back to the usual ways of rotations and even takes right now. I think personally for VOIN who actually drop down near Severny, they don't have to rotate too much. You can just take your time, go down south on the northern side of Rozhok. If say the circle pulls on forward, they can wait out the first wave of that rotation and play toward the sides of the circle. I think they've had quite a great success playing at the edges there. I think throughout the entirety of yesterday, most of their pickoffs happened because they were a little bit later to that zone. Compared to today, I felt like they were really struggling trying to hold down the line, hold up the sport for being one of the first few into the zone. So I think that if they go back to what they did yesterday in terms of rotations, in terms of playing on the side, in terms of just trying their best to just pick off players as they rotate into the circle, it'll be huge.
Yeah, we will likely see a little bit more of those early fights happen because of this centralized area, especially towards the far western lane. We had teams like Vampire Esports, MVKE, eArena, who always love to take the Gatka fields as well. So we're probably seeing them being pumped out in a matter of moments. For the meantime, though, Team Flash, they're getting a little bit more of that space since they've already traversed across Yasnaya to go into the center fold. It is definitely a better spot for them right now where they can actually find a funnel of teams to be moving towards the direction, whereas BLUG, hot off a win from the past round and straight into the mix as well, getting a catch, adding another supplementary point here from the early pickoffs right across the ruins. And they quickly return back into ruins after doing so. So it's great that they actually make those firm decisions, that they don't overcommit, because that field on the outskirts of ruins can be easily caught out by the rest of the teams, whether if they're moving from Georgia Pool or so. And for the moment, a lot of scouting work coming from the teams in order to really make the cut. MVKE is one team that I have always admired, but so far, I am surprised that they only had 6 points throughout 3 matches. That's an average of 2. Very lackluster, if you ask me.
Yeah, and losing one player fairly this early as well, it should be heartbreaking for them because you want to be able to secure your lead on day 1. I feel like as tomorrow comes by, it's going to be even harder, especially with teams like Alter Ego that love to go in for those picks, for these aggressive style plays, which I think a lot of teams don't really want to face fairly early. And we know that Alter Ego loves forcing fights. Anyways, Glue is doing great right now. They managed to pick off there over onto Ruins. I think they kept a close eye onto EA as well. We saw a glimpse of Mormon just crossing by, and I think he's thinking, okay, I don't think I want to try and open this Pandora's box. It's best for me just go back to my teammates, play together as a team. It's just way too early to get knocked out of the game. RQ, I think this game just now, we talked about how they like to force things out to make things aggressive. 3 already knocked down as well. So this is definitely not the game for them. So if anything, this gives a lot of space for teams at the bottom, such as Homebois, MAQNA Esports, MVKE, AZ, to be able to rise up, especially since RQ has been the team to really farm up a lot of these teams toward the 4th circle and above.
Yeah, and I think what I really like about this season is that even newly promoted teams, they're not really too shy to be enrolled into either a close compound fight or even any form of those fights where they were forced to be pitted up against. So that being said, though, I think what they really want to improve is on either the predictions of spots, which I think right now 5-2 Esports is absolutely improving in that essence, where they're currently holding over on to the brand new updated southwestern corner of the map. BTR they've always started around this school sector. They have never really left the mark so far. So if every team's going to be moving around this location, they're definitely looking to be well stocked up for whoever is about to move towards that direction. And seemingly enough, it seems to be TALON that's always going to be looking out for them in every single map. It really feels like, you know, the Indonesians can't seem to avoid one another.
Yeah, same as Malaysia. I think I think it's more prevalent in Malaysian teams because there's not a lot of Malaysian teams, so it gets a little bit more obvious compared to the rest. Regardless, Circle is shrinking from the northern side, so everyone has decided to just cut their losses, cross over. So Rozhok is very, very populated right now. You have EA just hanging around that high ground here. This is a nice terrain to work with. It's a nice separation between Rozhok and the town, and also the school area as well. So if anyone were to cross from either the left or the right side, it should be easy pickings for this team. We've seen how Mormon, even Turney K is just able to go a little bit more ballistic for these mid to long range fights as well. It's just nasty how they're able to really run away with all of these shots. Now, at the same time, the middle side of school here, I think MVKE is going to try and fight for that spot away from TALON. And it's not going to be the easiest either, because this school area has a lot of compounds, and each compound you have no clue how many teams, how many players are inside. And even if you do secure one compound, because of the size, another team just hold on to the other side as well. As MVKE break drops down, his teammate barely survives the initial hit. And they're going to try and meet into a building. Oh my god, he just barely jumped inside.
Oh, thankfully he booked indoors just in the nick of time, or else it could be devastating. Right now, MVKE going for the rescue for the moment. Just about enough wiggle room around the swimming pool for the moment. Superman's gonna keep an eye out in order to defend this current area. Whereas GENOTH found another opening nade up against his ex-teammate of EVOS back then. And just like that, BTR is currently being split apart. GENOTH looking to find that isolation, but it is going to be a desperate attempt coming out of RQ in order to survive. They did not make the cut, as they will be the first one to bow out.
That's rough. First out to bow out this early as well. The circle is shifting all the way southern side. VPE still has some space in Pochinki, so they can just really inch their way through the buildings, through the area for a later rotation. Would love to see them go 4v4 up against the Xavier, but for now we're going to be looking at VOIN. We just passed by another team there. I'm thinking about hitting school. But you see one compound taken away by TALON. You have another compound taken away by MVKE. That was a very dangerous rotation if you ask me as well. They were on buggies. They weren't on the safest of vehicles. VOIN, understanding this predicament, took a lot of damage, but not enough to knock them out. So they're going to try and find a different way of approaching this. And this is the back of the train, which I think is just as good. Even better, actually.
Yeah, they're still pretty much in their centerfold, but it is a little bit risky if you ask me, because they're sandwiched in between both 5-2 as well as VOIN overall. I mean, eArena right on top of that. So VOIN, they just got to rely on whatever resources of smoke that they do have to really buy some time if they ever get into trouble right now. XSOPHERE finally made their move from the north point to also join in the fray. They just went past BTR though. I don't think they found the full glimpse upon those members just yet, but they are just looking to full send it. I think they spotted the vehicle and they won to cause chaos here, to just run right through. RedFaZe gets the first catch, but instead traded right back by Sneaky.
Oh, that is rough. Everyone is falling like flies, left, right, and center. Nakey, it's up to you to win this one. But do not underestimate Vexy and Razy. Yeah, they're barely breathing, barely alive. And once these, all it takes to take them down. But at the same time, one shot to the face is enough to knock him out. And they are gonna try and go hunting here. But not able to hold on. Unfortunate for them. And BTR, they survive as a 3. But for XSOPHERE, despite their chicken dinner earlier, not able to maintain that consistency.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, they managed to really avert themselves from that dangerous fight. I mean, they barely had all these form of cover to actually hold out, but all thanks to their firepower, they've been able to really overwhelm the members of XSOPHERE, who doesn't seem to be all too prepared because they have to leave multiple different vehicles in order to really get their guns pretty much well running in that team fight. So a little rather unfortunate for the side of XSOPHERE, but you know, BTR, they just really executed so much better. Now back towards the hillside on the other section, it's with Homebois getting a glimpse of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Whether if they really want to pot for an infiltration is going to be the big question right now. It seems like they're just looking to wrap around, as they haven't really made a firm decision just yet. Now that's the thing about Homebois though, they've always been second guessing their next move. I felt like they just gotta really follow their gut right now. But understandably so, when you take a look at the brand new update that's going further and further into the Potato Hills and just by the outskirts of Pochinki, now this will definitely throw off certain teams that's coming from the north as well as the far west. So a little bit hard for them to really get directly in the center because they don't really have that full info.
This is interesting. That circle actually pulled toward the southern side of school, and this is massive because there's not a lot of compounds here. The one big compound, I think a majority of it is taken away by 5-2. There is still 3 more that I think eArena could take over if they wanted to. As Homebois set their eyes onto VPE, Gawi decides to book it. Don't want to hold on, but Red Bull is there to put in the damage. That's a very, very long-range pick-off as Gawi just becomes, I would say, the distraction here. Should be too much of a problem for Homebois to just really recover their teammate. But that's what I said about these compounds. You have to be really aware and really wary if you want to break through. Even that one person is enough to just really cripple their team. And even if you get knocked there, there's already resources being used.
True enough, and that cover fire was absolutely immense coming out of Red Bull. Just goes to show how sharp these guys are, Vampire Esports, with this new iteration of roster. Now back in for more of the challenge. BTR is the one that's aggressing right now up against the rest of MVKE. They managed to nap 1 point very early on, and it seems like they cannot really stray too far from one another. CELCOMDIGI Alliance now getting invaded. Zeus and the rest of Team Flash is here, but they try to make a quick work out of him. It is being retaliated by the 2 other members that still left alive. Leon's as well as Jimmy finding that opening knock, but not quite enough to really secure it up against the rest of Team Flash. And look who's up to the hillside. AZ Slumber waiting in the wings to see if they could just be the vultures in between this 2-3-way fight.
Man, this rotation coming in from Flash is rough. Woohoo! Some GTA action. This is what I love to see here. Bao's car is just on fire, and you know what? Forget the explosion of the car. A nice headshot is enough to knock him out of the park. And Hale, it felt like they approached that fight with a vengeance. They were definitely not happy with how, you know, they were treated last game by Flash.
Not at all, and they're just going to settle scores right now. Meanwhile, Talon's going to do the same up against BTR. They've been in the center of the attention. Now with that shift of zone, seeing the rest of Talon moving right through, they're starting to be pinched up as well. They've lost Axel very early on, and now each member's kind of segregated upon this section of the school side. Rest of MVKE still boxed into those tiny little shacks, unable to move too far off, but they're setting their sights over on the top end of the hill, looking for a pickoff up against the members of Team Flash, but BTR does not allow it. Is it going to be a big save though?
Nah, not going to be the easiest at all. It's a tiny little micropixel, and they're just really putting in that pressure onto Flash as well. But MVKE, they're probably overstaying their welcome. They're being too tunnel visioned because another team has the sights on them as well. Putting in the pressure, it's going to be BTR. Now, this rotation coming from northern side, whether it be MVKE, BTR, eArena, or even 5-2, is not going to be the easiest because you have to pass all these compounds and these trains as well to get into that circle. And even after you get into that circle, it's wide open areas. Just now, I'm not too sure if everyone was aware, we were looking at the kill feed. You saw Red Bull just go completely nuclear. I think CD Alliance lost 2 members just in that scuffle, and CD Alliance have just been losing members one by one as they rotate and move around the area. So this is not an outcome that they wanted. This is one of their, I would say they still haven't really figured out how exactly they want to approach these games. As we go into the northern side of the area one more time here, for those who actually hunker down into school or that compound up north side, you're going to have one of the most annoying times to rotate into the circle. You have no clue if these compounds are occupied. You have no clue who's waiting in there as well. And on top of that, if you break in, there's a possibility of that CQC situation. As Redface, you know what he delivers, needs, and it's always hella sharp.
Yeah, Superman's doing exactly the same, and right now he's trying to pick Gracie off of that buggy. Gracie forced to make a big U-turn just to go in for the save. Vexy needs to be brought back up. And the coast is not clear. Here comes the rest of eArena arriving all the way through the back, and just like that, defeats the rest of the members of BTR, leaving only Razy behind. He gets the trade up against Mormon, but that's not quite enough. The rest of eArena trying to prepare for the onslaught, but Razy, he's remaining elusive by the blue zone. They are finding it tough to actually catch him off guard, but they will be able to find that big swing. NC2 knock out of the blue zone. This is bad for eArena.
Yeah, you may have won the battle, but not the war, because MVKE was waiting for you as well. Joker is barely alive right now. He needs to survive this. He needs to bring his teammates back into the game. A nice strafe means he wins it in the end. But time is just definitely not his side. No, 30K is still alive, so they survive as a 2. Good clutch coming in as well as Flash. You see Tops trying to play very sneakily through those smokes, comes out, gets a bit of space, and just completely goes prone. Trying to make sure his hate remains completely safe. But Zeus, you know what? To hell with that. I want to go aggressive. The amount of pressure he's put onto the members of AZ is impressive, as Azami already solo as well. Mix as well, having so much trouble trying to move forward. Brian just struggling to stay alive. But Mix, that is the birthday buff nade that he needs. Gets the perfect pickoff onto Flash. But for the rest of the team, they are still very much in the dark. These smokes are not making it very easy. But when the smokes dissipate, it's all over for everyone, because you're just going to be all out free for all.
Yeah, and you're also looking at the interest coming in from Vampire Esports. Mela have arrived over the back. And right now with flag coming right in. Zeus has got to settle scores real quick. He gets the drop over onto Brian. And right now looking for another catch. Looking for a 180 flick. Not quite enough just yet. Big damage being done, but the Rampage right through. Coming in from Birthday Boy Miz is going to be able to just pin him down. Only one member remains for the side of Team Flash. It's all down to win, and I don't think he's got the resources to really carry on fighting, because Vampire Esports is on the other corner. And just like that, we see a very different showing coming from the side of 52, but Vampire Esports have been able to just shut a few more players down. 5 points already, with now being bombarded. Vampire Esports takes over that compound.
Man, Win is just not out of the woods yet. He thought could just stay a bit more, quiet, stay and buy a bit more time. But Vampire Esports, once they mark you, it feels like they have their talons into your body. You can't really get away. Here comes the first onslaught. The information's relayed, and here comes Red Bull. I feel like Red Bull today has just been incredible. Just these long-range pickoffs. So if he sees a tiny little micropixel, you're out. You're down and out as well. Win tried to survive that. No. And actually, the kill stolen away by 5-2. Every point matters for them as well, as they already have 4 eliminations in the bag to just really claw their way back into that top 16. It's going to be a struggle, but you can tell that they're still very much not out of the game yet. They still have 4 players alive, and I think with only 6 teams left, this is also one of their best games so far.
Yeah, look at the rest of Vampire Esports taking a late approach into this deep dive bomb into that shack was a very decisive call that definitely resulted in a better trade. 5 for 1. Losing out Mela in exchange for those points was absolutely worth it, in that sense where Mela tried to really open up a little bit more of that space for them in order to thrive. Meanwhile, the Savior doing exactly the same, but they are just leaving the sides of Pachinki to try to pick up a few members of all these blue squad over onto the other quarter. But it is looking rather difficult because they don't really have the full vision, but they are just trying to bombard right through the smokes. They managed to catch Hexus, but Noel's on the opposite side of the street. Xbox soaking 50% as well, and those nades are falling very closely in the retaliation of what Noel has to offer, and this might just be detrimental to both sides of the party, looking to finish in the top 5.
I have to say, the Xavier, despite only having 2, they still still rush forward. Two-man army against the world right now. Shin, the only one left standing. Glue showing us that 4 guns is still better than 2. Eliminating the entirety of this team. A lot more of a quiet day for D Xavier. Probably not what they wanted, but still. Game is game. They got 6th place right now just by still trying to explore how they wanted to approach the game.
They've done just about enough maintenance in order to keep themselves into the top 16. But it definitely is very disappointing if you were to be in their shoes, because they have definitely did a lot of proactive approach, but there's just no conversions whatsoever. And in comparison, Blue Squad is the one looking for the big conversions instead. They get the pin down, takes out Richard X. Still another member remained for the side of Hill with the presence of Tree Touch that just got brought into this match, and now he's the final member remaining. He barely survives. He makes the jump right across, but the rest of Glue are on the chase, and there's just not enough space for him to work with. Baron Khan coming from right below. 5-2 Esports have been able to stash that away from the hands of Blue Squad.
Top 4 already here, and I think this is one of the rare moments. I think it might be the first time that we've seen a 3v4v4 at all this season. Usually we'd see one team, you know, really limping, perhaps a 3 and a 4, and the rest is like 1 or 2. Homebois still very much in a very advantageous situation. It really felt like the second half of the day has been one of the moments that they really rallied back, found their groove. It's not going to be the easiest as well. They did get 1 elimination already. This game, Homebois, is all about survivability, and this is their first kill the entire game.
And if they do end up with a chicken dinner, this would really supplement them in a chance for them to play in the Super Weekend. Elton right now holding them into position for the rest of them to do their job. And KF, he's going to be the last one out there to make those big swings. He gets the knock. And he still survives. Now down to Helton. With so little health, he has to force the first kit out in the middle open. There is just a little bit of smoke to cover his tracks for the moment. And now, 1 versus 1 over onto the corner. He's charging up a grenade to lob it directly towards KF. And he almost connects it. He does make a claim onto a fallen comrade of Glue. And finally, he nails it down. And now it's 5-2 into the top 3.
And Homebois, they haven't really shown their hand at all. After that 1 kill they got, just really hunkered down in that compound. It's the only compound in the area as well. Compared to the rest of the other teams here, they're forced to play with this terrain. And it's a very open area. The only thing they have to work with is a tiny little rock, some tree lines as well. And if you want to try and push out forward, there's nothing for you to play with. You need your teammates to be able to work off each other as well. And I wouldn't say that the Homebois is actually, asserting control. They're playing off one another. They're crossing off each other and allowing themselves to play off each other. But less about control and more about trying to stay alive as a team. With understanding where Vampire is and giving a lot of respect to their individual prowess. Homebois wants to see whether I can make this clean. But Red Bull, that ghillie suit, my god. Caught the whole team off guard. Trying to bring a Limp Boy back into the game, but he's going to follow it up with that nade. Gonna be hitting him? No, bit too wide. It's still enough. Another one sent as a little present. But still, Keem is going to try and stick it. Whoop, he's very much back in the game.
Yeah, that was a really mean toss as well. I mean, if that one connects, Homebois will be in shambles. The kind of lead that they have might not really result all too much. But this two-prong attack has been pretty impressive, that they're very willing to go on individual prowess, because Yui's right now is being held hostage by the corner of the tree. A 1v1 duel, a 1v2, I must say, with Real as well as Shamil to try to really fully pin him in that position. Well, Limp Boy getting bombarded for the top side once again. Red Bull is really showing that he has some of the sharpest shots here to operate in the field, but he's getting caught out instead by Real's position, and right down from below, it will be the very first win for Malaysia in the form of Homebois MAQNA Esports.
Took 2 days for Malaysia to rise up to the top. I'm so happy to see this outcome. Homebois decided to change up the way they play this game. Rather than taking fights, rather than forcing things to happen, they decide to survive as a 5. And I think also that this particular circle made it so much easier for them to really play as a team. It's a lot more centralized, gives them a lot of different options, and I think that it's very similar to your usual or what to expect in a safer or a casual round of PUBG Mobile. This is a great situation for them. Vampire Esports, this is stolen away from them as well. This is just really good. I'm loving to see that this might be the first brick for their success.
Yeah, they're definitely looking much better in terms of cohesion, the way that they've been able to really make that decision to leave that compound and extend their wings in order to really claim all that space in their final zone was what mattered a whole lot. Or else Vampire Esports will just lock them into that position. So kudos to the Malaysian boys. Homebois now finally gets a taste of that chicken. And Real, the nasty shot in order to claim some of all these members of VP has been really putting in a lot of good numbers.
I am just impressed right now. I think that end of the day, right, getting it to the end and getting those points is already a pretty big step forward. And I think that for Homebois, they're understanding that in terms of firepower, they don't have it quite yet. Or maybe they're just not really on that same page when it comes to those team fights. They said, okay, let's just really find our plan B. It's really important that these teams start to realize that they have many pages of the playbook for them to be able to use. And surviving and not getting killed is also another way to approach the game.
Yeah, and what I was also impressed in the form of stats as well. I mean, these guys, they're absolute tanks, soaking so much damage throughout. You know what? Let's get a glimpse of the highlights, and we'll elaborate it in a moment's time.
Okay, top four right now, looking at Homebois, ME, VPE, 5-2, and GLUE. And out of these two teams, HBME and 52 were the two teams that have been struggling. I'm glad to see them making it in the top four as well. In terms of eliminations, a little bit more into 5-2. But Homebois, MAQNA Esports choosing a different approach to make it to the top. VPE and GLUE, I would say this is consistency at its finest. I'm glad to see that, throughout everything, we are still getting a variety of different teams making it to the top here. And perhaps could they still struggle to make it to the end since we only have another 2 more Miramars to go?
They could only put their best foot forward from here on out, and I'm really glad that they've been able to really come to that realization that they need to really squeeze for every drop of points. So 5-2 Esports is on the other side of the spectrum where they were actually picking more and more of these fights. So going down to the wire in the very tail end of this final matchup between Homebois as well as VPE, it was really Real that has been able to really find those perfect takeoffs where he was focused over on the other corner, supplementing Shamil from one instance, and then goes in for that flick towards Red Bull where he haven't covered the angle coming right through. So that was just perfect calculation coming in from Real in order to secure it with some really good stats overall.
Yeah. Real has always been one of those players I think always had good potential. I feel like it really takes some time for him to really find his groove into the game. Coming into this one here, I think for HBME, this is a very, very passive game. This is such a different style of play from yesterday today. I think if we were to compare the way they play yesterday today, it feels like a night and day. 14 points for them, matching up with VPE, who got second, who are double in terms of eliminations at 14 as well. 5-2 here. This is one of their best games. 8 eliminations. Hello? 5-2? Is this really the same team you're watching yesterday? And I think you did share a bit of lore on the pre-show before day one, right? About what to expect from this team. And I think it's finally coming into fruition.
Yeah, they're feeling more like themselves right now, and I'm just glad to see this happen. Whereas we're also looking at Hill to also put up some really strong numbers out there for, despite them really not getting into all these good positions, is still a decent feat. Well, on the first page, we don't see too much movement, but with just one chicken dinner, look at where it brings Homebois into the first page, 7th position with a total of 46 points. So I think we will definitely get to see them in the finals.
Yeah.
Well, not finals.
Not finals,
weekend.
Super Weekend, right? I think, yeah, I would love to see that different side of them playing on this weekend as well. But now on 16th, but this is exciting because you look at 16th place, it's Flash in the overall rankings. I understand it's the first day they're playing as well, but because of how much noise they've been making, I'm quite surprised they're not further up the charts for some reason.
Well, it's still the very first day for some of these members of Team Flash. I mean, unless they pull off a Boing Donkey, then I guess they will be able to join the ranks on the first page. So we'll give them a little bit more time. But you gotta also remember that Team Flash, their strong suit is also Miramar. So upcoming next, they might be able to have a better time out. Now, let's take a look at some of all these strats in that past round. I mean, 30 over smokes coming from Vampire Esports. They've been able to really sustain throughout it all thanks to their usage of utilities alongside with BTR coming into second place. Now, take a look at this very interesting infographic. 4 teams potentially battling in Los Limos. Now, that's something I want to see.
But I don't know how I feel about that. It's like, you know, urban warfare, right? It's one of the slowest we've ever seen. Wait, low-key though, it could be exciting. I mean, we're seeing a lot of like jump shots on these close quarter combats if teams do decide to commit. But in a lot of instances, especially if it's a TALON, teams prefer to put a little bit of space between them unless they want to go for a full-on 4v4. So personally, I want to see the fight over at Power Grid. That high ground fight, you know, maybe have EA just, you know, rotate in. Wow, I'm theory crafting right now. That's crazy. And, you know, to make it just fun, could be fire. But you know what? I cannot believe we have teams dropping off over at Los Higos.
Yeah, I think like some teams, they just love to play by the very edge of the map. But then again, I'm not a big fan when it comes down to the Miramar, because the moment that you're struggling to look for vehicles, you are doomed in this map. So Miramar is definitely bound to be exciting. You know, from that infographic, I was kind of surprised that none of these teams were opting for places like Monte Nivo or even areas like Minas Generalis, which are usually prime spots. I guess depending on the flank, we might just actually see teams execute the kind of plan B or so. So we'll have to take a look later on, because, you know, so they love to take things slowly and steadily. But if you guys love speed and want everything to operate super smoothly, you got to update your client, because we got version 4.0 that guarantees you that you play without overheating. And it is proven that you will get cooler temperatures no matter whatever device that you guys are playing from. It's at least 2 to 4 Celsius lower and a cooler temperature of at least 15%. Now that is big news for you guys who's got, you know, a baked potato that you've been holding for all these years.
Anyways, we also have some stuff happening in September already. Yeah, it's about to be Halloween, guys. Anyways, Spooky Soiree is here in version 4.0 as well. There's gonna be really fun spooky activities with epic IP collaborations unlocking coming very soon as well. So big surprises are dropping this next 2 months, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun.
That's right. So much is happening right here. And, you know, if you love your dose of K-pop or just a big fan of G-Dragon, your moment is now. Well, I say now, but that's on different platforms. Next week is where we'll get some exclusive drops coming with this collaboration with G-Dragon, so you don't want to miss out. So mark your calendars. It's on Thursday, so make sure you guys tune right in. And who knows what exactly does G-Dragon want to bring into the mix?
Yeah, but anyways, coming back into the mix here, 2 more maps for Group C to determine whether or not they make it into this super weekend. And you know that Group B is not going to make it easy at all for them to actually achieve their dreams. We saw the rise of 2 of the, I would say, the teams that are really struggling from yesterday, 5-2, as well as Homebois, MAQNA Esports. So for me, you know, it is a top 4. So this could be the start of that momentum. But my question is, can they hold on to it? Because there's a lot of teams that thrive on one game and get destroyed the next. I think 5-2 had that problem yesterday as well. Looking a lot more better and consistent today. Homeboys, they're very up and down. But Homeboys, I am curious mostly because I feel like in terms of points, they do need to collect a tad bit more. So for me, it's like, I think they need to go beyond playing passive. They need to try and take these fights. I'm not saying forcing it, but trying to get a little bit more creative. Mid to long range is something that I think they can really abuse. Maybe wait a little bit more further out, play with the edge of the circle, wait for a fight in front of them, and then third party. Yeah, it's sneaky, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
Yeah, I think like there can be a good mixture of both in the sense where you play safe into stage 6 and then stage 6 you start activating, so it guarantees you that if you do win those duels, you're already in the top 4. So by walking with those eliminations, that definitely allows you to have close to double digits, if not above double digits. I mean, above 10 points. I mean, there's impossible ways for them to.
We can't math, clearly. We can't math.
I can't math. It's been a long day, right? So, I mean, when we move into Miramar, I think it's a little bit more of a tactical shooter kind of approach where they really rely on, you know, smokes as well as everything to really keep themselves covered, especially when they are so reliant on playing around terrains. I think like for most part, Erangel for the past couple rounds, certain teams have been able to thrive under those conditions, such as Vampire Esports, and I'm glad that we're also finally get to see bigger showings coming from VTE. I mean, as much as they've always maintained a certain record, like they were really fighting for a chicken dinner last round. It's just that those numbers were just overwhelming to really deal up against. So other than, you know, the Malaysian teams out there that we've, you know, start to rave about because, you know, they definitely need those points. All the other teams that are inside of Group C right now, I think that there's definitely some added pressure on to what they need to achieve here in this map. So I'm definitely hoping for the very best out of, you know, teams like D-Saver, who's already been on day 2, and even the likes of BTR. You know, we talked about putting a certain prediction or so that, oh, if BTR gets a chicken dinner or so, or whoever, and you went for another one. Which team was that again? Was it Vampire Esports or which one was it? If the coffee's on the line,
I do not remember. We're gonna have to go back on the VODs here. You know, coming into today as well. Wait, D-Xavier. I remember now. D-Xavier. Yeah. It was supposed to be D-Xavier. Coming into today, we haven't seen that. I don't think that they're gonna be able to at this point. I think you know, yesterday at the very least it looked a little bit more consistent in terms of eliminations, in terms of placement. Today you can really tell they're struggling. They cannot find momentum at all. There are situations where, you know, they're getting knocked a bit too early, and I'm like, oh, it's okay, they're probably gonna have some elimination. I look to the side, I'm like, wait a minute, it's not the usual style of gameplay that we usually see from this team. So, you know, my question is, I mean, it can go about 2 ways, right? I think we spoke about this yesterday, how teams approach this map, whether it's going to be a situation where they just completely tilt all the way till the end, or will this change of map provide them with that change in pace and mindset that you need? I know there's a lot of teams that talk about go next method, but sometimes, you know, playing the same map doesn't really help you with that as well. A different map means a different start. I know it's a psychology thing, it's crazy, but yeah, it does happen.
Yeah, the problem is there's not too many maps for some of these players of Group C to really go next, right? You can only go next for maybe one more time after this round. So that being said, though, I definitely think that, you know, we take off a lot of all these elements of, you know, fights happening around rivers. Probably the likelihood right now is 0.5%. So I think like it's gonna be a good notion for them to really thrive under those conditions. Now, I do have the usual suspects here that has been able to really prove big results. Team Flash, RQ, as well as Vampire Esports. What say you? I think like TALON so far has been really popping off in some of these Wrangle matches, but we have yet to see the performance out of Miramar, but I'm eager to witness.
Yeah, anyways, we're about to go into the game already here. This is what I was talking about in terms of mindset. I think, I mean, we see emotions go high, obviously. GGWP, yes. Anyways, that is my ADHD speaking. But yeah, coming back to what I was talking about, you know, talking about like how, you know, emotions get high. I think we see it a lot, especially if teams get knocked out early or in a clutch situation. But I think one of the loudest expressions I saw yesterday was D Xavier. Every time they narrowly missed that chicken dinner, you could see that frustration in their eyes. They're very stoic. I really hope it didn't affect their communications. I do know a lot of teams that, you know, once they have gone through too much stress, that's where the breakdown in communications happen. That's where, you know, you know, situations where you start to really zone out each other because you're stuck in your own world and trying to make things happen. The hero play syndrome, as I would like to call it. So, you know, well, at least this guy is smiling. He's feeling good. So, you know, when you're in this situation, right? I think that it's always good to have, you know, a teammate like him that, you know, you know, that's just really, you know, making things a lot more chill, making things exciting. Yes, happy birthday, Mix. And honestly, that was a buff. I hate to tell you, but that chicken dinner was a buff.
Yeah, I mean, 5-2 Esports is still looking to also join them in the ranks as well. Mix finally getting to have, you know, certain reasons to celebrate by the end of the day. And, you know, we see all these bright smiles on the faces of even RQ for very good reasons. I think for the past 2 days, RQ has been one of the most consistent team, if not one of the most dominant in the field as well. When it comes down to Miramar, they have really known every nook and cranny of this map, and I think they are definitely poised for another one just like they did yesterday.
That's a lot of damage from Red Bull. Oh my god. I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised. We saw his long-range hits, right? And through the window as well. He did like, what, 3-4 times? Red Bull, you know, he's not a flashy player, but if you keep your eyes peeled on that kill feed, you'll see him just like, getting, you know, kills upon kills upon kills. And since the camera's not on him, you just wonder, like, what the heck is going on over there, man?
Yeah, and like I would beg to differ as well. You say he's not that flashy. Like, if you give him some certain opportunities to really lead a fight, I think I've seen him really go literally what they call balls deep into the faces of some of all these teams, and he's been able to clutch 1 versus 4s that I've seen back in the past. It's just that, you know, FaZe Clan, this being, you know, one of their runs that has been up and down, I think they're definitely testing out a multiple formula that they don't fully just play around with Red Bull. They try to play together as a unit, and I think that it's definitely yielding some decent results coming from the members of Vampire Esports, since this is their first outing as, you know, a brand new squad without the presence of Nuzi, without the presence of Tony K, and Vampire Esports, they still thrive.
Now, my question is right now, you know, especially from teams at the bottom, oh my god, I really want to see who exactly is struggling right now, especially since we're in Group C, right? And who exactly, you know, since we do still have another group that's going to be playing catch-up tomorrow, what exactly is the benchmark that you would recommend for these teams to hit?
Well, the benchmark right now, I'm thinking if they could find that sweet spot of above 50 points, 55 points, to be the threshold that I am assuming right now, that would be great. But if they could not, well, actually, I might have actually set it a little bit too high. I mean, I don't really recall those Group A numbers, but looking at the situation right now, if we complete the run, yep, it should be around the threshold of 55 points, because you will have this game and the next one, and we're already getting a little bit of a hairy situation for Barry Khan getting tagged by Noel out of Winchester. Okay, man. He's absolutely flexing with his traditional weapon.
Crazy. I think it's always really fun when you see Noel just really hop into the game. I think we did see, you know, a team comparison, a player comparison for the team in terms of damage and stuff like that. Noel was not in the top 2. But, you know, if you see him individually, he does deliver. He can win these 1v1s. Great. And just excels on mid to long range as well. So, you know, this guy, even though you don't see his stats and numbers really shine on the stat page, you cannot underestimate him.
Not at all. I mean, when do we always... when was the last time we actually get to see players flex on a sniper for the past couple of meta where everyone's bringing DBSs and he's just showing you that, like, okay, you give me even a rusty old Winchester, I could still snack away some points. Like, look at this beautiful replay. Like, even Barry Khan has been dancing left, right, center, and somehow...
Look at that tracking.
Somehow,
oh
he hits perfectly.
So good. Anyways, for Glue, this is just another day. I mean, you start the game already with 1 elimination. You secured, you know, a few vehicles already for your team. You're just trying to hunt down the last few members here. I think 5-2, they don't really want to challenge this, especially this early. So I think they're just going to concede here and just let it be. And I think it's nice also going to see Stickley play as well. I think today for Hexas, I think it's been, for him, I think it's been quite unlucky. I think that was one game where he got knocked out fairly early as well, so his team had to continue as a 3. But they still made it onto that top 4.
Yeah, and, you know, they've always been this team that really carries a momentum from start to finish once they do find it. And I think, like, you know, the couple of all these other teams are hoping that they could find that break as well. Speaking of which, though, VOIN Esports is now bringing back Razak into the fold. So expect to see a little bit more of the stock standard VOIN Donkey approach where they're going to be hunting for a really good spot and then look for a big funnel yet again. So now with, you know, the addition of Voxy, who in the last season was playing in BTR as one of the hot new prospects to join the ranks, I feel like VOIN Donkey last season felt like they lacked a lot of firepower. They were depending on Razak. They were depending on, you know, another player in order to really get like a duel running. And now with Voxy, that's going to be able to cover those grounds. And that's what I really like about VOIN Esports this season.
Los Leones as well. Alright, gonna have a look here at the map feed. I think across the board for most of the teams already inside a circle. It's a very centralized circle as well, which is why it's a slower pace and a slower start. We did see a few pickoffs already. 5-2 already lost 1 member. Chip damage all around, but I don't think that teams are super, you know, in a position where they want to force fights anyway. Even VOIN, who dropped down near GLUG Cabrera, is just really taking their time exploring creative fields. In this situation, when you are playing with VOIN, since they do have creature fields in their hands so far, would love for them to just really hunker down there. See anyone rotating in front of them because they do have that high ground, that mid to long range range that they have could be something they abuse. And speaking of teams converging on middle side here, it's messy. You have TALON across here as well, BTR, VPE, MVKE, CD Alliance, and Flash as well, alongside 5-2. So I can imagine that area of Los Leones, La Bendita, is going to be quite hectic in just a few moments, especially if you're just going to hunker down in those buildings. You're not going to rotate a lot as well, so you're going to wait for situations that kind of force you to move, especially the zone shift.
Yeah, true enough. Meanwhile, over on to the corner of the kill feed, it is Team Flash that manages yet another knock onto a member of 5-2 Esports. 52, you know, they got that top 4 last round, but it does seem like they're having some struggles here inside Miramar. And back to what you were mentioning as well, you know, like the potential of all these fights that might take place. It revolves a lot around that highway between from Monte Nivo into Los Leones, because that is where it separates the low ground as well as the high ground in between Chumacera as well as Picado. So right at this moment, Win does actually go in for that confirmation. So 552, they're only depleted down to a dual squad to really face up against a full stack roster from every other team. Now that is something daunting. Meanwhile, top Elim Zeta tops the board right now, but he is going to be trailed by Rosemary, but Rosemary is not playing for the entirety of the day, which allowed Zeta to be able to dish more damage. Just one extra kill out there. We'll want to see more coming out Zeta later on.
That's crazy. He only played 1 day and he's already on number 2 on the list. That is crazy. Every time I see Alter Ego on that stat, I'm just like, they only played 1 day, right? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, but you have players like Rosemary. Again, Alter Ego, I think that last few seasons they struggled a little bit to find their team identity. On top of that as well, there was like, you know, that feud a little bit about his chemistry between him and his teammate, which honestly for me, I didn't really enjoy hearing as well, these speculations. But I think that Alter Ego has been doing a great job of just really proving all the naysayers wrong and just really kind of establishing a team identity and what they wanted, you know, to bring to the table. And this season, I think they're debuting off on a hot start.
Yeah, I really like the kind of mindset that they bring into the season because they usually are that team that, you know, day one, they can afford to flop and then they will try to ramp up on day 2 and to really show their true potential. And now they just get the job done from minute 1 and they just have so much pressure being released so that even if they botched a few rounds to borrow, they were going to be A-okay.
That's crazy. You see that range?
Beautiful long-range shots.
Yeah, and through the vehicle as well. Oh my gosh. Tourniquet close by here, and VKE gonna be doing a drive-by. eArena, this is... I think they still want to get active and aggressive, but I think these compounds are just really stopping them from being able to just really unleash their full aggression coming forward as well. Especially since MVKE likes to play a little bit more segregated. You have no clue if you're crossing, someone's playing close by the window. One shotgun to the face is enough to really get you eliminated back to the lobby. And you do not want to be put in that position at all, especially when it compromises your teammates' positioning and play.
True enough, this is also one instance when we're looking at MVKE playing a little bit more aggressive because they used to be that team that really loves to hunker down into that one spot and then they always get the prediction right somehow. But you know, they didn't really get all too much of all these right prediction. I mean, actually, this is their very first day, but throughout the entire course of the day, they couldn't really get things going, and now they're switching up their approach when it comes down to Miramar, looking to infiltrate the office building where Joker's currently at. But he's got full intelligence of their movement right now, so that is definitely a cause of concern for MVK, who's got no clue who's actually inbound. Whereas, on the other side of the field, back to the highways, it is Team Flash that's already looking to really hold out that position, as they're just making their positions known so that nobody trespasses throughout the area. And it's definitely important for them to really be doing so because we've seen so many tournaments in the past where this is a very hotly contested area. Well, not exactly Hales, but over on the side of Team Flash.
VKE has breached the compound here. eArena, they're here as a 2. I'm trying to figure out where the other 2 members are. Just see whether or not they have a crossfire going on here or not. It's gonna rush forward here. Oh, what a play coming in. That's just one person rushing up, spraying off each other, playing off util. And suddenly the entirety of MVKE just crumble. Their teammates aren't even close by. And now it's just a hunt to find the other last few members of MVKE, the last one standing here. There's no way that MVKE is gonna be able to bring back Break into the game here. So you gotta let that go. And this is heartbreaking for MVKE. They're currently at the bottom of the ladder, looking to collect their points back forward and to meet up against a team that thrives in CQC like eArena is just so unfortunate.
Yeah, and you just saw how rapidly these members of eArena have been able to really sort out this fight. For the most part, I mean, eArena, they always drop into the city of Picado. It wasn't them, it's either Vampire Esports, which, you know, they're no strangers into this kind of fight within that city. and they just been able to really get that firm hold, all thanks to, you know, that perfect funnel coming from Joker's intel that gives them a little bit of that edge. Now we move over to the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They hurt those movements coming out of Homebois despite not really getting a good bird's eye view. So they're sending Leons out there to check it out to see if they can find something in return or perhaps really go full sending upon them. But I don't think there's a necessity in doing so. So they're just going to be waiting out for this stage tree to shift in order for them to really decide if they really have to rotate or otherwise. XSOPHERE, last game, getting overwhelmed. But this time around, with a lot more spacing, I want to see what they do with it. BTR now will have to deal with Helton. 52 once again, only 2 members left. So Helton, very likely than not, to be remaining passive.
Nice shots coming from Lobby. Honestly, if you see those opening shots coming from Lobby, it's always going to be him. We talked a lot about his contribution to the team and how he's able to be a huge impact factor, I think, in terms of team contribution as well in terms of stats. I think he's carrying about 48% of the team contribution. That's how it's incredible how much damage, how much he's doing for the team to give it space, aggression as well. It's just amazing stuff. Now, I want to bring your attention back to Homebois. I think they're at the outskirts of Los Leones right now because of that circle shift. And it's interesting because the last game they were able to get that chicken dinner. They were able to get into that circle fairly early. They got prime location. They didn't have to go for the rotation and force these fights. Now they're in a position where they have to fight to get to that middle side of the circle, and they're going to be running into CD Alliance. How do you think they're going to be faring?
I think that there's still some certain areas that they could still squeeze right through. I believe the last time we checked, it was kind of like a 2-2 split that Homebois were on. So if there's any possibilities, they have to move towards the western direction and then find a little bit more cover through the terrain. Speaking of which, VSaber right now is trying to halt the progress of the rest of these members of VD, but it seems like they could not really move too far off. And it's a fumble!
Oh no.
Oh, in the worst of timing for the side of VOIN Esports.
Oh,
and just
no.
like that, they got punished for it.
Yeah, and it's a very annoying terrain to work with as well. You go down, you're just very much sitting ducks here, and these Xaviers are so good at abusing these situations. They are not in the circle, but they still have space to work with, and whatever advantages they take, they turn it into diamonds. Zeta alone outside there in the corner in a 2v1. He's trying his best to be able to isolate these fights, but in this situation where VOIN are just crossing him left, right, and center, he managed to run gun down one, excuse me. But the rest of the team, I think they're just gonna say, you know what, sorry about that. Voxy running away with his life. And you think he's gonna be safe? No, because he's gonna run straight into Hale's arms. And D Xavier, oh man, this is looking so good right now with Hale as well. Out of the game here. Not the best outcome they wanted.
The timing is just so good. Meanwhile, AZ Slumber have been awakened right now. More long-range shots coming from Brian as he zooms closer and closer, looking for his target. Despite him being miles away, he could smell blood from that point, and I'm thinking that they could potentially send a few members to really give them a little dose of aggression. It doesn't seem like AZ is too clear of their position because RRQ is kind of holding them back, and it is a very open wide compound that they're currently at, so leaving will be a problem. RQ now with a duo to try to really find a pin down. It doesn't seem like they are in the favorable position of their own, so they're looking to traverse even deeper within the fields. VSaber now going up against Hale, and his Power Gen leading the pack, and they do find it in the form of Shin now with his S12K to be able to deliver, but Pazorix finds a hit. Not quite enough to take out Paragen and Co. VSaber right now on the roll.
Man, started off with one single kill, and now they're starting to really roll on that momentum. As now they have to worry about another team on top. It's AZ. Yeah, they have the high ground, but this cover coming in from the Xavier is going to give them a lot of value. Levi's going to try to take a little bit more space with that nade. Cooks it up, tosses it over. Bit too wide there. So AZ They're not going to try anything quite yet, but they are alert that someone is pushing up a little bit more close. I would love to see a situation where AZ just really pushes out together as a 2 and really shoot him in the face, but the lack of information coming in from D Xavier is keeping them off guard. Like, which angles are they holding? Are we going to be, just peppered by bullets as soon as we peek? And they don't want to risk that. And speaking of risking here, BTR going a little bit more aggressive. This is a 3-way fight with BTR, 5-2, as well as VPE. Helton going ham right now. VPE completely obliterated. And Helton still holding on the fort as BTR pressures him.
Wow, this Lone Ranger is still pulling the stops, and he actually secures 3 points. This is super impressive coming out of 52. And that actually puts them into maybe a little bit more of a safer spot now that they have a total of 30 points. I mean, too quick to actually judge. I mean, this is still 13 teams remaining in the fields of Miramar. Despite that zone pulling deeper and deeper over onto the outskirts of Kato. So this benefits Talon as well as Glue Squad, who's not really involved in the fight just yet. eArena, however, they gotta be careful of XSOPHERE while all the battles taking place over the far west. D-Saber now exchanging those grenades, and that's a big clip! Taking down 2, and it's the full send coming out of AZ Slumber, putting them to sleep.
Honestly, this is massive. We were just talking about how AZ was hesitating. D Xavier forced that fight, and they have been more than they can chew. Lambor is still very much alive here, but against an army, I don't know, man. That's an avalanche here. You don't have advantage on the terrain. The circle is shifting as well. Brian will be the one to try and go a little bit more aggressive. He jumps on the vehicle here in 1v1. Can he win it? No, because his teammates are going to rush forward as well to give him a bit more space. But as they win this fight, RRQ decides to dip their hand into the cookie jar. Now, the question is whether these two teams are going to fight in this blue zone, or are they just going to book it into the zone? And in this situation, I think AZ is just going to say, let's just book it and just try to find a little bit more space. RRQ be damned.
Yeah, RRQ, they were a little late to the scene. They did not fully capitalize on that situation, but man, that was a PMNC team winning a previous champion of the PMSL in a straight 4-on-4 fight. And now the battle continues. XSOPHERE right across the corner. eArena, they hold firm in that compound. Meanwhile, BTR has seen the rival of Brian allow him to take that space, but won't allow the rest of his teammates to trespass. Calamity being claimed right throughout. And they're also looking to stop XSOPHERE from joining this parade as well. It's only good for the... Well, I want to say 8 of them, but since some of these members have been taken down, I guess that doesn't matter in the formative map. The 2-2 split from the side of BTR as they are also doubling down onto holding out the rest of XSOPHERE from breaching through.
Man, this left side of the map is just so convoluted. You break into a compound, you think you win a game, and suddenly there's a terrain you have to cross by and also deal with. But eArena, these long-range shots are just lethal. They put in so much pressure onto the members of BTR. I think they chipped like, I think half the HP of Vexy away here. As AZ tries to break the compound. What a toss Federales! Hello! This is why I'm a big fan of this guy, man. Great stuff.
Yeah, the Filipino A's right now showing up when it matters most. AZ Slumber, I mean, they've really put some really strong record out there. And right at this moment, we're looking at certain teams being weakened, such as XSOPHERE, which we saw how much attention that they've been able to draw out of BTR. Now it's only left with 1. Same case for the side of Vampire Esports as well as 52, but Helton's still alive after so long. I mean, we saw those treacherous rotations that have depleted his members. And now, needing to do it all alone. I want to spot out where exactly is Helton right now. I can't really see him in the map. But hey, the rest of eArena, they're definitely having a smooth passage in order to claim the direct center if they want to. They know that there's not too much happening over on the edge, so they can just bypass easily. But now, we lock and load right into this warehouse where Talon Esports goes toe-to-toe up against Blue Squad. He got the photo, but he cannot take this fight as he's overwhelmed with all the members of Blue Squad sent his way.
Of 6 eliminations already. Glue just slowly making their way from their drop spot. Every single compound they see, they take these fights. It's not even forced fights either. I spoke too soon though. One member of Glue did get knocked down. Not too sure how far deep he was, if he's gonna be able to be recovered or not. But I think he should be able to. He's a little bit more farther out, but again, they're not in any immediate danger. It's just more of the eArena just kind of like pressuring them. eArena as well later to the rotation, but at the end of the day, I think regardless of maps, right, whether it be Rondo or even the bigger maps of Miramar, they have this nice 2-1-1 formation or 2-2 formation. They're not afraid to just split off one another, and we've seen so many fights of 2v4s that eArena is able to win. So in this situation, when they're able to thrive off individually like that, I think it gives them that divide and conquer mindset and ability to get more eliminations per game.
Yeah, and I think like this is definitely fantastic on how they've been able to really trust each members to really hold their own in that regard. And now they really get to take all these really cheeky positions. BTR tries to clear the room. Helton still squeezing by the tight little corner and finally hitting the mark. Oh, that was beautiful stuff from FaZe without needing to even put his hit right into the garage. And now only 8 more remain. eArena, next one to bow out. They have had only, well, actually, they were the ones sending other teams out since, you know, they've had such a great spot inside the zone.
Honestly, I'm quite surprised at 5-2's performance here. I think Helton held his ground for quite some time there. Granted that he was actually, you know, kind of like cornered between both BTR as well as VPE. And VPE as well, final man left side is going to be Goey. I think because there's so much more noise made by Helton, I saw Helton just really, even though he was alone inside of the compound where BTR now currently resides, the biggest problem I feel like Helton had was that he's still trying to steal away a kill. He's still, you know, shooting back. And in this situation where you're alone, when you don't have any cover, I think the best thing to do is to hide. But again, maybe because he felt like he didn't have a chance, he's just trying to steal away a kill. And speaking of stealing away kills here, eArena Joker barely knocked down. But NC2 gives a bit more space for him, just really pressuring BTR on the other end. So they're able to rotate in alone as Turney K will be caught out in the midst of that rotation. BTR, I would have to say, they are so persistent when it comes to these fights. Yeah, they're not in the best of positions later to come to those rotations, but give them a compound and an off angle, they will abuse it.
Yeah, and also the onus is on all the other teams to be moving towards the direction of eArena, so I'm not too sure if Glue Squads can actually find all these small little cracks to really take out those players of eArena. Despite them being on lower ground, this is actually a very good defensive hole for eArena in specific. Now they go on a 2-2 split. 2 members in the middle, 2 up north to try to deal with the situation up against the rest of Glue Squad. They go in for those trades, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to really hit the mark just yet. Now, FaZe has got to make a run across, though. How exactly is he going to do so without being spotted out is going to be a big question right now. While back and forth, the rest of them are just pulling so defensively. CELCOMDIGI Alliance right now got to make decisions because right across, there's a team that wants to bypass while Blue Squad is also attacking upon them, and they manage to catch Sin Boy.
And then, while the pressure is coming through, Homebois comes in as well, but somehow CD Alliance turns the tables. Yeah, GP falls as well, but Leons is still coming in from the other area. A nice spray to the face, and Homebois wishes they didn't crash into CD Alliance.
RQ.
But before they can even reset, RQ joins the spray. CD Alliance could not even breathe or recover on RRQ. Third party is the name of the game, and we are here to play. So in this situation, RRQ came up on top, and on top of that as well, it gives them so much space to finally break into that circle.
That was one of the most brutal run overs that we've actually seen. And RQ, they do it so swiftly. I love the shot calls coming from RQ here in Miramar. And now they make another top 5 up upon the hills. It's Glue Squad now that they're dealing up against. And it's going to be a little bit of range of coverage at RQ. They don't really have the best position. And now the snipe comes from the back goal. Scratch that. I'll take my words back.
Takes a lot of chip damage here. Glue challenges and rallies.
Ooh.
as Lampard falls. Xbox, phenomenal on those nades today. Not his first one when it comes to these kills. And RQ in such a dangerous predicament with the blue coming in as well. The reset's not gonna be easy. They have to pick up reset. And then while all of that is happening, you can see Glue slowly making a wormhole forward. Xbox has so much space in the world to work with one another as well. And they have no clue where to look or where to go. You have those smokes, but it's also becoming a deterrent for them as well. Xbox doing great to juke everything. And the rest of Glue, all they have to do is just throw in those nades and suddenly everyone in RQ are just going to fall. RQ, not the ending you expected here. As Glue, they are thriving right now. Call us when you need us to build, but we're not gonna build you. We're gonna build a win for ourselves.
Yeah, they're just being bunched up over onto that corner where those nades...
What a nade.
Just got themselves pretty much into that big cluster, and that was just absolutely beautiful work coming out of those members of Blue in order to really get those resources all bunched up over onto that corner. And now, can they now open a little bit more of that space? Because while they were busy dealing with those squads over onto the corner, now it's eArena that they have to fight up against, which is taking the majority of zone, and now also spotting out with the rest of Team Flash across the corner between these two teams, and they're the ones on the deficit in the form of numbers.
It was insane. Glue has been only playing as a 3 for quite some time, and they're not stopping their aggressive style of play regardless of everything. Now, Xbox has been caught out here. They were a little bit too zoned in on the team in front of them, so will pay for their sins. It's an off angle as well, a crossfire that I think they failed to clear. Regardless, this circle, I wouldn't say it's in anyone's control, but a little bit more value toward eArena. eArena came in from the northern side. They took their fights one by one. They were a little bit more scattered earlier when it comes to the earlier of these fights, but again, their individual brilliance, won them the game. I really was hoping for our team to really challenge them as a 2, especially since they are a team that likes to play so separated. But in this situation, you didn't take the advantage, and now eArena are just completely gonna dominate the end as well. And a lot of these teams are taking the fights. eArena is not even forcing anything. They're not taking up the space. They're not forcing these fights. And the nade just comes through tourniquet. That is disgusting. And he comes through, follows up with a kill shot. Glue and Flash, one player left here. Tops gets a top up, and he's also getting his teammate back into the game. Joker rushes forward, shoots the whole team in the face. Glue, whatever you've built has been eliminated, and so does Flash. What are you gonna do here, Noel? You can dance, but you can't avoid everything forever. Formalities are here, and eArena is gonna take another chicken dinner. Let's go.
eArena finally being rewarded after all these trials and tribulations they've been fighting for every single drop of points, and now secures their first ever chicken dinner here in this brand new season, and is another one for Thailand. More reasons for the home crowd to celebrate. As we've just talked to Joker, they know they are a world-class team, and they're showing it right here in Miramar.
Oh man, I love seeing them play. At first I just really kind of labeled them as this team, CQC team, loves to disrespect utility, loves to rush forward. Their timing in terms of kind of figuring out when the Molotov, when the nade is coming out is just really, really huge. I'm not sure whether it's a sound cue or just a guess, but they're really good at doing that. But then on this map, they're kind of giving me a different perspective. They're like, okay, CQC is something that we excelled in, but also with these mid to range fights as well. You have our first player play in the very front. Xbox has been playing great in terms of Joker has been great in playing that first contact play, with the shotguns to the face, just jumping around. Mormon is just walking or moving around the entirety of the map, trying to get information. Mormon has always been the player that gets knocked out a bit too early, but before he could get, knocked out of the game, tourniquet, NC2, Joker rotate over, and suddenly it's just a nice little collapse. Yes, it's very, very separated, but they're quick to save their teammates.
Yeah, it is also very refreshing to see tourniquet to really churn out those big amount of damages as well. All thanks to all the openings that is being provided with the death plays. Like you said, their pinpoint accuracy on either the Molotovs or even the frag grenades was just sublime, and we just want to watch it all fall into this perfect play once more through the highlights. eArena showing up strong to really solidify themselves for the weekend right here. And those damage numbers that we're looking at here from the teams that secure the top 3 is just overwhelming. We saw the aggression from the North Point from eArena. Over on the South, it was Blue Squad that really trampled a lot of teams. And then there was Team Flash, and even RQ was in the centerfold over onto this course as well. It was a sight to behold, and BTR, this was also one of their better showings coming in, and with all these teams that need to traverse across the field, Blue Squad came from the furthest of about 40,000 meters of coverage in order to make the final cut. So rather impressive to see them really showing up after securing that chicken dinner back into the wrangle. And now Miramar, they're really holding those stops right here.
What's really interesting about Glue Squad is the fact that I think we saw a lot of fights that they took. I was actually expecting their throwables to be a lot higher in terms of number, but you know, I think it's just about raw firepower. Anyways, TODAK will be the one to look out for this map here, the 40% team contribution and 7 eliminations. For me personally, well, it does sound like it's huge, right? A 40% team contribution. I feel like when you rotate through the maps, I think each player of eArena has been able to really step up. But in this situation where TODAK is able to not only play individually but also play off your teammates who's stealing away, you know, the attention from different angles of the map, I think this is where he truly shines. That's the reason why they play a 2-1-1 or a 2-2 split. And not only is it just individual brilliance covering more ground, but also when you have so much confidence in your own team play, you can realize that I think there were like situations where they are team.
Yeah, and it was just so impressive on how they've been able to really hold their ground for the longest of time without really dropping members. And overall, this have backed them a total of 22 points, where Blue Squad have been able to also try to match the amount of elimination points, as they're only 1 point shy with 11. Team Flash with 8, as well as BTR with 6 elimination points. While if you take a look at the amount of casualties in this match alone, I mean, everybody got involved in those battles, which is definitely a good telling sign. Even when you look at 52's Helton, I mean, he did this 3 points all by himself.
Yes, he did. I was kind of keeping my eye out on him for quite some time. I think he was hunkered down in this was compound on the western side of the map. He was actually sandwiched between VPE Gewi as well as BTR. But, you know, I think he was really just, for me personally, I think I did make a comment like, you know, for me, I would rather see him just kind of hide, wait a little bit more just to survive. But I think he's realizing that regardless of whether or not he hides, he's going to be, you know, found eventually. He might as well just really join in the fights, try and third party steal away some kills. And he was able to steal away 3 before he went down. So I think that's amazing stuff coming for him. It's not over till it's over. But in the overall rankings here, Alter Ego will be pushed to 4 as RQ, EA, as well as VOIN all go into the top 3 there. 96 for both two teams. And RQ 1 point shy at 95. And this is interesting because this is the second day for all of these teams. There's still one more map to go. So I can already predict a 3-digit coming in toward the end of the day, which I highly think that that Alter Ego would love to challenge tomorrow.
Definitely so. And then when we take a look at the ones who are only getting their debut today, I mean, Blue Squad so far have been impressing us round after round. And so long as they maintain this, they should be able to just get right through. Whereas when we take a look at the final page, Sem9, they only have those final 6 matches tomorrow to really get back into the chase. TALON on to their debut here in this group. As much as they're on 18th spot, I think there's still plenty of all these chances, but they cannot afford to slip up too much. I think TALON in this round didn't really had all too much going well for them, while we start to see the rise of AZ Slumber. Brian took on the rest of the Saber and actually winning out that trade was absolutely impressive, but I kind of wish there was a little bit more. So we'll have to see this time around. One final map here to see if the teams that struggle in Group C can alter their course.
Really, I think out of every team here today, I think Glue is the only team from Group B that actually managed to get that chicken dinner. So, you know, you can really see that the Group C just really rallying. trying to secure those last few points, excuse me. Anyways, for those of you at home who are wondering whether they should come back to the game, you should. 4.0 is here. And you can play for longer because it's using a lot less CPU and GPU usage, each by 10% less, and less power consumption as well, which means that you're gonna be staying indoors less of your phone being hooked to the charger as well, and more. You know what? If you guys are in Malaysia, I'm not too sure if you guys are familiar with our culture. We love going out to the mama to play some video games on our phone. PUBG Mobile, definitely one of the fan favorites. Now you can.
Yeah, you don't really have to be worried about having yourselves plugged to the wall all the time, because now you can conserve good battery life with this brand new pad. So that's great news for all of you guys. And if you want to add more stuff to your collection, you definitely don't want to miss this spooky soiree here in 4.0, alongside with a lot of exciting IPs coming throughout the entire month of September till October. So yeah, it definitely will be uber fun when we actually have you guys first bring your friends all together to get some chicken dinners and also maybe join some festival inside of the game itself, because with the collaboration of G-Dragon, this is something you don't want to miss.
Yep, for us on mobile, September 19th is the date, so mark it in your calendars. Whether it be dancing emotes, music, or even a skin is something that we are all very, very excited about. So this is happening throughout the entirety of the consoles where PUBG is on, so do go check it out. G-Dragon, come on guys, of course you want to check it out. We love G-Dragon.
And we absolutely do, and you know, out in G-Dragon, I think like a lot of all these fans first know him from his super group Big Bang, and you know, the people have been teasing, are they gonna make a comeback? We don't know, maybe we will get the news someday, but hey, when we're getting GD, everybody be dancing, whether if you're gonna be dancing in game or IRL. So you know, we're only down to our final matchup, and I think like the pacing for today was rather good when it comes down to Group B versus Group C. I can't wait for Group A to be in the mix against Group B as well, because that's where, you know, you've mentioned a lot of all these victors were coming from Group C, and then like you bring Group A back, some of these teams are like, oh no, we gotta play catch up again. And there are also those that are saying that, hey, I'm sure I could do better than these guys from Group B. And then I don't know who's gonna be the ones that's a little bit more dominant.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about groups of death here, Contra. In your opinion, which group is the group of death?
I honestly think it's Group B. I mean, like, you take a look on paper, right? There's like Vampire Esports, there's Team Flash, there's like all this list of names that are really, really deadly. So I think like overall, they definitely have a lot of things that can actually go right for them and go wrong. So I think this is also the reason why we are not seeing a very consistent run coming from the majority of the Group B players.
Yeah, anyway, I think as well we have to, you know, we're going for a short break. Do not go anywhere, guys, because we are going to be going to that final match that they see on which teams will be making it into the Super Weekend. So we'll be right back.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can rank anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has two main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Welcome back once again to the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia split for fall, as they are looking for the qualification
Happy birthday,
to the
Mix!
PMGC. And Miz, he's been having such a great day right now, but they are still on the brink in order to secure themselves that slot for the Super Weekend. So we want to see if the birthday boy will be granted his wish.
We need to give him his wish. We need to give him a chicken dinner. We need to give him Super Weekend for his birthday. You gotta give him the buff, you know?
This kind of things have to be earned, my friend. So we'll have to see how well they will perform. But I think last round, they've been looking really stellar. So I'm hoping that they can pull off another grand run, especially this being the last one. I think that some teams, they just want to get the day pretty much sorted in a good fashion.
You know what's gonna be really exciting? Like a team that's all the way at the bottom. Like, you know, they're like almost not making it. Suddenly, bam! Top 12. But then again, right, even if I want to say top 12, then again, they're just gonna get, it's gonna be rough for them as well because tomorrow, Group A coming in, you know? So it's like you end your day to day, right? I think that's like one of the roughest things. You end your day fairly early. The first 2 days, you play game 1, day 2. Day 3, you just praying for the best, praying that the other teams don't make it, praying that somehow, somewhere, the team that's chasing for you are being killed by the teams on top.
That's right. I guess their periods will be answered here in this very map itself, as this will be the final one for day 2 to close off the night. Starting from the south side is going to be crossing onto the borders of the edges of Fort Quarry. So coming into the edges of Trail Park, I think we've seen some teams liking to drop by the very far end of Ruins as well. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled out for that. XSOPHERE as well as RQ pick their first dips, while we definitely suspect a couple of teams will be more interested into Las Dones.
Hot drop.
Is actually cut off. So yeah, possibly the hot drop could happen in Chumacera as well as Los Leo.
Los Leones hot drops not fun. Chumacera hot drops are fun. La Drilera hot drops are fun.
Monte Nivo is fun too.
Oh yeah, it is. Let's see. Oh, you know, I thought we had 2 teams dropping off over at Partona. Not happening. This time it's just gonna be XSOPHERE. I'm not gonna lie, the disappointment in my voice is so palpable. I was hoping for a fight there, actually, because it's sort of the way, oh my god, it's an opposite circle. Okay, we're gonna see a lot of fights from the teams rotating a little bit more late. I wouldn't be surprised if I see teams like, I think Homebois, I think they've learned that the recipe for their chicken dinner success is that early, you know, space into that circle. Since they dropped fairly northern side toward La Bendita, this gives them all the space in the world to be one of the first few in the middle of that circle.
Yeah, I mean, they could just full send right into the center if they want to and enjoy all the spoils of loot that's being left out there. So right now, for those who are dropping far south like Patrona, I think they could only dream of moving that fast into the zone. Right now, substitution happening as the new IGL, Boboho, or Blue Slayer right now in Talon Esports, is going to be replaced by Boysil. And this has been a familiar face for the likes of Talon fans out there, so they should still be looking relatively stable. But looking at 52 as well, Barry is going to be taking a back seat while Kiddo rejoins the group.
Honestly, I have a question for you, Contra.
Mm-hmm.
I have Boboho versus Boo Slayer. Which one do you prefer?
Oh, the name change?
Yeah.
I think like Boo Slayer sounds a lot more edgy. In
right?
that sense. Yeah, so I like the new update.
Yeah, I like that too. I think there were a few names changing as well. I think GenForce, I think, made his name like an abbreviation type moment. I struggled to read it, by the way. Thanks, GenForce. You made me cast and struggle at the same time, which is rare. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like, you know, I'm kind of glad like some of all these players, they would opt for certain name changes, because back then there was like you know, just a couple letters for us to try to dig out like, oh, what does this actually mean? And then you have GenFoss who's cutting his name even shorter, like, oh, he's taking all the vowels out. I'm like,
don't do this to us. It's such a Gen Z thing, I think.
Probably. And he's also doing the thing where, you know, like the new gen, they don't like to use capital apps.
Yeah. So, I'm not a Gen Z, but I like to do that too. Yeah.
I see. You keep up with the trend.
I gotta stay relevant. You know, gotta They gotta make sure that I pretend that I'm young all the time.
We are always young at heart, but physically our backs are aching.
Oh
our
yeah,
necks,
feeling it.
Oh yeah, it's getting a little stiff. I mean, it's been a long day on the seat in front of the mic, but hey, if we are feeling it this way, can you imagine? I mean, these players, I mean, as much as they're pretty young, I would say that, you know, imagine spending 8 to 10 hours on scrims and practices, doing so day in, day out. I mean, these guys, I mean, they got quite the regimen. I know, like, some of all these orgs, they have, like, personal trainers, a team. Like, I know eArena in Thailand, they have, like, a gym setup.
A what?
Just for them.
Like,
It's
just
crazy.
like in their facility?
Yes, it's a full-on esports facility. They have, like, everything right there. And it's all prim and proper. They feel like so many different titles. I think they also have the PC counterpart.
So they have like a
And
big facility with all of their teams all in one roof.
oh yeah,
That's pretty fire. That's pretty fire.
And it's just so rare these days. And of course, certain teams maybe might not have like these kind of decked out kind of setup, but then again, they are still maintaining very well. I mean, majority of them looking super fit as well. I'm also not judging them by, you know, their physicality, but overall, their mental fortitude on top of their resilience throughout the span of their career.
Okay, anyways, I think we've derailed for way too long. Let's kick our heads to the game now. I know. I mean, the beginning of Miramar is always going to be that way. It's a little bit more slow. I don't think we saw, at least I think in the last game, we saw a pick-off fairly early to one of the teams. This time around, everyone's just being very safe right now, especially Group C. Let's be real here. This is the game. You do not want to die early. And I think for most of the teams, they have already started their rotation into that circle. I was expecting Homebois to go a little bit more north, but they actually ended up just taking up the space over at Graveyard, as a lot of different teams, CD Alliance opting to go up to El Azhar. And VOIN, they like to do VOIN things, right? They always go for a longer rotation, all the way up north here. I think where they should be heading, at least where they're going to end right now, is going to be at Torre Al Humada. And personally for me, if it's a circle that keeps shifting north, that will be hella fun because it's going to be a long rotation, especially from the southern side. There's still teams still outside. I think XSOPHERE is, I think half the team is still in Partona as the blue zone is already shifting. So I think these teams are opting for a later rotation. They want to avoid that first wave of aggression coming in as people race for the area. But yeah, the downside is you're not going to be the quickest to find the most prime land location. So you're going to be forced into a lot of fights. And I'm not sure if XSOPHERE is opting to go for these fights or they just want to kind of like play at the edges of the circle.
I think they're definitely looking towards that super late approach, so they will have to also spend some extra time to also loot up even more meds to really sustain throughout, you know, the bleeding phases of stage 1. That does take a little bit. Stage 2, maybe a little bit more. So by the time that stage 2 ends, they should have ample space down south side. So we'll have to keep an update on those members of XSOPHERE later on. VOIN, like you said, I think that they've always known the north side terrain so well because they love to play around La Corberia. Now they are just looking to move towards Torre Ahumada, which I do believe is still somewhat in the zone at the moment. RQ is also one that loves to dominate around those kind of areas as well. So this time they drop a little further away though, all the way down south. So isn't all too clear-cut of an answer because they will eventually need to move deeper from El Azhar, and by then, perhaps a team or two might be looking to stop them.
Only half the circle is currently populated. It's all toward western side. It feels like there's an invisible line, you know, kind of like separating the middle side of the area. Again, I really want the circle to shift north just really force all of these big rotations to come through as well. RRQ, I think RRQ and VOIN, I think today is one of those days where I think both teams had maps. They were a little bit more surprised, you know, kind of like in a situation where they got knocked out a little bit too early, getting caught. Oh my God, my wish happened. Yes.
Oh, well, you really got a lot of wish granted despite it not being your birthday. I mean, we don't want to grow so fast, you know, like, anyways. Look at the migration, and yet again, I mean, those players coming from blue are hanging around Jubasera. They're still so far away.
Oh yeah. Now I think for VOIN, I think they were one of the first into that northern side circle here, so they can really race forward toward Bronca, excuse me, or just really hang around the southern side of Campo Militar. There are still a bunch of terrains as well as buildings that they can take advantage of here and break. Let's see whether or not I can break the other team. Red Face does not allow it. BTR today is very, very proactive, and they are so good at picking off stragglers here. They're not forcing these 4v4s, and they're understanding where their strength lies, which is just being able to isolate these fights and these teams. And MVKE, this is rough for them because they ended up today on 23rd place right now. They only have 9 eliminations, 5 behind of AZ. And yeah, they still have some more games to play tomorrow, but they haven't seemed to have found a lot of success. And it must be frustrating when you lose a player this, early into the game at the very start of stage 2. What can you do?
Yeah, it's definitely getting a lot more worrisome. Right now, RQ is also doing the same, finding another pickoff. This is from the far southern edge, just by the corners of Impala. And right now, RQ, so far, they've always started off with those really early takeoffs, no matter which round it was. And back to what you were mentioning about MVKE as well. I mean, literally, they couldn't catch a break. No pun intended. Because they really fell out of their element so far, playing in all these maps that they don't really get the kind of priority that they want to really rotate in the zone. And of course, the zone is not really helping everybody yet, because every single team is forced to really go on those fast rotations now that it's all the way up north.
Still, despite that one pickoff, again, no full-on fights. I think everyone just wants to play a little bit more passive. I think when the last circle comes, I think let's give it till circle 5 or 6. That's where we can start to see these really intense fights happening. And with the more teams that are still alive, it's going to be a lot more hectic. Third parties is what I want to look out for. Maybe what we saw earlier from RRQ, taking over another team that's barely, a CD Alliance that barely is still reeling from their fight against, I think it was 5-2 or another team, not too sure. But yeah, those kind of fights are very, very intense to watch, very exciting. We want to really see teams that are currently struggling really somehow rise up to top turn tables, but haven't really seen that because a lot of teams are very quick and decisive when they want to really execute a fight. So that's why I have to say, like, when you are fighting out in the open there, you have to keep someone around a little bit more alert and peeled that another team is watching.
Yeah, I definitely think that these teams, they're also preparing for some worst possibilities where they have to fight inside the blue zone as well. So they're pretty much on the edge, and right now there's a big cluster somewhere towards the center where BTR tries to deny, gets the perfect angle up ahead, up upon that member of Hell Esports, and now the flurry grenades drop right in, could not connect towards Tiger. They are going for the rush. Federales holding the angles though. Can they actually find it? And it's going to be a big slip up where they could not hold down the line. Hill somehow having Tiger to survive the brunt of it, and they've been able to deplete BTR. Now Vexy is gonna bail out of the situation, but his tire is about to get popped, but he has been able to swerve right into the other side of the hill to keep himself surviving.
Honestly, I was so shocked because technically Hale should have lost that fight. They lost one member already, but for some reason they saw their teammate outside. Instead of going for the pickup, they said, you know what, screw it, just let's rush forward and really force this fight. And they did just that. Vexy was out there in the open as well because he already shown his hand. So they had a perfect idea on how many people to expect inside of the compound. And the way they took the compound as well was pretty meticulous. They're coming in from different angles, which means they can cross each other and clear many more angles, which this allowed BTR to play CQC.
Yeah, I definitely do think that BTR could have actually worked a little bit more cohesively. And, the last we saw, Federales as well as another teammate to be hugging on the outskirts of the wall, which doesn't really provide them much of a room for them to even wiggle their way in the CQC. So it was rather rough on how they've actually managed it, but I gotta hold my thoughts on that for no, because RRQ, they're also looking to really hold firm onto this high ground. The rest of what I do believe to be the Alliance to be just around the vicinity as well. They tried to fall back just to be a little bit more defensive, but it's going to be Jimmy OP that finds the catch.
The OP in Jimmy's name means overpowered, and he really is. Right there, I really lost count how many times Jimmy, when he joins a game, he just completely overtakes and just, you know, team contribution, never mind. I got you. I'll just jump into my backpack. This guy is phenomenal. He's just really good on those flanks and the backstabs as well. And in a lot of situations, if you meet him face to face, it's rare that he loses this 1v1 gunfights. It's just incredible stuff coming from him as well. And a key reason why CD Alliance is one of the best teams in Malaysia as of right now.
Yeah, they're really showing their strength over onto this course of the map. That being their first point of this current moment. Surely there's plenty more that they can actually retrieve, but Blue Squad happened to just pass by in order to try to get a little bit of cover over the hillside, but got caught out by the rest of RQ, as we do see another update to be moving deeper into the center of the hills of Terra Blanca. It is, once again, the members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance having Linksboy to be involved as well, trying to trade right back. Denfoss right now soaking a lot of damage inside the zone. He's got to make it into the zone, as Leon's will have to do a whole lot of damage, but he's trying to recover himself back to 100%. He is going to be met with two members trying to clear him out of that shack. And quickly as it goes, Lepar once again with another convincing CQC.
It's honestly a very unfortunate situation, but RQ did lose too. So at the very least, it's a 2-1 for now. And I think RQ wants to try and equalize this. Remember, CD Alliance were the team that were gatekeeping, and RQ, they were really cornered. What happens when you corner an animal? They get very aggressive. And RQ, they have a different amount of idea in play. It felt like a 1-2-3 push moment. They were very synchronized, very in sync, to the point that CD Alliance was not able to reposition himself and move away to isolate these fights. He was out there in the open, in the house. You move to the left, you're going into a different crosshair. You move to the right, is another play from RQ's crosshair. You're not going to get it out of there alive, excuse me.
And right now, with only Sinboy remaining, he's got no other options. No vehicles around his side as well. He's forced to prone out in the middle of the field, while Blue Squad is over on the other corner as they're trading back and forth between RQ. RQ knows that it is rather risky for them to stay by the edges, and perhaps Sinboy can seize an opportunity right now, and just like that, catches them off guard. But then again, Denfoss as well as Lepar remain to be intact. They go on separate ways as they try to isolate Sinboy, both trying to lob those grenades a little farther wide. And he's trying to outrun it! Oh, a little too close out there. Sinboy somehow survived that.
Honestly, if he wasn't moving, he would have been dead. That nade, I don't know how it is. It was a great prediction in terms of where he was going to just really, you know, strafe off onto the other side. But anyways, both teams still outside of the circle. You cross through, it's going to be XSOPHERE waiting for you, or even Zeta from VOIN. So, work's not done. You get past one team, there's still going to be three waiting on one end here. It doesn't stop Zinboy for trying to get a little bit more aggressive. I'm pretty sure he spotted a bit of Genfoss's body. Nice nade to be thrown here, as well as going to be Glue that joins in on this fight. They're going to be happy with that knockdown. And Zinboy probably breathing a sigh of relief and said, you know what, take it. I just want to survive all the way to the next round here. And there you go, RQ eliminated. Glue probably, you know, smiling with glee, because this is RQ's last game today.
Yeah, and Glue, they're just getting all these nifty picks without really needing to really fully commit all too much of these resources. And now, whenever Sinboy peaks, he's just going to be claimed right now with the presence of KF as well as Xbox. So he's just buying time. He's already out of meds, only down to bandages. I am uncertain if he will actually make the cut. Honestly, without any vehicles, this is nigh impossible. Those nades a little short though, so eventually CELCOMDIGI Alliance is looking to deny those points away from the hands of BLUG.
That one nade could just completely eliminate Red Bull. And Red Bull has been such a thorn in every team's side. But Red Bull, reading him like a book, strafes to the left, ignores him. Meanwhile, CD Alliance now down and out for the count, so it's fairly earlier at night compared to the rest of the teams. As for the rest here, it's still, I wouldn't say it's aggressive, but it's definitely not aggressive either here. It's long-range fights all around as well. And these Xavier, they still, despite a lot of their presence made on the map, they haven't still gotten a kill secure.
Yeah, they managed to actually claim a couple of knocks, but is the finishing blow that matters the most. It's going to be Ryan getting caught out upon arrival. Homebois are doing so much work here over the course of the high ground. And now there's an opportunity for Levi's. He throws in the Molotov, not exactly clipping on to those members of Homebois. Perhaps he needs to really call in the rest of his teammates in order to give him just about enough firepower as well as backing in order to really find the conversion. D-Saver, couple of rounds already, coming in with low scores, and they really want to ensure that if they want to really secure it for the Super Weekend, they got to at least earn 5 points from here.
You know what's exciting? I think I'm looking at the map right now where D Xavier is currently playing. They're playing on the northern side of the map, both on the east and the west as well. 2-1-1 formation here, which means that it's crossfires for anyone crossing there as well. Meanwhile, Hale, they play as a team, and somehow eArena get away scot-free. It was not their fight to win, but somehow it's Hale that got baited.
That's ridiculous. The moment that he just peeks out, hoping to actually claim that Joker was pretty much saved by another aggressive from the opposite end. And now the rest of Team Flash, they're looking to really go beelining up against those members of eArena. And this is bound to be epic.
And Hale now is not in the most favorable position either, because they're also getting pressured by Flash. And I think realizing this, their team has started to move away as well. They don't really want to stay in one place for too long. As Glue forced to take this fight against XSOPHERE, it was bound to happen sooner or later. It's just a matter of when. As XSOPHERE already losing another member to their name, and Glue happy to just completely obliterate. Nike cannot even hold. Secret barely alive right now. We're seeing a few chip damage coming in from another side of the map, and probably is VOIN, who's just waiting in the wings. This position from VOIN is just incredible. It's a high ground as well. You have access to see the craters in front of you, and even those who are rotating from behind you as well, which is how they've managed to get a lot of chip damage into many of these teams trying to come in from Tierra.
I'm still trying to dissect how exactly do they do this so consistently to be able to claim perfect spots inside of the zone. But that does not really guarantee their safety net into the final few moments because of the presence of eArena over onto the further south side. So they kind of have to duke it out eventually. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports looking for a little bit more room to actually claim the top end of the kills. D-Saber now over the top side of the kill. Spots out Real. Quickly knocks him down. There's really nowhere else to go for those members of Homebois. And right across the corner, they spot out VOIN. Oh, this is going to be a pretty big fight for DX to deal with, because now they're getting shot from two angles, and those trades looking pretty good coming out of Shot Mills.
Honestly, D Xavier can just say, I don't want to take this fight, and then move down the other side of the terrain. They wouldn't lose out on anything at all. They have a lot more space to work with. Let VOIN deal with this team. But I think what they really want is those elimination counts as well. So that's why they're really trying to go out of their way to really win these fights as well. And most importantly for Homebois, they don't have strength in numbers. They're a little bit more separated from one another here. We're starting to see that heroic play syndrome that I was mentioning to you during the break just now. Keem is just in a position where he's not going to be able to get picked up. Shamil's just booking it out of there as well here. And the Xaviers are going to be so happy with this outcome, because now they have to worry about this terrain where VOIN is. As for VPE, this time they're just trying to cook themselves a tiger. And they do. It's going to be a Red Bull that's always so precise with these throwables. So VPE going to claim another victim to their name on the last map of the day.
Pretty savage against an endangered species, if you ask me. But hey, it's been a good run for the side of Hale Esports. That's 5 points that they matched the back here in this round. But back towards XSOPHERE, they finally make the cut into the zone. It took them a long while. And now they've been able to strike down one member off. But now, with that being cleared, though, there's still the rest of the Saber charging towards this direction. Lobby X getting themselves prepped up for this. I think what Lobby has been able to gain is that there were shots prior to this onto those Malaysian team. And now, Vampire Esports going into the open haystacks to try to rock up against the rest of the members of AZ Slumber. It's only down to Calamity, so he's trying to hold to the best of his abilities, but back towards the side of the Saber. It's going to be the full squad of VOIN Donkey that's hoping to hold them back.
Open fields as well over on this side where VPE has full control of the area. They're not afraid at all to show their presence and moving around in their vehicles all alone compared to the rest of the teams. I think another team that is kind of like keeping tabs on them right now is eArena. I wouldn't be surprised if eArena does decide to take this fight, which is why VPE decided to go all the way to the north side where it's a lot more open area. You don't have to really too much in terms of space compared to the terrains as well. Now, these long, prolonged fights are just going on for quite some time now. It's VOIN just going completely, getting demolished if you ask me as well. Xavier is just doing so well at managing these terrains, these high ground, these lows as well. And VOIN Donkey get completely overwhelmed. They're trying to find a different way to play this or just really gatekeep the area because for quite some time that terrain was completely in their control. And Xavier, as soon as another team had left the area, they completely decided to just move their attention, their gaze toward VOIN.
Yeah, and now we are also looking at a big restock coming for the side of VOIN. They got a P90 in the hands of Zeta, and he's looking to out-frack Rosemary and really top the charts. But it's not going to be easy. The Saber as well as Vampire Esports, these are two household names that are stars of their own respective regions. And VOIN is looking to topple them over, looking for another chicken dinner if they could. But they could not really push up ahead because that ground somewhere in the middle of this fight is going to be hard for them to traverse through. So they just really have to rely on terrains, and they're also getting bombarded with Shin dropping big bombshells towards the direction of Zeta.
Ouch.
Oh, he just almost got knocked out.
That is rough. You're getting pressure from two different angles here. Razak as well. They're just getting picked up one by one. It's not just fully Xavier putting in the damage, it's also VPE. Zeta stolen away, so is Voxy for the time being. At least he's still trying to rally back there, but he's barely alive. So VOIN, a little bit more of a stronger finish on 5th place, but we now have our top 4. This time around, not all teams are healthy. With Xavier trying to bring Shin back into the game, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. They had a lot of space and time to be able to do so. So 3 versus 3 versus 3.
They finally been able to make some big points out of this round. These Sabres secures themselves 9 points in total by outfighting all the other teams that were just right in front of them. And now hoping to trample another one in the form of Glue Squad as well as Vampire Esports. Spots out a glimpse out of the members of Glue BLUG. And Lamborghini, he does have that high ground. Oh, quick taps! What was that? He just shredded out KF with just 3 bullets. And now Red Bull is sure to just drop a big bombshell. Paragin notices that and hoping that he could just put it then. But the bullsey's already closing in. There's not much room left for the side of the Savior.
Yeah, they barely can breathe at all. Shin, they're trying to bring him back into the game. eArena is not in the best position either here. Mormon tries to rally, but his teammate is here in a 1v2 situation. Mormon, can you win it? He does. Gets 1 and 2. One more to worry about right now. He's half HP. Barely alive. One shot is all he needs. He swaps his weapons. But Glue, aggressive as ever. Great capabilities. He's barely alive. That was a very risky move, and he clutches it. But for Xavier, VPE, fairly healthy right now. As a 3, Blue should be able to go for reset. No, because Xavier has had to rush forward, get in these eliminations. But in terms of positioning, it is still better for VPE with the high grounds. Red Bull, our star player today, making a lot of noise with the nades, with the long-range shots, and now he wants to go up close and personal in your face.
Looking to really close it out. They spot out Lambo on that buggy, just sending it across the field as he finds himself a little bit more of that cover, causing a little bit of chaos here. Lazarus now marking their location, dropping a big shell over onto the corner of Paragin. Hey, he finds the clip. Now it's all down to Lamborghini. Can he find a few isolated targets? And it will be another one in the back for Thailand. And now the stars will finally shine again for Vampire Esports, claiming another chicken dinner for Thailand. Yesterday was Indonesia, but now the hometown heroes will be able to make Thailand shine in the biggest of leagues of Southeast Asia.
3 chicken dinners today claimed by Thailand. It is truly the rise of the Thais. Without their star player on top of that, this is a major reshuffle or rather restructure for this team, and it looks really good. Positioning was great. I would say that this team is not as flashy as what it used to be, but you know, when you have players as impactful as Red Bull to go for these really big opening kills, and it's massive. That's the first chicken dinner that they've gotten for this week for the group stages as well. They still have another 1 day to go. So when you go into this game, I think that again, Glue today has really stolen my heart. They're aggressive, they're making waves all around the map, but I feel like when it comes to these last few situations, they've bitten off more than they can chew. A lot of teams tend to take advantage of their disadvantages.
Yeah, and I just love that they just keep on going for those resets and go in for more and more of all these fights. And there was that point where KF was knocked down as well. And once they get that revive, he saved the day. But of course, we don't want to take all too much of that limelight away from Vampire Esports. They had all of the situation under control. And you saw they were over on the spine of the kill for the longest of time, despite multiple challenges towards the direction. I think one of the closest ones were from the Savior as well, where they kind of have to force the Savior to turn the other direction and then recommit upon them in order to make the cut. And with the bird's eye view, I think they've definitely hit the nail on this one.
Truly. It's fun to see all of this. Look at the damage here. I think we talked a lot about Red Bull, but I think I failed to notice that Lazarus quietly behind the scenes is just really, putting in the same amount of damage as well, if not even more. Great stuff coming in from VPE as well, and I think this is a great start for the Thai teams. Just really begin the momentum. But for now, let's have a look at highlights to see what made VPE tick. And there you have it. These are our top 4 teams here. VPE. I think travel distance is quite fair across the board, where Xavier is the one to take the cake for this one in terms of travel distance. Squad time as well, a lot longer compared to the rest, compared to VPE, who had lost one of their failures fairly early. I think one great takeaway that I've seen today is that most of the teams such as VOIN, VPE, Glue, EA, even Xavier yesterday tend to do pretty well, even with only a 3 and losing one member fairly early. I think they have a different idea or protocol on how exactly to approach these games, and it's just been phenomenal. Xavier making it to the top 4 right now. This is great. I think it's been more of a quiet day for Xavier, so it's a welcome change to see them back up here on the top 4.
Yeah, they have finally been able to really reap out the rewards. I mean, they really put so much effort. I mean, same could also be said about Vampire Esports in pretty much the same position as well. I think the first couple of rounds, they did manage to really churn out all these big numbers, and you finally get to see Lazarus now appear as your MVP. If you think that he looks familiar, that's because he changed his name from Shreps to Lazarus, which, you know, he's always been alternating between these IDs for a very, very long time. So good to see a king back to his throne.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually seen him play, and he was the GOAT. Anyways, 22 points for VPE, and this is a massive, push up in terms of points as well. Granted, this is also their first day playing. So for them, I think this is a good head start. It should be somewhat very similar to what we saw from Alter Ego on day one alongside VOIN as well. Now, Xavier finally making it back onto their throne, double digits all around. This is the Xavier that we know and love. Glue as well there onto 16. It's quite competitive here across the top three, but the big gap we're going to be seeing from number 4 and below here, where two teams 5-2 as well as TALON currently going out with a 0, but for most of the rest of the teams, they're still at least going to go out with 1 rank point or even 2 elims at the very least. So at least we can tell that even though early game was very, very slow, no one's going in for these full fights, at least everyone got a bite of that cake.
That's true. At least managing a pick over so is going to be vital in the long run. Xavier, this, with them completing a run, having 83 points, definitely secures it for the weekend as they manage to move themselves all the way into the 5th position. Vampire Esports, after that chicken dinner and this being their first day run, they are just neck to neck against Blue Squad. And 65 points, they just need to add another 5 points to be able to give chase once again. So tomorrow, super exciting for those teams to be meeting up against each other, especially Alter Ego needing to once again race up against those who have completed a run today. Meanwhile, middle of the pack, Team Flash, they've been able to really have strong track records in the form of division points. But hey, there's still a lot more to do. 5-2 making it into the 16th. That's big news.
It is big news, but there's still another day tomorrow. It's going to be a big problem for them because all they have to do is pray. Right now, the benchmark right now is 30 points, right? With 5-2 on there as well. I think I'm not too sure how much Homebois got. I think they got pushed up all the way to the top since they did pretty well today as well. 5-2 on 16th place here is a bit more of the worrisome moment because teams that haven't played yet from Group A tomorrow coming in is definitely going to go in for that chase, and teams from Group B that still have one more day to play also are going to be a big problem to them as well.
Yeah, and for the fact of the matter that there are 6 maps to play out, I think there's a high chance that they can actually overtake some of these teams that completed their run. Meanwhile, today's daily MVP has been Xbox, as he's been the key player that sets out the record for Glue Squad to be able to claim the best possible results out of Group B. And wow, just take a look at that average damage that's being done. That is like 5 kills in total if these guys are not wearing any armor, and every other round he puts in 2 to 3 points. So that's nifty stuff coming in from Xbox.
Yeah, about 2 to 3 kills per game. So very exciting stuff. But let's see the interview to see what the players have to say.
And that concludes our day 2 of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here. Oh, an intense competition all around, as well as a lots of glories and upsets. But finally, our leaderboard has been settled, especially for today. And now, I'm here joined with none other than Homebois X MAQNA Esports Club's coach, Boscu. Welcome.
Hello.
All right then. So we're about to hop right into the interview questions then. Boscu, you were last seen in PMSL's Southeast Asia Fall 2023 with RRQ. And now you have returned as the coach of Homebois X MAQNA this season after being gone for so long. What makes you decide to come back to the scene?
Oke, Bosku, kalau kita lihat terakhir kamu itu di PMSL itu di tahun 2023 Fall ya bersama RRQ, dan sekarang kamu menjadi coach buat pasukan Homebois X MAQNA Esports. Apa yang membuatkan kamu mengambil keputusan untuk balik lagi ke skena PUBG Mobile?
Kalau untuk yang memutuskan balik lagi kembali ke scene PUBG Mobile, cuma karena kemarin kan aku megang di tim ladies kan, detasemen e-sport, terus mendapat tawaran untuk nge-coach di sini, saya ambil alih lah.
Yeah, actually the things that decide me to like come back to the PUBG Mobile scene is basically back then I was a coach for a ladies team, detachment eSport, and then I got an offer from Homebois X MAQNA to become their coach. So I'll just take the opportunity, and here I am.
I see. So now you're with the boys, obviously, and of course your teams also secured the first winner chicken dinner as well. So congratulations for that. And also, this is also the first winner chicken dinner for Homebois X MAQNA Esports as well as Malaysia teams. How do you feel about your team's overall performances?
Oke, pertama selamat atas mendapatkan WWCD pertama buat pasukan Homebois X MAQNA dan juga buat pasukan Malaysia sendiri. Menurut kamu sendiri, ya gimana tanggapan kamu buat anak-anak ataupun performa anak-anak sejauh ini?
Untuk performa anak-anak saya sangat bangga karena dibandingkan dengan hari pertama kita lebih bisa bangkit untuk di hari kedua ini.
Yeah, of course, I feel proud for the boys. I mean, we are performing way better compared to the first day. So yeah, I think it's just like I'm proud of them. I'm a proud daddy.
Ah, I see. That's already an improvement being seen here in day 2 of PMSL, right? With that being said, do you think your current points would be enough to secure a spot in this Super Weekend?
Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah dengan poin yang kamu punya sekarang itu bisa memastikan kamu lolos ke Super Weekend?
Kalau untuk dibilang yakin, tidak, tapi semoga aja bisa membuktikan di Super Weekend.
Yeah, if you ask me, I don't really think that we have enough point to qualify to the Super Weekend, but I just hope that miraculously we can qualify to the Super Weekend.
I see. That's miracles, right? Obviously, here in PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here, nothing is guaranteed. Of course, leaderboards can always be rewritten. And now, lastly, what areas do you think the boys still needs to improve on? And what have they made you proud so far, as you've mentioned?
Oke, menurut kamu sendiri di aspek apa yang menurut kamu anak-anak itu harus perbaiki lah, dan apa yang sejauh ini yang membuatkan kamu ngerasa mereka udah cukup bagus gitu?
Untuk yang harus diperbaiki mungkin kedepannya dari segi komunikasi serta dengan objektif di middle ke late gamenya. Kalau untuk bagian proses bangganya adalah mungkin karena mereka sebagai tetap bermain sebagai as a team lah, saling percaya satu sama lain, serta di hari ini bisa mendapatkan pertama lah winner chicken dinner kan.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the area that they need to fix is basically there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot, but then yeah, in terms of we need to fix the communication and then the way that they play during mid to the late game. And then if you ask me about what I'm proud of them, basically the way that they play as a team, they trust each other and they managed to get a winner chicken dinner for today. That's pretty good enough.
That's lovely to hear, and that would be it from Boscu, coach of Homebois X MAQNA Esports Clubs here. Thank you so much for giving us your time here. And that would be it as well for day 2 of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage here. Obviously, a lot more to come here in the following days of the group stage competition there. We're going to have this competition, these matches, all of the intense competitions and matchups coming right up tomorrow here as well. So please stay tuned here at PUBG Mobile. That would be it for today. I'm FaZe Bomb and signing off from Bangkok, Thailand.
That was a great interview with the coach of Homebois MAQNA Esports Club. So that being said, they are the very first one to take the chicken dinner home for Malaysia, and definitely with their completion, I think with that point, they should feel maybe just about hopeful enough to qualify to the Super Weekend. But then again, just like what FaZe Bomb said, the intensity is brilliant, and I think tomorrow some of these teams will be at their tipping point.
It really will. And for now, guys, I think that it's really exciting to think about it because it's already the last day for Group C. So Group C will be ending the day, especially teams like, say, 5-2, where they're just going to be praying to see. I mean, it's already a very high unlikelihood that they won't be making it to the Super Weekend. It's exactly 16th place with 2 more groups not done yet. It's already pretty much done and settled. I would love to be able to see, the scoring one more time. I don't think we're going to be able to see that quite yet. But still, top 16 still very much up in the air, especially I believe from points 8 till 16. It can change at any time at all. There could be a pop-off moment, especially with teams such as VPE still chasing. There are teams that are still trying to find their groove as well. So, for many of these teams tomorrow, I think that tomorrow is going to be a very, very hectic day. I don't think, especially with the addition of Alter Ego into the group as well, I highly doubt that tomorrow will be a play safe moment.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I mean, when you take a look at those who are situated right now from 17 and below, one good chicken dinner could just change their fate drastically now that the benchmark has already been set. I think like the threshold goes beyond just what we've mentioned, 52 esports, because right above them, those teams, they're not exactly safe, so they gotta push even harder for tomorrow. So that being said, though, we'll have to find out when it comes to the next day onwards. It's been a really long day, and I'm really glad that you guys have been tuning in from start to finish, or if you just join us between the games as well, we absolutely appreciate you. So make sure you guys subscribe as well as follow us on all social media platforms across PUBG Mobile Esports, and we'll once again see you for more chicken dinners to come here in the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Split.